eventually get there and go, you know what? We're the executive and we can do whatever the hell we want.
Well,
Within the executive branch.
under Chapter 43 of Title V, the executive office, president of the executive office, has the complete right to demote any employees for performance-based issues, and that includes budget balancing. Remarkably, isn't that amazing? It's amazing things. So it seems that the idea that Donald Trump has put forward that they can be demoted or they can resign is fully legal.
Yeah, it's pretty clever too what Trump's doing. What he does is he reassigns the positions of that federal employee, and that puts them then in a probationary period, and then he fires them. He just got rid of like 200,000 federal employees today.
Yeah, and that's stuff that the legislative branch has put forward and then was affirmed by the judicial. So everything he's doing is within checks and balances, confirmed by all three sides.
Well, I think the court will have the final,
But they don't have the final say.
verdict
That's
on
the whole
that.
thing.
Has Trump spoke to Congress
Either will
in the
have
last
the verdict in the
couple
court, or
weeks?
he'll ignore that, and one or the other.
Well,
Yeah.
again, Daniel, Title 5, Chapter 43, that's made by Congress. So the courts, even if they do decide, they have to go by what Congress wrote. And Congress wrote that it's
Right.
okay for the executive to demote.
So James, going back to my question that I just asked, has Trump spoken to Congress in the last couple of weeks?
In what regard? In regard to these firings?
I mean, in regard to streamlining his agenda to be congruent with, people's said security clearance and, coming halfway in the middle. You know what I mean? Has Trump actually spoken to Congress in the last couple of weeks?
Well, I've not seen anything within the law that requires him to speak to Congress and give them an update.
Right, but he also has a right to, right?
Well, he can be invited to speak. He can't just walk into Congress and say, I'm here to speak. They have to invite him. So if he wants to speak to Congress, Congress has to say, Mr. President, we invite you to speak on the floor.
I mean, I think that's a very, simple request that could most definitely be honored for the president. So I think, again, this is what I mean as far as people looking outside the box and looking at territory that we've never, necessarily covered, and looking at a very unprecedented time that we're in. I feel like people need to think outside the box, have some different ideas and, a different perception as to these people working for us, not the other way around.
I do believe what you're saying, Adam, is completely correct. We are a republic, and the need to have Congress approve of this, what President Trump is doing, is also very important. If we get them on the side on official record saying we approve of Doge and the work they're doing, then Doge stands invincible.
But again, Doge is in direct contradiction between the aims and the job descriptions of said people in Congress.
I'm not sure what you mean. All Doge does is report and say they only give recommendations. They have no authority to change anything.
Yeah, and from my understanding, the funding was already allocated last year for the people that are working within Doge.
But you would agree with me, Joe, that the court still does have to weigh in on it, right?
No, not for the
Why wouldn't you want
not for the executive branch dictating to the administrators or the bureaucrats within the executive branch. He can hire them and fire them at his will.
Mm-hmm. And what about funding, closing down agencies, things like that?
Well, some of the agencies were created through executive order, like USAID. So the president has the authority to shut it down.
You sure that USAID was set up by executive order? Do you know who set it up?
John F. Kennedy in 1961.
That was an executive order?
Yeah. It was just a created agency, bro.
Okay, gotcha.
Do you defend, a Democrat creating an agency out of thin air?
Yeah, and when executive orders create an agency, executive orders can uncreate that agency. There is no backing in the legislation for creation.
That would make sense if it wasn't passed by Congress.
Precedents.
Anything that one president
there's precedents
does,
for that.
I would assume anything that's done by an executive order and not by Congress can be undone by any other president, of course.
To some degree, in some aspects, yes. Uh, there was challenges with, um, in the federal waters with the oil drilling. But it'll have to be challenged in court. So, I don't think the president has full, authority over all people because we have three branches of government for that, but he
He,
does
he,
within
he also can't
in
stand
the
alone in
executive branch.
he also cannot stand alone in creating a government agency.
But there was one that was created, the USAID, and it was funded then by Congress. So
You
what he's done is
you, you,
he's
you guys would agree
Well,
that
yeah, followed by
Doge needs.
Congress, but what Doge is a task force. That's not an agency.
All right.
So those are two completely different things.
They're
more
not
like an
so
audit
they're
group,
not
to be
so
honest.
completely different. You're going to call
do,
them completely different, but they're not that different in
They
so
legally are
Doge.
different.
I get it, but
Hold
in the
on,
context of what we're
Do,
talking about, they're
Doge.
not.
No, Doge was created by Barack Obama.
It just had a name change, right, Joe?
Yeah, that's my understanding of it.
Yeah.
It was just
Al
repurposed.
Gore was doing
Uh,
this in the Clinton
so, so
administration too.
Daniel, Doge has already been funded by Congress as well. It was repurposed. There was a technology, department that was supposed to upgrade, at the time in 2014, Obama advanced the idea of having a technology department that helped upgrade, uh, and review the computer systems in the federal government. And that department has been repurposed and funded by Congress and in the last, spending bill. So they're operating within the law.
Do you feel that they are able to be relied on in terms of their IT prowess in that sense of security and things like that, given the wide
A,
range of exposure they
a
have? Do
lot,
you feel?
a lot more than the people in power before them. Yes.
Okay, okay, okay.
Yes. When comparing
Can
it
I just
to,
can I
to
bring can,
Biden's,
yeah,
oh,
can I
hold on. When comparing it to Biden's administration, yes, I trust them so much more. Yes.
okay, okay. Can I bring up probably an uncomfortable fact to look at? But there's new reporting today about the website for Doge, Doge.gov, which is apparently its database is open to the public by a simple little back door that they apparently didn't set up in a way that was secure, and it actually has access to some very significant private information of the government you would
That's not,
not, as an
no,
American
no,
citizen, want to be.
uh,
I'm just saying you can go look it up and not
no, hold on,
defeat it before I even
hold
finish.
on.
But
Hold on. You're actually perpetuating lies on this stage.
no,
The
no, no,
website,
I've got
wait, no,
facts on
hold on. The website that does not have any personal information on it, was hacked. That happened today,
it. Okay.
but there's no personal information on it. Can
Oh,
you
did I say
substantiate the claim
personal
that
information? I didn't say personal. I
yes,
said government. Nope. I
yeah,
said government. I did not. Well, I don't mean to convey personal because what concerns me is the government information that was made accessible. That's what concerned me, not the
can,
personal
can you
thing of people's
substantiate that?
social security numbers or that bullshit. I don't care about that.
Can you
I think
substantiate that?
they just saw it on the Huff Post. I mean, do you have any other sources, Daniel, that you could put in the chat? I
Well,
mean, Huff Post
well,
is not the place to have any
I would
intelligent
agree. HuffPost is
another thing,
absolutely slanted. I would totally agree with that. I think that the report that you're going to see is multiple sources that they quote that are worth investigating, and we'll just see what comes from it. It's only has through
Daniel,
today. What's only wait, we can all say it's not a matter of lies. It's just a matter of this has surfaced today, and I think it's something you should be concerned about. And if it turns out
Daniel,
it's nothing, it's nothing.
most of the people that work for SpaceX, and Elon Musk, I'm just giving an example, they have security clearance. So anything that is sensitive that they're looking at, Donald Trump is not stupid. Elon Musk is not stupid. They're not going to have people that don't have security clearance looking at sensitive information. Now, as far as you saying their database is open and we can go look at it, maybe we can look at public things like where our USAID money is going. What would be so personal about that? You can get a do a FOIA request for anything that taxpayer money is used for. So, exactly, can you name or pinpoint the sensitive information as being leaked?
Yes, I'll prepare that right now.
Okay, thank you. Because that's one thing that I hate that people do, not you, but I've had this argument. And in order to look at certain files to do an audit, yes, you might have to have security clearance, but when the IRS audits us, they don't have security clearance. Um, so an audit is something that is as simple as looking at spending. We don't have to look that deep into it. They're putting up a fight because a lot of these AI companies and a lot of this, listen, the money's about to stop. The money's stopping. So you guys better buckle down. Stop spending so much money. It's gone.
It's gone. You think there's a shortage of money, do you? Is that what you think?
No, I know how you feel. There's a shortage of money that's going to be given to people so freely now for all these development projects. Also, did you see China put out that new AI that's better than all the AI here and it only costs $5 million to run it, and over here it costs like 70 million?
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah, so I'm
And
telling you, like,
that's
we're
significant.
fucked.
And you think
Things
that's
are gonna
significant?
start costing what they're supposed to cost
Nah, that,
now,
that shit is
I
and
cap.
see.
people won't be able to inflate the cost of things like a hammer. The Department of Defense is paying
Yeah.
$600 for one hammer. Get the hell out
I
of here.
agree with everything.
All
I
that
agree
shit
with
is
everything you
stopping.
said, except for that deep seek AI. That shit is cap. They lying.
They're not lying. Actually, I'm telling you, these people, you have these corporations that are inflating the prices of what it actually costs to run things.
No,
And
no, it
China's
work. It
showing you,
works, but
we're
they're
gonna
but they're
whoop your
spending. They spend way
listen.
more money than they said
When
they spent.
China's
They
whipping
lied.
our ass because their shit is ran in $5 million, I don't want to hear it.
Wake it
Yeah,
up, Jazzy.
yeah. That's
Thank
Wait,
why
God
the
for Jazzy
that's
being
why
on
the
stage.
that's why
Everybody give
the
it
Wake
up
it
for
up,
the
Jazzy.
GPUs
Jazzy.
are on back order.
Yeah,
That's why
Jazzy.
GPUs are on back order right now because they don't
Jazzy,
have any.
Jazzy literally just bitch slapped the whole entire stage.
It
Thank
was
you.
sexy. I'm not gonna
No,
lie.
look,
It was
hey,
sexy.
GPUs are on back order right now because they don't have any. Right? Is that what you're saying?
what is that? A chip?
Yeah, it's the chips, Jazzy.
Exactly.
Well,
Exactly.
there's an American man that has more than half of the ownership in chips in Taiwan. So why are they on back order? We just
Isn't
put eight. We just put
isn't
$8 billion
Because
of
isn't
current.
they're not
wait,
getting to
wait,
the
wait,
to
wait,
the
wait, wait, hold
destination.
on.
They're not
Isn't
getting
that
Hold
to
on.
not the isn't that not the richest black man in North America now?
I'm not sure it was a white guy, but this is the thing though that the point I'm trying to make. America actually is in charge.
Transparency.
America's in charge of the Indo-Pacific area of Taiwan that produces chips. We just spent $8 billion in deterrence to keep China out. You mean to tell me we can't
But it
get
doesn't,
chips delivered here on time?
now
Gotta
you talking
love
about the
her.
Chips Act.
Sexy.
That money went to
and
Intel.
that doesn't work because 20% of the chips produced in Taiwan are sold to Taiwan. Do you know how many massive companies, like computer companies, there are in Taiwan? None.
Yeah, but do you know
That
how many of
20% is
them
going
are
to China. They're
American
smuggling it
owned
through
and
Taiwan to
operated?
China.
Wait,
It's
wait, wait. Listen to
American
what you just
owned.
said. How
Hold
many of them
on.
are owned and
It's
operated?
American owned companies and American ran companies
No, that's a
and
fact.
American funded companies. So we can fund them. Why can't we get the goddamn chips here?
God,
So
there it
so
is.
so
No,
so
no.
Jazzy, wait,
Love it.
wait, 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 wait,
Taiwan
wait, wait.
Semiconductor is already built. They're already built a chip factory in Arizona. It's already built.
Okay,
Well, we already
so Jazzy, have you heard of David Stewart?
no. Let me look.
Yeah. So let that sink in for a second. That's a black American man that started a U.S. based business. He's now worth almost $12 billion. Made the Forbes list this this freaking year, over the last couple of weeks, and nobody was paying attention to that. And it was actually crazy because Organic actually brought that to my attention just the other night. And just in looking and doing my research, like that's pretty fucking crazy, Jazzy.
It is.
$12 billion. That's wild.
And to
And
this
Doc,
woman in the chat that says I don't understand technology, ma'am, you don't have to understand technology to understand logistics. There is no
I love
shortage
you.
of yeah, there's no
Yes.
shortage of chips. So if the chips are
Yes.
being produced, but they're saying, "Oh, well, we're having a problem shipping," you're not having a problem doing shit. Ship the fucking
Hey,
chips and
I
shut
just
And
the fuck
so,
up.
I
You
so
don't
just
have
we're
want to
to
point
we're
out
understand technology to
David
know
Stewart
that
is a is a
the
the
chips
same
are
FBA
thing.
brother.
Wait,
the
wait. What
chips.
Jazz is
Okay,
saying?
wait,
Hello.
Wait, my
wait,
question is, but wait, hey, Dr. Adams,
David
my
wait,
question
wait,
Stewart
is,
is
wait. So I want
FBA.
to wait. So I want to ask a question. Okay, wait,
oh God, you just did.
wait. Okay, so let me ask a question. What is it that we depend on overseas in the sense of us not being able to cultivate these same chips in the United States? What is it specifically? What material?
Raw
What what
materials.
what material?
At,
What raw material?
uh,
Lithium, maybe. What is it that we're getting from Ukraine?
They put lithium in fucking people's psychotic medications in the United States.
Not
Like, what are we
like
talking about?
not lithium. What is it called that we're getting from Ukraine, Dr. Adams?
They put lithium
I'm
in
sure there's a
Tesla
lot of
batteries.
lithium in a battery, right?
Thank
Yeah.
you. So,
So
so
Okay.
again, what specific
No, you're right.
It
element?
is
No,
the
no one
you
machines.
think
It
about
is
no
the
it,
Okay,
one's
so,
machines that
so,
denying
make
so
the
that.
hold on, hold on,
superconductors.
hold on,
I'll
hold
tell
on,
you.
hold
I'll
on,
tell you.
But
hold
you're
on.
asking
it
the
costs a
same
lot of
question
money
that
to
Jazz
Okay,
build
was
them.
just
wait,
asked.
There
wait,
are
wait, wait,
resources
wait.
and
You guys hold
materials.
on. Wait. You guys are all talking at the same time. Okay, we're not doing that. So one at a time. Can somebody answer the question? Okay, what specific element and material?
Silicone.
They have silicone breast implants in freaking Beverly Hills. Like, what are you
Yeah,
guys
it says the
talking
most.
about?
I can
So
answer. I
if
can
I can
answer if you want.
speak,
That's different than a silicon wafer. Okay,
can I speak?
Silicone?
silicon breast
Like, what the
implant is
fuck
different
are
than
you
a
guys
But
silicone
talking
why
about?
wafer.
are
Have you
we
guys never even
judging
looked at a
her?
periodic table?
Can I speak?
So
May I speak?
Go ahead,
yeah,
Jazzy.
So a silicone is the most important mineral for semiconductor manufacturing and is used to make silicone wafers, the largest portion of the semiconductor materials market. It says integrated circuits with billions of transistors are squeezed onto less than a square inch of silicone. So it says here that that's the most important mineral for semiconductor manufacturing.
let me just say, if Jazzy would have been my teacher in high school, I would have just been like so happy to just sit there and be like, "Yay, she's going to tell
Great,
me about
great, great.
communism."
Before,
But she
So,
like
so,
she
so
wait.
let's
makes
let's
no.
stop
Hold
the
But no,
answer.
listen,
on.
wait.
Before we
So
get carried,
Dr.
no, no,
Adams,
no, 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 no. Before we get carried
well,
away,
this is twice you've
Jazzy,
done this.
hold
Why?
on. Okay, Jazzy, where is that said material cultivated the most, for which we depend on?
In California.
Thank you. That is my whole point. And that's why I don't want people chattering past people answering questions, because that was a very important point to make. That was not an international place for which we depend on that said
Wait,
resource.
Wait, but hold on a
wait, can
second.
Yeah,
I
Because there's
add
a
but
whole
now,
something
process
else?
of
oh,
Really
manufacturing.
quick and I'll shut up.
There's a
There
whole
are
process to making the
there
chips.
are other raw materials used,
Right.
right? But silicone is the most commonly used and the most important. There's also germanium, gallium, indium phosphide.
Do
Um,
we produce any of those things in the United States?
yes.
Most of those are
Thank you.
imported outside the
So,
do
subcontinent.
we
so
produce
again,
oil in the
this
United
goes
States?
back to
Yes or
Yes.
no?
Yeah.
we absolutely do.
The
So again, we
problem
So
need to
is
be
why
the
aren't we
having
problem is
refining
the
the
problem
oil
is
so
here?
the
so
United
again,
States,
this is
right?
why I keep slowing you guys down in this
Yeah, but
conversation.
she's going to
It's
talk
still
super
more than
loud.
20
Oh,
countries. When it
Jesus
comes to
And
Christ,
producing
have mercy.
semiconductors, we TSM relies.
This is really not that simple, okay? You obviously hear me speaking, okay? This is why I
yeah,
slowed you down in this conversation because be quiet, please. Have some composure. You guys are all adults, all right? So this is why I slowed down this conversation to where I did because again, people were missing the point that was being made. There is no international dependency on any of these said resources for us to be able to continue producing these chips.
At the volume that we need it, yes, there is.
Let me just point out that ASML is a company in the Netherlands. They actually make the machine that TSM uses to create semiconductors.
There's a
So it's
lot of
more
companies that
it's
make it.
deeper than you think. Now they do create a lot of those parts in in
San
California.
Jose, California.
They create, like, for instance, they make the nozzle in San Diego at one place. They send these parts over to the Netherlands. This is where the machines are built.
They have
That they
machines
send to
everywhere.
TSM. They send these machines to TSM, and TSM uses these machines to reproduce microchips. Right now, ASML has I believe it's like a 1 nanometer machine that they're about to start selling to companies like AMD and Intel. That actually make the end product, right?
They're the ones that
So
encrypt the chip.
But
So
80s, and that's
yeah,
almost it. But
go
you
ahead.
hit on the point, right? Like, why is it TSMC? TSMC, Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company, was the one that created the manufacturing process for the modern day semiconductor chip. That's why Taiwan is the center of semiconductor manufacturing. It's also because they have the supply chains, they have super efficient manufacturing, and they invest a crazy amount in staying the leader in that space, right? And that is the reason
Yeah,
why Taiwan is killing it.
and
It's not the materials. It's the first
it's
mover
the
advantage.
assembly.
The fact they
Yeah, it's the
invented it.
assembly
it's the
line
top
basically.
rate. If you compare Northern California's affordability to hire an employee compared to Taiwan, you'll see the difference. It was called Silicon Valley for a reason at one point, but obviously the cost of hiring employees, managing shops, having
Yeah,
machines.
It's silicon,
but look it
not
up.
Yeah,
Look
look
it
at the
silicone.
up.
title, bro.
You're up.
TSM
No, 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 no.
TSM just
You're the
built a
one that
Silicon,
title
factory.
working
not
up from the cookies,
silicone.
bro. It's
We're
cool.
from the
Not
South.
TSM
sil-
We're gonna say
Look
This
it
is
Silicon
up.
crazy.
Silicon
TSM
Valley.
just built a
This
factory
is
in
so
Arizona,
crazy.
right outside of
You
Phoenix.
know we know what we're talking
It's gonna
about.
be 6,000 jobs. 6,000 jobs right outside of Phoenix. TSM just built a
Yeah, we
factory.
don't
It's
really
already built.
care if they're
Nvidia
gonna
got a
hire
factory in
Indians
Arizona too.
and more other Asians, right? Because
I mean, they're
Indians are
gonna hire
Asian.
whoever's there. So
No, they're not gonna
they got.
hire Americans to do shit like that. They're gonna tell you you don't know what you're doing. Just like you're saying we can't mine gallium. Someone in
You
the
can go to
chat,
school for it. You
right?
can go
But
to
hold
school
on.
for it too, though.
Gallium's in the Earth's crust and core. You can mine it anywhere. It's just
Yeah.
only mined right now in a
If
few
you're not an
places.
engineer, I'll tell you that
Yo,
they ain't
yo,
gonna
Bro,
yo,
it
yo,
hire.
yo,
doesn't
They gonna
bro.
matter.
stay out
And
the
you
money.
won't even let me speak. I get it. This is your field. But what I'm telling you is you all are useful idiots. They tell you nothing can be done in America the same way. It can't be done. It's not as if they don't want to. They want to do it somewhere where they can pay people pennies on the dollar.
Right.
Shut the hell up.
No, I just told you that
That's
I agree with you. TSM is an American company. It's the company is registered in California, even though all their business takes place overseas. But they just built a factory in Arizona, right outside of
Nvidia has one in
Phoenix.
Arizona too.
Yeah, and they're gonna be hiring like 6,000 people. That's what I just was saying. I agree with you, and I'm trying to tell you what it is that's going on. You know, I don't know who they're gonna hire.
Yeah, and
It's
then
not up to
people
me.
love to cap for stuff like this, like Jeremy, because he's a foreigner in Canada, even though he's a Canadian citizen, he's not from there. They love going all over the world and just taking jobs for people for pennies on a dollar, right? And they think they're doing better than us. No, you're the slave. You go ahead and take that low wage. I know you think you're getting six figures, so you're doing. No, you should be getting paid way more for these jobs. They want to pay people nothing to put their lives on the line to mine these precious metals out the earth. Fuck them. And there's no way you're going to sit up here and tell me they cannot figure out a way to fucking make chips in America. They figure out a way to do everything else they fucking
They
want
doing
to.
it.
We are one of
We
the
doing
top
it.
oil producers in the fucking world and we purchase
Yes,
Yeah.
oil from other countries.
100%.
It makes no fucking sense.
I don't mean to
No, it
interrupt. I
does
was just
make
saying
sense.
that
It
we're
does make
doing it.
sense, Doctor.
It does make sense if
America
you're
Just
does.
shut
looking
the
to
It
fuck
go
does
up,
make
there.
sense.
Jeremy.
We're doing it.
Now I'll
We're doing
explain it.
it.
America does
I don't want to
produce and
hear you say
manufacture the
shit because
most oil in the
you're
world.
It's
I know.
happening. It's
Canadian.
happening. It's
You're
You're
happening.
right. You're right. They
Wait,
do.
hold
Canadian.
up, Jazzy. I want to hear what
And
Jeremy,
and
just because.
I'll be really quick. So yes, America produces more oil than any other company or country in the world. Also,
Facts.
it uses more than it produces, and so it needs to import a shit ton of oil in order to meet America's needs.
No,
And
no.
so it's true. So, Kitty, here's the deal: 60% of the oil that is imported into America comes from Canada. True fact.
Honey, what Jazzy's saying, what I'm saying is that if we drill, if we use our own natural resources and we refine
Hmm.
our own oil and have our own crude oil instead of using it and utilizing it from offshoring other countries, let's say the Middle East, why we're getting it from Canada? Why are we doing that? Why when we have it right here? That's the whole point that we could
Yeah,
have gotten to from the beginning.
it's a
Without
good question.
Dr. Adams
It,
It's a good
it
question.
okay,
going
so
I'll
it's
crazy.
answer it. I'll answer the
hold
question.
on. No, hold on, Jeremy. It's a disingenuous argument you're making because our own federal government has put up barriers and roadblocks of expanding oil. We were under Donald Trump in his first term energy self-efficient, and we can do that
Hmm.
again under Donald Trump. So it's not
Yeah.
Yeah.
that it's not possible. It's definitely possible, and we've done it before. And now that we kicked the Democrats out of power, we're going to do it again.
So
Gonna
let me
get all
respond
you
to that,
motherfuckers.
Kitty
Baby
and
We're
Joe.
Rance,
gonna
what
get
do
all
you
you
think?
motherfuckers out of here. You're not gonna keep stealing our jobs. We're not dumb. We're not incapable. Even though you think we don't speak like you think we should, we're not as
Let me
articulate.
know
We
if I
don't
can
give a
respond.
fuck. We have been running our country very efficiently without foreign entities for a long time, and we want to get back to it. Okay?
Jeremy, it's
We're
time
So
to
gonna
so
kick the
get
Kitty,
Amazing
back
Rance.
to it,
facts.
and you're
She's
gonna
spitting
sit
so
your
Kitty,
ass
facts.
back and you're gonna watch.
That's right.
Yeah,
so
You
Kitty,
got
exactly.
it,
Kitty
Kick
and
the
Emma.
Joe,
Rance. Jazzy's
Kitty
Rance.
and Joe,
Ow!
if I could respond really quickly. So,
America.
so
Actually, Canada would
American,
collapse without
uh,
the trade deficit that you
I
have with
appreciate
our
that.
country.
I
You do
appreciate
know
that. Let
that,
me
right?
respond really quickly. If I can respond really quickly. So
Hey,
Oh
American
my
oil
Canada is like
companies.
God. You like
98%
begging to
ice.
All
talk.
right, guys.
Harriet
A
in the
real man
house.
Just
takes the
it's all
mic
good.
and they just speak.
No, it's all
Harry's
good. Let me
Stop
know
coming
when I can
begging us.
respond.
back.
Yeah,
You're
fine,
not
Let,
fine, fine.
American.
let's
No,
let the
well,
Canuck respond.
Go ahead,
Go
Canada.
ahead, Jeremy.
Go ahead, Jeremy. Go ahead.
Appreciate that. So American oil companies today have a massive amount of lands that they own and can drill on today.
No,
Like
actually, they
they actually
lease.
have
They don't
hold
own.
on,
They
they have that
lease. They have a lease.
financially it doesn't make
shut up,
sense for
David.
them to
I love
do it
you.
be, because increasing the amount of production will reduce the cost of oil. And
No.
so financially, they decide that they do not want to drill in the lands that they already can drill on. They have a massive amount. And so if Trump goes and says, hey, you can drill in even more lands, that's not going to force them to drill more
All right,
because they
shut
don't
the
want to
fuck
do that
up.
because the cost of
No,
oil
because they
will
don't want
remain
to
high if they
regulate.
don't
They
increase
want to
production.
drill
All
and
No,
they
right.
no,
want to
Jazzy,
leak
he's
methane.
right.
Well, go ahead and
Hold on.
interrupt
They
me. It's
want to
fine.
leak methane in people's well water in these small towns. They don't want to regulate it. All they have to do is buy an extra nut and a bolt
Doctor,
and
if I can just
hire.
finish really quickly,
Listen,
please.
and all they have
Okay,
to
go
do
ahead.
is buy an extra nut and a bolt and secure the goddamn pipes that's under the ground and stop them from leaking water. Look at what happened with the BP oil spill. No regulation. We don't need vice presidents sitting as chairmen
Well, you
and,
have to
and,
let
and
the
So,
CEOs.
so,
I'm
so,
almost
Kitty
done.
and Joe,
I'm
if I can
almost
finish.
done.
All right.
I'm
I'll fix it. I'll get
almost
it right
done.
here.
We,
Okay.
we don't need vice presidents sitting as CEOs of Halliburton Energy and whatever other energy company at the same time so that they can
right,
deregulate these things. This is
right.
important.
It's
We
not
have a
water
plan for
though
our
Yeah,
leaking.
we have a I'm still speaking. We have a
You
plan
got
for
it.
our country and it's called not listening to people from other countries. We
yeah,
don't
but
want to
Yeah.
hear what
Jazzy,
you have to say
J-
when
yeah,
it
but
comes to
Oh,
our
Jazzy,
economy.
okay, but
Jeremy,
Jazzy,
Respectfully.
why cure cancer? Why cure cancer if you're big pharma? You know what I mean? If you're big
no.
pharma,
Well,
why
yeah.
fix
Exactly.
Okay.
some? That's really honestly brass tacks. If we get down to it, why fix the opioid epidemic when you're big pharma? When you just give out more Lortabs,
So,
man, you give
so,
out more OxyContin.
so
Facts.
The
this,
Give
same
them more
Jeremy,
thing
pills
goes
it's
for
on
your
another
here with the
cancer.
oil.
disingenuous argument from you, though. Jeremy, the issue that you're saying,
I haven't even been able to
not
finish one argument, Joe. But
not
go ahead.
all oil is equal in every location, and there is more desirable oil in some areas than others.
Not
And so, Joe,
all
if
oil
I
is
can just
good oil.
guys, if I can just finish
Yeah,
really
just
quickly
let
here,
Jeremy
is
go.
that
Yeah,
Kitty?
yeah, go ahead, Jeremy.
Kitty and Joe, I agree with you. Long term, America does have access to enough oil to satisfy their needs. Long term, they do. But that's losing the nuance. The reality is that the majority of America's oil processing plants are designed to process Canadian oil, dirty oil, like oil sands. And the
Oh
reason why is
my
because, oh, but hold
God.
on, Jesus, can I finish a
What are you
fucking
talking
Shitty,
sentence?
about?
crappy
Can
We
I
oil.
can
fucking finish a
redesign
sentence
it,
here?
No, but
motherfucker. We
Jeremy,
don't
Fuck.
Jeremy,
All
this
right.
is
You know what? This is
care.
misinformation.
useless.
It's
With the
No, this is
money
just
we
fucking
misinformation.
save
useless.
on
Whatever, guys.
transgender
All good.
No,
motherfucking
No, but it's
plays, we
misinformation.
can
hold on.
redesign the
Our,
oil
our,
refineries,
hold
Negro.
on. The point is Canada can't refine certain parts of the oil that they do have, and we have the refineries to do it. Let's just be realistic.
Thank
Canada
you.
doesn't have the refineries, right, Jeremy?
Hell yeah, fire them bitches back up. Go to Gary, Indiana. Go to goddamn Detroit. Fire all that shit
No,
back
we
up.
asked Jeremy. So
Yeah.
I'll try.
wait.
Yeah,
I'll try.
let's put
Guys,
these young
guys, I will
criminals
try one
back in
more.
the
I will try
factories,
one more
man.
time. I'll try one more time. The reason why America, the majority of America's oil processing plants are designed to process Canadian oil is because Canada is forced to sell it at a discount. America buys it radically discounted to the price of Saudi
What?
Arabia oil.
What?
Yes,
No,
it's
no,
because we
no, no,
can't
no,
sell
no,
it.
You
Jeremy,
guys
Jeremy.
charge
Uh,
us
No,
so much for
Jazzy,
fucking
shit.
hell,
Jazzy,
you
Jazzy, fall
guys.
back for a
Can I have
second.
one
Go
sentence?
ahead,
That's
I
Jeremy.
because
guess
we
Go
so.
gave
All
ahead.
right,
you a
go
good
ahead,
Go
guys.
government job.
land your
This is
plane. Go ahead,
painful.
Jeremy.
We Canada did not have a route to take its dirty oil from Alberta to either Vancouver or to the East Coast. It didn't. And so the only pipelines that existed was shipping it down to our biggest customer, which was America. And because America could get Canadian oil at a discount, the majority of your oil processing plants are designed to process oil sands, not Saudi oil. And
Not
because it's a
majority,
discount, because
not the majority,
Let him
but
finish.
some
Let
of them.
him finish. Wait, sorry,
I'll
Joe.
be quick.
Sorry, I
I'll
didn't
be really
realize it
quick.
was
I'll be
you.
really, I'll be really quick. And why do Joe? Why do you think 60% of America's imports come from Canada? By definition, the most of your
Because
processing
we're
plants
doing
have
Bid
you a
to
rigging.
process
favor.
our
Bid
oil.
rigging.
We're doing you
Bid
a
And
favor.
rigging.
I'll finish with
No,
No,
but
this.
we're
I'll
Canada
finish with
subsidizing
uses
this.
them.
all
I'll
We're
kinds of
finish.
doing
The
I'll
you a
finish
1%.
with
oil in
this.
your
favor.
whole
You're
country.
The
welcome.
1%.
I'll finish. I'll finish with this.
We're
We now have a
subsidizing your whole
pipeline to
country.
We don't
Vancouver.
need your fucking
We are now
oil.
we are now going to sell to China. And guess what? How quick can you
Good
guys change
luck.
your entire energy infrastructure? We
Oil
We don't
power
now,
give a
nigga.
fuck.
Buy
Boston.
We
We
don't
everything.
power
give
New
a
York.
fuck.
We supply
Fuck you
60% of
and
your
fuck your
oil.
oil, motherfucker.
Yeah.
We
Yo,
don't
yo,
need it.
yo,
Fuck
yo.
around
Hey,
and
Excuse
hey,
me.
fuck
until
around
we
and find
until
out,
we
America.
until we put a
You
blockade
fuck
around
around and
around
find out. You don't
Canada.
even have
Okay.
a car.
Let's
Wait,
see you
You don't
sell
even have
gas
a
wait,
to China
car.
then.
See,
Then
wait,
we
you're
put the
just
wait,
on
blockades
campus
up.
like
wait,
Yeah.
CPT, believing
wait. There's a lot of people talking at the same time, okay? Like one at a time. Jeremy, as far as a person in the state of California, I don't know if you noticed that there's freaking oil rigs and oil platforms off the coast of said Southern California. If you look at the Beverly Center is built on a facade around a fracking operation. So again, at the end of the day, oil is plentiful in the state of California, as in Oregon, as in Washington, as in Alaska. So at the
Texas.
end of the day, we don't need your fucking oil. We don't. So at
And
the end of
not
the
only
day,
that, Adams, but I'm
go ahead,
tired of
Jesse.
this narrative about, well, you're getting it at a discounted price. Nigga, we're
No,
doing
we're
you a
not.
favor. Exactly. We don't need your oil. We're like, you know what? We'll take your shitty, dirty fucking oil, clean it up. Yeah, we're buying it at a
Jesse,
discounted
Jesse,
rate
Jesse,
because
Jesse,
our
think about
oil
this.
is better.
Jesse, think about this. Think about this, okay? So, California can pump their own oil, and we have refineries here. Why the fuck are we paying for the cost of transportation and having our prices jacked up in depending on said Canadian oil? Fuck all that. So again, Jeremy,
We're
if
doing
that's
them a
what,
favor and
We're
we're losing at
subsidizing.
the
We're
that,
end.
subsidizing
so
Canada
again, Jeremy,
so they can have
if your
Vienna
narrative
sausage.
is true, okay, at the end of the day, fuck it. Okay, we don't need your Canadian oil.
Listen,
No, but
doctor,
Jeremy
I
but
said
says
you, I agree with
the,
you.
here's
the
Listen,
small member
guys,
of CPT.
We
we're
But
all
don't.
saying
Jeremy,
the
it's the
same thing.
if
CPT.
we don't buy
But
his
what's your
oil,
deal with the
he
CPT?
can't eat his Vienna sausage. So
All right, so
We're
let's
all
Yeah,
just
saying the
be
we're
same
not
clear.
thing,
all,
guys.
So,
Jeremy,
so
Long,
Jeremy,
they don't
Jeremy, we're
have any
not
of
hold
all
on,
that.
hold
saying
on,
the same thing.
hold on, Jeremy. You're not the major supplier of energy to American. That's kind of how you imply it. Much of the oil that comes from Canada is used to create plastics. I'm not wrong, right?
And yeah, no,
Yeah,
my
it's to
statement was
make
that,
plastic.
but
So,
no,
but you're not
Yeah,
for,
that's
for
the,
sure.
not
the way
oil.
you
My
imply it
statement,
though is that we're
Joe.
like sucking
That's
on the tit
petroleum.
of Canada for our energy, and we're not doing that. It's to make
Thank you.
plastic.
So you're not. So where does the majority of the Northwest Americans' energy come from, Joe?
What do you mean by energy? I feel like you're misleading us on
Again, yeah,
purpose.
you're
Yeah,
just
this is
I'm not.
weird.
implying
I'm
it.
saying.
They're
I'm
Our
called
saying.
energy
water
I'm
comes
dams.
saying.
from
They're
the
called water
Yeah,
mines.
dams.
Hoover
I don't know.
Dam. Let's see the windmills over in Palm Springs, the nuclear energy
I said
plants
no.
between
Oh, okay.
San
Okay. I'm
Onofre
going
and
to
the
interrupt
Central
here. I'm going to
Coast.
interrupt here. He's talking about the nuclear plants that's inside of Winnipeg, Manitoba, Ontario has a division as well. There's also energy plants that are pulled. You're talking about small areas in the Midwest, Jeremy. Listen, this is
Mrs. You're
complete.
wrong.
No, I'm not. I just looked it up, bro.
Rydell, we
So if
literally
you
have the
don't
San
So okay,
Onofre.
guys. So
Rydell,
everybody,
Rydell,
we
we
all.
literally
no,
have
no,
the
no.
San
We're not
Onofre
going to argue.
plant in Southern
We're not
California.
going to. Here's
We
Jeremy.
have plants
You and
down
I,
south too.
you're not.
Thank you.
Everyone, stop. Jeremy, I'm married to a Canadian. I not only own homes in the United States, but I'm also actually surprisingly currently physically right now in Canada. So the same Google search device that you're using, I'm using as well. Hello there. That's what is going on. Winnipeg has a massive nuclear division that is utilized for creating energy for Minnesota, Wisconsin. Okay, most of Canada's energy production does not at all serve all of the northern part of the United States of
It's
America.
only five
What in
states,
the
right?
fuck are you talking about?
He sucks
So
China's dick,
I'll
not
tell.
Canada's.
No,
He
I'll
feeds
Oh,
I'll,
No,
China's
no,
I'll
no,
dick.
tell you
no,
the
no, no,
you
no,
answer.
no.
just
Oh,
cooked
no,
your
This
I'm
is what
happy to
ass.
tell
Canadians
you.
do.
I'm
This
happy.
is this is what Canadians do. They think that they're like Denmark or Singapore, where a lot of Americans don't actually know what's going on in Canada, and they've got this whole secret fucking country. Okay, the only reason I know that is I married one. Okay. That's not the case. We're not that illiterate to your country. And surprisingly, there's a lot of cross relationship as well as international law that we Americans know about. You, particularly me. I'm on the same Google fucking thing that you are, sir. I have the
Hey,
same stupid fucking Trudeau information regulation bullshit going through my phone as you do. You do not
Why is she
supply the
yelling?
hey,
United States
Jeremy,
of
we
America
coming to get
with a
that.
predominant amount of energy like
Because
you
she's
are
right.
9% of New York State's energy comes from Canada.
claiming.
9% of their
We
electricity comes from Canada,
we coming to
from
get that
Hydro Quebec.
Canada
Nine
Wait,
percent
wait,
of the
wait, wait,
90%
country
wait,
is
of
wait, wait.
oil.
we
Hold
coming to
on.
get that.
99%
1 second. 1 second.
of New York State's
One
electricity
second.
comes from
Canada
One
Canada.
about to
one
be
second.
us.
1 second. You
You
said
Not
just
just
wait.
9.
Canada's oil.
Did you say 9%?
9% of New York State's electricity comes from Canada.
Man, that
We
ain't
don't need
9%.
percent,
it.
man.
Hold
That's
on,
less
hold
than
You
on,
that's
don't need
less
hold
it.
than
You
on.
don't need it,
10%.
huh?
Excuse,
That's less
no,
than
we
a
don't.
tenth.
Excuse me 1 second. Just like in California, Adams will tell you they have rolling blackouts for the prevention of what? Nothing. They don't need to do that.
Jazzy,
So
Jazzy,
New York
Jazzy. Wait, wait,
State
wait.
is the
Hold on. Can
27th.
I?
I'm going to give her
Man, that
context.
shit
New York State is the
that
27th
shit don't never happen where
largest
I live.
state by
Shit.
size. 27th. So if we were to take that, divide that into 10 equal quadrants, you're not giving that much power compared to the United States of America in its entirety. Are you fucking serious?
Look, we coming to get that, man. Canada, y'all just wait and see. Look, y'all
Yeah.
just get ready. Just
But
Can
but
I?
join
to
Can I? Can
hold
I?
join the team,
Can I?
man. Join the
this
Can I?
team.
Can I
real
speak?
quick, doctor.
And
Yeah, real quick, I'll toss it over to you. Jeremy's being very disingenuous this entire conversation because where American cities get their energy from are from a vast amount of different supply. Here in the Southeast, we have nuclear power, we have natural gas. It's a variety of stuff. To try and say we're sucking off the tit of Canada for our energy is blasphemy. It's a lie. Go ahead, doctor.
Never said
Yeah, we
that.
have
Never said
fossil
that, Joe.
fuels. You did.
okay,
You did.
Jazzy, please.
Yeah, you
So,
talking about nine
Oh my
percent.
God, you were on
Man, get the
mute.
fuck out of here.
okay, so again, okay, the majority of our power does not come from Canada in Southern California. So I
Never
mean,
said that.
it's crazy to me.
All
Well,
across.
again, I mean, the majority of our power in America does not even come from Canada. So what
Of
are you
course not. Never said
talking
that.
about?
Never said
Right.
that.
So
I've
we're
never said
not
any of those
dependent.
things.
You did
We're
say that.
not dependent on you guys for anything other than military proximity. That's it.
Not even bacon.
That's it.
And maple syrup. Maple syrup.
Military, military. We can live without that.
Nah, we got
You know,
maple syrup
military
We make
in
our
proximity.
own
Wisconsin.
maple syrup.
That's
Wisconsin
it.
got plenty of maple syrup.
Right, Dell? Am I
Get it
wrong?
fucked
Like
up.
the only thing that we're dependent
No.
on them for is military proximity.
The only thing that's
We
really
got plenty of
important
maple trees in Wisconsin.
no, it's the North Pole shipping routes. If we're being completely honest, in all reality, Canada would be fucked if we completely separated itself within its joint pack.
Do you guys know? Do you guys know? Yeah.
The Canadian military is absolutely crumbling. The Navy's completely gone. Do you know that CSOR, sir, the Canadian Special Operational Regiment, as well as JTF2, is having the most difficult time getting the most qualified people that they absolutely can? CSIS has absolutely ridiculous individuals. RCMP has completely been flooded with the wrong and non-Canadian based individuals because diversity is our strongest suit, says Justin fucking Trudeau. That's
Right,
completely
Dell?
destroyed your
I'm telling
country.
you, if they bring us into their voting population, they're going to destroy our country. They're
Listen,
going.
Canada. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to mute you, honey.
It's not enough of them.
Canada,
They can't do it.
Canada is completely fucked without the United States. And so you know what Donald Trump is doing the country actually a benefit. Canada never should have sold most of its natural mineral rights to every other fucking country but its own. Canada could be one of the wealthiest countries. I mean, look at what the Navy was during World War II. Holy fuck. Do you remember what the Devil's Brigade was? Do you remember Camp X? Do you know the history of your own country? And your country became a
Yeah.
fucking bitch. Your country became a
Mm.
bitch. And so, guess what? Now the bitch has to wake up, grow a pair of balls, become an actual country, get your sovereignty before we make you the 51st state. I already
Yeah.
have both
Hey,
passports. Doesn't matter to me, but I would really recommend getting Canada's shit back together.
Canada only has
He's
40 million
African.
people.
That's not
The
even his
whole
country.
country of
Can
Canada is
can
only
can
40 million people. Get the fuck
Yeah,
out of
yeah,
here,
yeah,
bro.
but
You're
you also
done.
have
You're
40
done.
million genders over
No, no,
there.
no,
So
no. We
again,
got we
that's why
got
we don't
outside.
want you to be a
That's
part of
not true.
America.
Adams,
Okay.
don't
It's too
believe the
late.
bull.
It's too late. It's
Listen,
too
the
late.
Liberal Party. I'm
It's
here.
too
The
late.
Liberal Party's completely. You guys, when you talk about Canada, don't pull too much shit out of your asses. Listen, Canada, by definition of of natural resources, would destroy the United States if they backed their currency off of the natural resources that they have. It is unbelievable what Canada can produce in terms of wood, water, and rare minerals, and they have fucked themselves out of it. The Navy that they used to have was
Hmm.
unbelievable. Their Special Forces division at one point was fucking cream of the crop with how small they were. Oh my God, they led North Pole and cold special operations globally. And
That's
then they
what happens
fucked
when you're loyal
themselves.
to the queen.
No, you know what really happens? First of all, they have a bunch of Indians who aren't going to do that type of work. They only want to do tech and shit and engineering. They don't want to do the hard work. And I'm just being honest. And Asians, they want to work in the office. So
That's
once you
because
start
Indians
migrating a bunch
Indians
of
grew up
people in
by the
your
equator. Why the fuck
population,
would they go somewhere where
especially
it's ice
men
cold?
that aren't where, am I talking? Hello? Yeah. When you keep migrating men in your society that don't do labor, you see what happens. This is sad. Just I'm tired of Jeremy. He's not from Canada. He's there. He's now telling Americans what we do and how we're sucking off a can. No, I know you hate America and you think we need all these other countries. We've made all these deals with these people that we shouldn't have made, that we didn't need to, and now we're paying for it. And it's gonna stop. We
Yeah,
might
how
not see
many
it within these four
oh
years, but it's gonna stop.
Jeremy
how, m-
went to
how
Canada
many
because he
Indian
didn't
niggas do we need
qualify to go
typing
into
for
the.
real? Like they need to just like Squid Games. You know what I'm saying? Like if the best can advance, everybody else you got to go. You know,
Well,
Natural selection.
let's go.
yeah.
We don't need like a million niggas typing the same three lines of code. Like it's an experiment. Whatever y'all doing, just let's break it down.
the Indian importation is absolutely unbelievable. Not to confuse them with the Sikhs. The Sikhs are quite the Sikhs are actually quite beloved by Canada because of the unionship that the Sikhs had in a war with, I can't recall, maybe Jeremy if you know.
Yo, Sikhs are cool. They're
Yeah,
very like spiritual cats, and they're very respectful. You
they
know?
are. They very much are. And then the
Yeah.
Chinese, you have to understand, the Chinese were slaves in Canada, and they built the
Built the
entire
railroad.
railway. So yeah. So when we talk about, so again, unlike the United States, right? Um, Canada's diversity is they have a very small population of blacks that fled. I know, Jazzy, what you're gonna say, but with Operation Under,
Girl, they did not flee no damn slavery. Stop it.
Did
Stop
they
That
it.
you know what I was
literally
gonna
talk about
say?
Thank
that
you.
was
Chinese
just the
Canadian
Those are
underground.
slaves
some
and
misguided Africans.
just like rub over the whole
Yeah,
American black slavery
that was
thing?
the
This is come
Underground
on,
Railroad.
come
That was
on.
just
You're missing. There's an
that was the
inside
last
joke.
stop on the Underground
Jazzy
Railroad.
does not
No, the
believe.
fuck it was not.
I don't believe in the
Anyways,
Underground Railroad.
if you go to Nova Scotia and New
Mm.
Brunswick, you'll actually hear the story. The rule of thumb was they
Hmm.
had to serve 2 years in the British Army to acquire freedom inside of Canada. So there
Yeah,
is
they got
quite a
Creoles up
large
there.
black. There's quite a large black population in the Nova Scotia, New Brunswick
I
That's a
don't
area.
fact.
believe that
That's a
black people
fact.
do not like the cold. Those were
No,
Africans.
Adams,
those are
I've been
Right,
No,
there.
those
specifically
were
Dell?
Adams,
Africans.
No,
no.
No,
those were
no,
Adams,
Jazzy, back
no.
slaves.
me up.
those are
Adams, no.
specifically
I've been
Creoles
there.
from Louisiana
Right, Dell.
that went
They've been
a lot
live.
of Creoles
Those
from
are some
Louisiana
niggas.
that
Oh,
Those
identify
are
as
some
Cajun
niggas that
people.
ran to Canada for a better life. That's all.
Yeah,
They
that's
didn't
a
run
yeah.
from
fact.
It's
slavery.
those is
That's a fact.
Cajun people that left the South, that left Louisiana specifically, and went up to because it was French territory. That's why they went up there.
Correct.
It was still French
Correct.
territory.
They weren't
Correct.
slaves though. They just
Co-
were black.
But
And you
they
know,
left
people equate
yeah.
after the
blackness to
Louisiana.
slavery
You
and
gotta
shucking and
realize
Right.
jiving. So I
Thank you,
guess,
after the
Jazzy.
Louisiana
yeah, I
Purchase,
Exactly.
guess
after
they
the
were
Louisiana
That's
Those
not.
sound
Purchase.
like those Haitians.
That's not okay. Listen,
Yo, give me a second.
listen.
After the
I
Louisiana
wasn't there in
Purchase,
the
people
1800s.
were
None of
leaving
us were.
the
So
South.
we're all speculating here.
There we
But
go.
there's the black
I'm not
colonies.
speculating. I'm
Listen,
telling
Jazzy.
Ain't
you.
no
The
speculation. I'm trying to tell
the
you
the
exactly what
black
happened, and you keep
colonies,
muting me.
I didn't mute anyone. The black colonies are New Brunswick, Nova Scotia. Now you go to British Columbia, and that pretty much looks like Chinatown. Now those, for the most part, this is where things get really complicated. Chinese played a massive role in the development of Canada, so it makes sense
Oh,
why.
really?
That's because
Really?
it's
Yes,
like a
Right,
billion of
Dell,
them
you
niggas.
believe that?
Me Chinese, they
Y'all
everywhere.
believe
Them
Jasmine,
any
they're
motherfuckers be
right,
both.
Dell? Them
everywhere.
motherfuckers ain't do shit. You
Jasmine, they
believe
built.
they
Jasmine,
didn't
there's
build
one highway.
nothing.
No,
They
Now
didn't
Jasmine,
they did some shit, but it was
Jasmine.
under certain
Okay,
people
y'all need
direction.
to
You see
let
what I'm
me
saying?
finish here. Jasmine, there is this one highway in Canada that goes from east to west, and it's a railway as well that goes
Yes,
all throughout. The
and
Chinese built that, darling, not the white
but even
Canadians.
right,
more.
Dell.
The
Hold on,
Guess
even
Chinese
what?
more.
did.
But wait,
Yeah.
even more.
We call
There's
that the
one
10
dead
freeway.
Chinese
No,
person.
those
There's
were
one
black
dead.
people. They
There's
were
hold
No,
on.
they
they were
they
not.
yes, they
The
were
black
There's
Comorley
people
one
Simmons
treated
black.
better than
Yes.
the
for
Chinese.
every
They
for
were
every
Comorley.
Y'all are gonna piss me off
there's
because the black people were treated better in Canada by the Chinese. I've been to these places.
Now the
They
Chinese
were
came later though. The
Filipino.
Chinese
You
came
know,
later. They came
Yo,
I'm
later.
gonna
Ray
leave you
J's
guys.
wife is a
guys.
descendant of those railroad builders. Like,
I'm
what are
a
y'all
hard.
talking about?
Okay, now
The
y'all are just
Chinese, there is a
Chinese
now.
dead Chinese man for every kilometer of Canadian railroad that was built.
Chinese
Correct.
Those
people
guys
came later,
fucking
bro.
died en masse to
Guys,
build the
guys,
Chinese
I
Man,
don't
railroad.
man,
care.
whatever,
And
I ain't
man.
gonna
and the
Canadian
lie.
only reason
Railroad,
why the
right
I
British
there.
made
don't
it to
care.
British Columbia
I don't
was
care.
because of
Fuck
dead
your
Chinese
I
railroad,
people.
don't
man. All
care.
right.
Listen. I just don't
Wait
like
till
it
we
when
put
we
that
Americans.
blockade.
Listen,
Wait till we
listen.
put out them
When
blockades
we
on the
Americans
railroad too. We
shit
gonna
on
shut that
Wait,
shit
wait, wait,
down.
wait. Who are you calling a blackie?
when we Americans shit on Canadians, I just want us to have our facts together because there's nothing worse than us saying something that is so wrong. So, Jasmine, I get that you
Right,
don't.
Dell. I
Yeah.
know. I get what you're
I
saying,
said
but all I'm
blockades.
trying to tell you is stop trying to just put black people on this trail to freedom. Like we was always running away from something. Like
I didn't, but
it,
Canada
That's
was
the
winning.
thing. They want us to run
okay,
Jasmine,
away. They
after
want us to
two
run
okay.
away from
years
our
of
own
service
shit.
in the British,
They're like,
okay,
run,
again,
nigga. You gotta.
After 2 years of service
It's
in the
supposed to be an
British
upgrade.
Army, Canada gave home and funding. It was Jasmine. You don't actually. I was in shock when I actually saw what was given, and the entire settlement and parts and property were gifted because of their service. And
Wait,
Canada was
you
still
just
under
said
the U.S.
hose and funding. Like Diddy gave hose and fund. Like, what are you talking about?
And they
Lord
didn't
have
Like
give
this.
mercy, Father.
Hold up,
Rydell
what?
real quick. I get
Wait,
what
what?
you're saying, but okay,
Not
go ahead.
you, not you, but Adam. Sorry, it was Adams that just killed me. Go.
I get what you're
He
saying. I
said
just
Diddy.
really, it's okay. We don't have to even go into. We
But
weren't
she said
running.
hose and funding. So let me just shut up. I'm gonna shut up.
Homes,
She
houses.
said
Oh, I thought
home.
you said hose.
Let me guess. The Chinese people built the houses
Ohms,
for the
nigga.
black people.
No, they were dying
Oh,
on the
Never,
railway.
never,
oh, I
never,
thought they built the houses for the
No.
blacks to live in.
never. Y'all know we did that. Look at the architecture. Look at the quality, man. Come on now. Look
Um,
at
So
the
was there
quality.
black slavery in Canada or no?
no, just
Oh
Chinese.
wow.
That's
Only
what
in
I'm telling
Louisiana.
you.
Only in
Man, the Chinese
Louisiana.
people would have built that house out of
So the
cardboard,
French
man. They
people
wouldn't have
never
did. They
had
would have.
slaves?
Not even in
That's
Quebec.
not true. There,
Nope.
there was
Oh, they had
slavery
Chinese
in Britain.
slaves only.
On the railway.
The Canada, the British ended slavery before America did. There was slavery in early British Canada before it was Canada when it was ruled by the British. But the Brits ended slavery way before the Americans
Was
did.
it
So
slavery
so
or
Canada.
indentured servitude?
No, they just changed the name first. That's all. They changed the
It,
name before you figured out what was going on.
I'm
was it
fucking
I mean,
indentured
screaming.
servitude?
Canada's shame
Servants.
is a little bit Chinese, but mostly indigenous. The shit we did to the people in the indigenous people of Canada is our shame in Canada. Like if America's shame is slavery, Canada's shame is what we did to the
We don't
fucking
have a
But it's just
shame.
indigenous
like
people.
now, bro. They
We
use
don't have a
servants.
shame.
They use inflation, right, to create
Jasmine.
to create the wealth
What the
What
that's
is
hell
she
is
in
talking
going
about?
America.
on?
They use
America
inflation
shame.
to
We
Exactly.
don't.
create
We
a
don't
We
have a
got
wealth
back to
shame.
that's
race and
No,
so that's
nationality.
so
what's a
big.
shame?
You
What's
have
a
to
shame
become
is
a
the Jordan
basically
Downs
a
project in
slave.
Los Angeles, where you had black people actually working towards military efforts in World War II, and now the freaking community has been left to plight. So and just now getting developed. How many 60 years later? So I mean, it's one of those things. That's a shame for us as Americans in this room.
Right.
Which is what
I
I
mean,
was
black.
saying. That's the outcome of that original sin. There's so many fucking
Yeah, but
outcomes that
to be fair, how many black folk are actually in Canada?
Quite a large
I
population.
mean,
Joe, I mean, for
yeah, there is.
40 million, if
They're
you look at New
African
Brunswick,
though.
it's, yo, I'm gonna hurt you.
Exactly. Did you not see the
Right, though?
Super
You
Bowl
know they're
halftime
not
show?
from.
They're not
They're
like us.
African. They're African, and East African to
Okay,
be
so
particular.
here's the facts. Here's the
Nigeria
facts.
or
African
Yes,
and Jamaican.
Shout out to
there are
Serena
less.
Williams.
There are less African American slave descendants in Canada for obvious reasons, and there are a lot of like Caribbean black people and black people who recently came from Africa because of the French language thing in a lot of the cases. So it is more diverse. Like a lot of black people in Canada aren't the first or third or second generation of descendants of African American slaves, but that doesn't make them less black, and that might be a
Well,
controversial
It
Well,
They
statement.
also
hold
are
on,
less
doesn't. It
hold
black
also
on.
doesn't
because
make
you
them
all
from the
So,
aren't
United
black.
States.
You
At the
all
so,
end of
aren't
the
black.
day, listen,
and I
listen.
might have
If
my
you
information
if you
wrong.
want
I don't know anything
listen,
about
listen. If
Canada.
you want black people in Canada to get reparations, you got to
The,
join the United States. You got to become the 51st state. That's how it works.
look,
All right.
look, there
We
they
ain't
did a
got nothing to do
census
with
in
what's going on in
2021.
Canada, sir.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah, hold on, 80s, and
This
No,
is
I'll
the
throw it
United
over to you.
States.
Uh, I'll throw it over to you, 80s. We'll go back to it. In 2021, Canada did a census, and it's 4.3% of the Canadian population is considered black. That's not a drastic amount, man. Go ahead, 80s.
They're
No, you're
lying.
right, Joe.
That's a lie,
They're
Joe.
Somalis.
That's a whole ass lie. I'm gonna tell
No,
you right now.
Rydell. So hear my point really quickly. The Africans, they come from North Africa, East Africa. They do not consider themselves black until they get to America. The
Correct.
United States, to be specific. If I'm being honest, then they're like,
and
I'm
and
black.
and more
I'm
specifically,
black.
Jazzy, when they're applying for some shit. when they're applying for
Right.
some
Like a
shit.
scholarship or some funding. Then they're African American. But at the end of the day, when they go to
Right,
these
because
other
you
countries,
can't check off Ubuntu on that motherfucker. You got to check off Black or African American.
There
no,
you
hold on,
go.
really quick. When they
Yeah,
go to
because
these,
just for Joe, super quick, Joe, I'm gonna tell you right now, if you were to spend a day in, and I've been in every province, you would laugh at the 5%. Like I'm gonna tell you right now, I have struggled finding a predominantly white city in Canada. Respectfully.
I know
But
you was
then
looking
you've
too.
never been to dude. You've never been to Calgary, Alberta. I was born
Hey,
in
you
I
Calgary,
was looking
Alberta, dude. And
hard too.
there was
You was
Jeremy,
like
looking
three
hard.
black
Jeremy,
guys, and I knew them
Jeremy,
by first
that's
name. I'm telling.
that's where my husband's from. I couldn't get over how brown Calgary was. I was in. We went to
Yes, brown,
Hey,
not black.
she was
Yes,
pushing
brown,
high and
not
low.
black.
Well,
There's
my
a
because
difference.
brown is
Hold
statement
not
on,
black,
hold
was
on.
so
You
my
said
brown is very
statement.
brown, not
different
black.
You're
than
That's
right.
what
black.
I'm
You're right.
saying. But
My
wait, I
statement
agree.
was I cannot find a city in Canada that is predominantly white. We went to fucking
Okay,
Regina,
yes, I agree. I agree.
Saskatchewan.
No, but
Wow,
that's
sounds
not
like
us
I
Regina.
should
though.
move
That's
to
not us.
Canada.
And
That's
and
not us
Listen,
though.
I
That's not
listen.
us.
I believe
No,
Saskatoon
you're right.
was
You're right.
filled with Indians and Sikhs. I was like, what the
I know. I know.
but this
She's
number
right.
was
She's not.
the
She's not
number I
wrong.
cited was from 2021. So in looking at it, it appears this has been a change over the last 30 years about because it says there was only 600,000 black folk in Canada in 1996.
they're lying. They're lying. This is what I was trying to tell Radell earlier. Like black in Canada, I don't even want to talk about it. Like Jeremy said, look at what they did to them damn fake ass indigenous people. It's just ridiculous. I don't want to talk about black people in Canada.
You know, I don't want to hear this. While Americans are going to make Drake a thing, like you went and took our whitest black person and made him this fucking rap icon. I can't.
His
I just don't.
dad
I
is
don't
Yeah,
get
but
his
any of it. I
dad.
don't get
at least
any
he's
of it.
half American.
First
At
of
least
all,
he's
his
half
dad
American.
is
That's
from
why he's
Memphis,
getting.
Tennessee. So we don't give a damn what you think. He's
Dude,
part
That's
American.
why he's
literally
getting the
took
beat down. He's getting the
the
We
beat down
didn't
whitest
because
take
he's
black
him.
half
person we
American,
had in the whole
and he shouldn't be
country.
out there.
He walked his ass down here and did what he wanted to do. No one
His
made
da-
him come over
his
here. His
dad his
dad's from
daddy should have made
Tennessee.
him his daddy should have got him born in the USA, and then he would be straight with us. All right, but we making a point by taking his ass
Dude,
down.
he
Don't
was
you
the
understand?
Canadian Britney Spears, like literally the whitest
Jeremy, he
Canadian we
No,
should
had.
no,
still
no.
be
He
making
thinks he's
he should be
a
making
mafia boss. He
Degrassi
thinks he's a Toronto mafia
shows
boss.
still,
All
and
right,
that's it.
he thinks he's a
Yeah.
Toronto
I
mafia
just
boss.
So at the end of the
the
day,
Justin
Degrassi.
Bieber.
he's the only Canadian to actually collaborate with the NFL to catch a predator and the hip hop community that anybody's
Man,
ever
what
seen
the
at the
hell?
Super
That's a
Bowl.
weird
So at
combination.
the end of the day, no, I mean he's a weird dude, very weird dude.
And how exactly did he collaborate with the NFL? Because he didn't do the Super Bowl. So I mean, what's going on there?
Well, I
It's not
mean,
like he did the Super
they
Bowl.
definitely give a shout out on the NFL stage to his cameo on To Catch a Predator.
Oh, okay. That was nice.
What I will say really quickly is that, like, at the end of the day, I think Canada needs to get its ass smacked by America. It needs to stop sucking on the tit of America because that's what we've been doing. And I think even though it's going to be tough, coming out of this,
Well, get
Canada is
used
going to
to it
sell
because
to
you're about to be
China,
the
going to sell
51st
to
state.
Europe, and we're going to be so much stronger. And the reason why America's fucking sanctions don't mean anything anymore is because they've used it too much, and people are doing bricks. They're going to fucking go around. They're going to buy
Hey,
oil with
Jeremy,
Brazilian
I got a
dollars,
question.
and America's going to have no power going forward.
France used
That's the fact, man.
sanctions first. Okay?
Jeremy, I got a question. Who do you think is going
Jazzy,
to be the
Jazzy,
52nd
Jazzy,
state?
I want to make a declaration right here and right now.
Let me ask a
Can we
I
question.
am giving
not
up maple
too much on
syrup.
the French?
I no, hold on. I'm giving up maple syrup over the next 4 years. Okay, Jazzy, I want you to hold me accountable. If you ever hear that I'm ordering food
Man, you
at
shouldn't be eating
IHOP,
that shit anyway.
okay, you definitely need to be holding me accountable. I want everybody in the room to be holding me accountable. I'm not eating maple syrup for the next fucking
but
years.
I don't
Adam,
Good
even
it's
shit.
think
mighty
that
Hey,
that's
good
a
funny.
shit.
large
It's not good for
export
you
We
into the
anyway, man.
United
You don't need
yeah
States.
all
The
that
we
only
sugar.
sort of maple
That's
syrup
high
that's
fructose
worthy is if you guys
corn
take
sugar.
your ass to Ontario and get the maple syrup straight out of the tree trunk. It's absolutely
but we
fantastic.
have
No
But I
thanks.
don't
No
think
thanks. I'm
that I
not
Rydell.
don't
drink.
think that the
First of
United
all, I'm
States
not
is
drinking out
actually
of a tree,
importing large amounts of
miss.
maple syrups,
I'm not
Adam. So
drinking out
you're
of a
okay.
tree.
Well,
I'm
do
not
you
gonna
know
bring
what?
my pancakes out to a tree to coat them with maple syrup. I don't have time for that. Okay.
The
So
thing
I
is,
bet it tastes
Rydell.
great.
The thing is, Rydell, the maple syrup that we get in America is great. We have maple trees here that are just as great as Canadian maple trees.
Oh, I
So
know. I've had them. It's in New York. Yeah.
Thank
Oh,
How
you.
yeah.
dare you? How
yes,
dare you? Vermont
Nah, they're
maple
in
syrup is
Wisconsin.
nothing compared to. How dare you? You know what? I'm
We
just
got
going to.
Wisconsin.
This
We
is
got
just.
maple syrup in
Listen,
no,
This
this
Wisconsin.
whole
is the
every
conversation is
thing. Like,
absurd
first
now.
of
If you're
all,
going to
every
continue,
first of all,
major
hold on
city
one
in
you know
America
second.
what?
has a Maple Avenue.
How
Okay?
dare you?
Stop
How
it.
dare
Your
you?
trees don't even produce syrup 6 months out the year because they're frozen. So what the fuck are you
How,
talking about?
you
I
know
don't
what?
want no
That is
thawed
the
out
most.
ass
Hold on.
maple
That
syrup.
is the
Those are
most ignorant
transgender
statement.
trees.
Hello.
That is the most ignorant statement I've heard all night. Hold on. Let me just say this. The only time that
Yes.
maple syrup can be produced,
Those are
the only time it can
Nobody
be
transgender
want no
produced.
trees.
thawed out ass maple
Let me
syrup.
land.
I'm
Let me
good.
land. The
Thank
only
you.
Trans
time that
trees.
maple syrup can
Whoa.
be produced is when the temperature at night is below zero and the temperature during the day is above zero. During that small window is the only time that you can produce the water from the trees that becomes
Don't you
maple
have
Mmm.
syrup.
days
And
where
so
it's below
Hey,
zero
to
hey,
during the
claim,
Glenn.
day?
God damn
That
it.
secret is not gonna die with you.
Don't
Yeah.
you have
So
days where it's below
We
zero
got it.
during the day?
correct,
We
but
got it. We got it,
Jasmine, that's
guys. We
that's
got
Oh, okay.
under
everything we
the
need.
Canadian Shield,
We
and so
got
where
everything we
most of the
need. He
maple
just told
trees
us
are, they do
the
not
secret of
fall.
Canada.
Okay, they do not fall in the area of the Canadian Shield. So the Canadian Shield is quite north, right? It's way above the 54th or the 57th parallel. Parallel. I think it's like the 52nd or something like that. It's quite high. So
49th.
okay, oh, see, I was close. Look at
We
that,
got it,
49th.
guys.
You're very
So
close. You're very
We
close.
got the
Yeah, and
secret to make maple syrup. We got
that's
it.
why only Vermont and Quebec and Ontario and produces the maple syrup is because you have to have maple trees, sugar maple trees, in a region where at one point in the
Oh
year
my
the
god,
temperatures
bro.
at night are less than
this
zero
is
and the
terrible.
temperatures in the day are above freezing. That's the
Girl,
little window that you can
That's
produce
what's
maple
up.
syrup. I'm just saying.
That's what's
I
up.
know
We
my shit.
got it. We
that
got
is
it.
not a fact.
We got it. You're done.
Not
Canada
a
I'm
is finished.
fact.
crying. Listen,
We
listen,
got it.
listen, listen,
Yo, hey,
listen.
somebody
This
get
is
Trump on the
this is
line.
this is so funny because it's like Big Brother fighting with little sister. Like this is the funniest
But
shit in the
then this
world.
nigga don't know what he talking about.
No, 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 no. I'm talking about U.S.
Fucking
versus Canada. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I because here's the
He
thing.
has no idea what the hell he's
No,
talking
well,
about.
and this is where it's funny because like I will forever be America first, but it's funny having residency and a passport in both countries, right? Because you kind of get to see the massive difference between the countries and also the insane similarities between the two. Canada ain't got shit on the United States. That's just the end of that.
That's a
No.
fact. That's
Now
a
the
fact.
only thing that Canada could do is they could ship out all of their fucking illegal immigrants, protect their borders, invest in their defense, invest in their intelligence sector, and properly utilize their resources so that they can successfully be a socialist country and be quite wealthy for the small 40 million people that populate their land. And it shouldn't even be 40 million. It really should be like 30. And that's it. That's all
So
Canada
I
needs to
funny.
do.
I say
That's
we
it.
send it.
So
I
funny
say we send the
because Canada
military
doesn't
over to
have an
Canada.
immigration problem. Canada doesn't have an
Canada
immigration
doesn't
problem.
have an immigrant.
America is the one
There's
that
no
lets.
white people.
Hold on,
There's no
Mrs.
white people. There's no white
America
people.
Yeah.
is
There's no white
exactly,
people.
and we love
There's
that. We
that's a
love that.
problem.
You're
We
That's
being
a
love
invaded
that.
by
problem.
We
Islamists.
but
Listen,
wait, Mrs.
How
But
would
listen.
hold
you
on,
like a few
Mrs.
soldiers?
No, Canada, when you think of Canadians, you think of Eskimos and white people, and you think of people that look like they're from Norway and
Why
fucking
white people?
Switzerland. Okay, guys, when you think of Canada, do you think of India and Africans? No.
Fuck
No,
no.
no, we
Nope.
don't.
We're diverse.
Yeah, we
We're
There's
thinking
diverse
like
as
no
fuck. We're
The
Nazi
Netherlands
Germany.
and
nationality.
Hold on.
shit.
We're
There's
not
no
Nazi
There
Germany.
nationality.
there
We're
there has been a
diverse.
brand
Remembrance Day was a fucking joke, Jeremiah. Your entire parade was predominantly people who've never served in the United States military. What the fuck are you talking about? There are people that don't even wear the poppy flower. There's no nationalism, there's no patriotism, and you should know better with especially what you guys did in World War II. I can't get over the fact that Canada is the fucking birth of spycraft. You guys birthed spycraft and had the world's largest navy. You had your own beach on D-Day, and you're a fucking joke in the military. Like, I would be fucking pissed. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Diversity
So
destroyed
yeah. Let me
Canada.
answer.
Destroyed it.
Let me answer. Yeah, let me answer, Mrs. Here's the deal. America hasn't won a fucking war in 70 years. Okay? Canada, there's a reason the Geneva Convention was written. It was because Canada was so fucking savage that they had to fucking write the Geneva Convention so Canada wouldn't fucking kill all their fucking prisoners anymore. And guess what? Nothing has fucking changed. Ask
No,
an
that was with the
American
Devil's
soldier,
Brigade. The
ask
Hey,
an
Devil's
American,
Brigade were
ask,
killing. That
Canada's
was
ask,
like the
Canada
oh,
gay
and
part
let me
of
America.
the.
finish. Let me finish.
Wrong.
You
Let
ever
me
see
finish.
Star Wars
Let me finish.
with the
Let me
Empire?
finish.
Canada's
The
like the
Ask,
gay
Geneva
part of the
Convention was
Empire.
written
all
because
right.
we
You
dropped
know
a
what?
bomb
I'm
on
not good.
Hiroshima, right? And because
I'm
Hitler
too
was
tired to fucking
mass
talk over
murdering
people. It's
tons
all
of
good, guys.
people.
Have a good night, man.
Had nothing to do with Canada, all
Yeah,
right?
Canada is like the gay part of the Empire on Star Wars, where there's like a room full of guys just
He
talking.
left.
They all have on
He
like
left.
small pants and shit, and they're like, "Yeah, we should do this," and then they call up the U.S. and the U.S. That's where the soldiers and the gangsters is at. And they're like, "Yeah, go kill these guys over here." Yeah, that's Canada. They wish they were in the fucking green room where everything goes down at. You wish you were in the Oval Office. But you're just in another country over off here to the side watching. You're just watching, it's like read only. These guys are like a old ass fucking hard drive. It's read only. You can't like change anything because they're another country. So you look at them and you're like, they're outdated losers, you know. And they got this
Yeah,
guy named Drake, and he's a loser. Look what one of our guys did to him. He got
yeah.
totally demolished, demoralized.
Canada couldn't defend themselves without America's military. Let's just be real.
Never.
Yo,
Especially with India, Joe. Could you
and he's half
imagine?
white. He
Could
couldn't
you
even he
imagine?
couldn't even get the job at the Super Bowl. He
Anyways,
couldn't even get hired.
they, they
Crazy.
they had the opportunity to be a prosperous country, and then they fucked themselves, and there it is. And so America's going to whoop their ass, and they're going to hit a level of either communism or complete recession and depression. And if they're lucky, Pierre Poilievre will come into the office, and he will try and be the Maple Trump that everybody's hoping that he will be. That's his nickname, Maple Trump. And yeah, and hopefully that would be great for both nations. Trump will then be able to have somebody that he can work with to have Canada stop, fucking us over on tariffs. And I'm sure Donald Trump will decide to not cripple and completely destroy the entire country. But if Trudeau decides to pull back
Mhm.
his resignation, yeah, Canada's done. Canada's done.
Trump
So
is going to
Canada
kill us
Canada
all,
could
and I'm
benefit a
so
lot.
fucking pissed that y'all voted for this man. He's going to kill us all.
Hey,
He's killing
Canada
us
can
all.
benefit. Shut up. Canada
Yeah,
can
will
benefit a
kill us.
lot from joining the U.S. They can actually benefit a lot, right? They'll get federal funding
they're still
for
under the
tons of
crown.
different
The UK
things.
will not allow that. And plus, they're not going to give up their sovereignty. There's too many steps that would actually have to take place. And the crown
Mm,
is actually in possession of most of its natural resources. So the
mm.
United States is not only asking or trying to buy the sovereignty of 40 million people, or I should say more like 32 who actually have proper documentation in
Yeah,
the
yeah. Let's
country.
buy that shit.
But
Cop that
no,
shit.
but you're not listening. You then have to purchase from the UK, and that there's no way in hell that that's going to happen.
Let's buy that shit from England, or let's just
They're not
invade
going to
Let's
sell
England.
it.
be
Fuck England.
honest. Let's be
Fuck
honest.
England.
We
Let's get
can't
their ass
buy it
too.
from the UK because the
No.
UK owns us too.
No, 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 no. Let's go
Yeah,
over
yeah,
to
yeah, yeah,
England. Let's
yeah.
go over to England and
Can't
whoop
The
some
happen.
crown.
ass.
Okay, so
Fuck
80s,
that.
80s, you're not listening. The majority of the natural minerals and resources of Canada is called crown land. So if Donald Trump were to buy
I
Canada,
got you.
he's only buying two parallels. Like we're talking, it would go from the 45th parallel to maybe the 49th parallel. But everything above the 49th parallel, exempting the Yukon and I can never pronunciate it, the Nunavut, something like that, and major parts of Newfoundland, all of that is and above is considered crown land. So
Right.
Right,
that
but right
And
entire
now,
he's not gonna go for that.
territory, which we export shit from and bring into the United
Right.
States, actually
Right.
the people who tariff that aren't Canadians, but British people. People don't know that.
Exactly. No, I said it earlier. I said that their allegiance is to the fucking queen, of course.
Well,
Uh,
they've always been a crown country. They only
yeah.
received their sovereignty, but not their complete land from the crown. There's
So
the difference.
that's what the real conversation is if we talk shit to Canada, we're actually talking shit to the UK. We're actually talking shit to Great
we're
Britain and
talking shit
saying
to our dads too. Let's be honest. There's still
we're
royal
basically
land in
saying
America as
fuck
well. Why do
you.
you think we can't drill certain places and extract our own fucking resources? Because they own that shit as well.
Well, it's been a couple hundred years. Why should they own anything over here?
It don't
I think
matter
that's what a
how
lot of.
many
I think
years
that's what
it's
Trump's
been.
thinking. He's saying Gulf
It's
of America, not Gulf of Mexico. He's saying Canada, no, that's just north of. This is all North America. Fuck it, America. Let's make all this shit the United States. We got to add two states at a time. We can't add one state at a time. So if Canada, let's just say Canada became the 51st state, they have to add a second state at the exact same time. You can't add one state at a time because it will fuck up the it has to be equal powers, right? So obviously to create an equal voting system, you have to add two states at a time. This is why they talked about splitting California into two, but you would only create one new state. So you got to have two states at a time. It's not going to be Northern California or any of that shit. Is it going to be Greenland? Is Greenland going to be the 52nd state? I'm trying to figure out what the 52nd state is because that's
Yeah.
going to tell us what's really going on.
Well, most likely there won't actually be any states added. A lot of this is just negotiation and rhetoric to be able to force some different trade deal because ultimately we kind of have Canada bent over the barrel. If we do put tariffs on their $200 billion trade deficit we have with them, there's a good chance that they'll go into a major recession. So, and Trump knows that. So he's trying to help squeeze them to help stop the flow of illegal immigrants and drugs coming from the northern border.
So sorry, Joe, to interrupt. Did you hear that there were, I believe it was 200 stops at the US border of individuals that came into Canada with fake Indian passports and were actually directly correlated to Al Qaeda and ISIS? Did you hear about that?
No, I didn't know. Thanks for sharing.
Yeah,
Doesn't
so when
surprise me.
when when
Go ahead.
people when people were crashing out, because I think that people forget that, when 9/11 took place, how did they enter the United States again? Right?
Through
Certain
Canada.
individuals, exactly. So there was a report that had come out, and it was 200 people, and this is the issue with the immigration system with the IRCC, which is what Canada calls it. I've gone through it. It's absolutely hell. It's funny when you're a good citizen and even when you're married to a Canadian, it's like hell. But you come from a third world country and they literally bus you in. So people in it, I'm not trying to be rude, but they all fucking look the same. They all have the same name, and it's quite easy to falsify some of their document and paperwork. It's a fact. So 200 people who are correlated to ISIS and Al Qaeda were actually trying to enter the United States through the Canadian border. Absolutely insane. So that's why Trump said, you guys need to do something with your border. Here's what's funny. Trudeau's dumbass went to France a couple days later and gave a 20-year RCMP guy the title of border czar, and they opened one office on the border. That's it. So I don't know. I have no idea. That's not going to do anything. So, anyways, yeah.
Oh, you're spot on though. That's what it's all really about. It's a negotiation tactic.
Yeah, he went to France to kiss ass. Don't forget that isn't like half of Canada, the French territory,
Gunner,
like the British
actually,
Columbia and all that
RCMP
stuff.
came out with those numbers, Gunner. So that's not America's bullshit. That came directly from the Canadian government, where Justin Trudeau confirmed it, as well as CSIS, their Canadian Secret Intelligence Division, and the Royal Mountain Canadian Police. So that actually isn't a Trump dialogue, but a Canadian fact.
Yeah,
Is
Gunner's been real Hold on, Gunner. I'll throw it
that
to you.
true
Gunner,
though?
hold on, Gunner. I'm going to introduce you to the stage. Gunner's been real desperate to get attention from us. Go ahead, display your cognitive dissonance to us. We want to hear what you got to say.
Says the guy that has a fake picture on his post. All I have to say is
I don't
like,
have a fake picture. If you're going to call me out directly, it's called a caricature of me. That's what it is. It's art.
okay, whatever, you like cartoons, but all I have to say is like, do you think whatever you're hearing from, you know,
Not a
Truman
question.
and
Don't
the
ask us a question.
Canadians are actually the
Tell
100%?
us what you got.
You think that's 100% facts? What you're hearing from Truman and from the Canadian government?
Your statement was that we Trumpers believe Trump's rhetoric. My statement to you was this information was collected between CSIS, RCMP, and confirmed through Homeland. So if you're telling me both countries are liars, even though both countries right now hate each other, then how do you know? How are
That
you going to?
exactly, you just said it right there. The same people who's been controlling the world control every country and have one person that's part of each country that actually have a say so. There's not one country that is against each other. There's a billionaire or a trillionaire who's implemented to each country who controls everything that you're seeing right now, whether it's oil, gas, whatever's going on,
What's their
inflation,
name?
everything. There's one
What's their
person
name,
that
So
Gunner?
what's
represents
your
each
point? What's
country.
your point? We should just give
I'm
up?
saying
Is that what
Trump's
you're
not your
saying? Just give
savior.
up. Don't
Trump's
care,
not
huh?
your savior.
Nobody
Trump's not
said
your
he
savior.
was. Who said he
Trump
was
don't
our savior?
Trump is
Trump
a
don't give a
gangster,
shit
nigga.
about you.
Trump
Do
is a
you think
gangster.
Trump?
He
Do
Wait,
you
ain't
hold
think
he
on.
ain't
Elon
no
80s
Musk?
baby,
savior.
shut up. 80s baby,
Do
shut
you
up.
think Elon Musk and Trump and Andrews and all those people are automatically going to say, "Hey, we're the American people are on our side. We want to save you and make you make more money"? Trump makes billions of dollars. Anderson, like Dana White, makes millions and billions of dollars.
Your
So
goddamn point.
hold
All the
on, 80s
Alex
baby.
Jones
80s
makes
baby, hold
millions of
on.
dollars. Do you think they give a shit about you and your fat and how you
So
feel?
so
No,
so
they're
billionaires
controlling
just
your thoughts.
hey Gunner.
What's
So
your point
billionaires just
though?
came
Like,
about when Trump was elected? Like they'd never been around before Trump?
Trump
yeah,
doesn't
what are you
give a
talking
shit about
about?
you. That's
80s
what I'm
baby,
trying
hold
to
on.
get you to understand. Trump don't care about you.
Who's not a
Hold
millionaire
on,
that
80s
ran for
baby. Stop
president?
interrupting. I want to
No,
talk to
who's
this guy. Thank you. Put
Trump
him
does
down.
not give a shit about you.
Okay,
You're
so
you're
what makes you think
dude.
that
How
what
much
makes you
money you
think
make a
that
year? Two or three
hold
hundred
on,
thousand
we're gonna
dollars a
have a
year? That's
conversation.
nothing. That's pennies. Trump don't give a
All
shit
right,
about you.
so how did Biden give a shit about us? Go ahead, go for it.
Biden don't give a shit about you. He's on the same team as Trump is.
Okay, so you're just gonna
He's
take
anti-government,
you're just
Matt.
taking a neutral stance. So you just don't care about
100%.
anything.
That chick was right. She
Yeah,
actually got
he's
boom, ding,
anti-government.
ding, ding.
He's
Anti
no,
government.
no,
Libertarian in the
But
house.
you should
very.
have said I didn't hear that in the
Not even a
beginning.
libertarian.
Yeah, wake up and understand what's really going on. That's all
Yeah.
I'm saying. She just said it.
But you haven't
Ding,
really.
ding,
So hold
ding.
on. To be fair, Gunner, you haven't actually made any points. You just gave us, your subjective opinion. You don't talk to Trump. You don't know actually anything about Trump outside of what the media has portrayed to you about him. So tell us
I
why.
don't watch the news, so
Why
I don't
do
know.
you?
Get
So
betrayed.
that so you've just made this all up in your head. So tell us
No,
why, though.
I
We
know what's
we want to
going on
understand your logic.
in this
Why is
world
Trump
and how it's
lying to
going to.
us?
Okay,
Gunner, are you a libertarian?
just think about this, Joe, cartoon character, whatever you are. The same people who's been running this world for hundreds of years did not just step aside and allow Trump, Elon Musk, Alex Jones, and Dana White to come along and take over. They implemented those faces into the social media platform 2 or 3 years ago to get you used to what you're seeing and to get you and to gain the trust into thinking those people are on your side. And now they're saying the taxpayers are being controlled. There's being money stolen from them. We're going to downsize the government. There's being gold bars stolen. And there's no, it's not a coincidence that Elon Musk purchased Twitter a year or two before Trump became in office and Elon Musk is Trump's left hand man. All that was being done purposely. Now they're controlling you and they have you confused into thinking they have your side, and they're going to go ahead and find all these people who are on Biden's team who's been controlling and stealing from you, and you're believing into it. That's how fucking stupid you are. And I'm not trying to be mean, but I'm like, damn, bro, you need to stand up for yourself, have some nuts, and fucking actually wake the fuck up. Drop the mic.
That's
Boom.
it's very very low resolution thinking about the whole entire situation that's going on. I mean, if you throw
No, bro, just wake up.
I don't know what that means.
I don't think any of us know what it means.
What's low resolution thinking versus high resolution?
Do y'all actually think that Trump is actually going to be your savior after the same people who's been controlling this world for 100 years? Do you think they're going to allow Trump to come in there and take over? That's all I'm saying.
Are you a new world order kind of guy? I mean, there's a whole segment
No,
of
dude,
people
I'm
like
being
that.
realistic. Do you actually think the people who's been controlling this world for 100 years,
Who
like a
who's
hundred years, a
okay?
hundred
Who's
years
that?
before
Let,
the Industrial Revolution, do
okay,
you
hold
think
on,
those
hold
The
on.
13
Let's
families, Matt. So I know where this is going.
okay,
We're
yeah, that's what I'm
talking
trying to
about
get at. There's a
the
whole segment of the population that thinks this way. That's
you
why I
got
was
to
right,
think
trying.
bigger? You
right.
can't think about what you're seeing in the news. There's more to it.
So
You're
we're
being controlled and manipulated. Wake up, bro. That's all I'm saying. Wake up.
yeah, Matt.
Pathetic.
No, okay. So guys, people, we're not all going to believe things, and if we're going to speak to somebody who thinks this way, at least understand where they're coming from. So we're talking about the what is it, the 10 or the 13 predominant families that run the world. That I don't know too much about this. I don't know
No, we're
global
thinking about people who've
perspective.
actually been following what's going on for 20, 30 years, not over the last
All
five.
I know is that for the past 28 years of my life, I have seized every ounce of power I have gotten, and no family has gotten in my way. There's been no secret society of people that have come out and done anything to stop me. So all you have to do is take your hand and your big balls and fucking grab this country by the reins, and you can run it.
Bro, they're not. They're so smart. They've been controlling you for a long time. You're never gonna figure it out. You actually think that everything's okay when it's not. They've been doing this for a long time. Are you gonna? You're
I
the
tried,
guy.
Maddie.
Do you think the guy named
I
James,
know you did.
has them figured out? No, bro.
Yes,
You
I
I've
think
been
you're
that
not
around.
I,
gonna
a
I've been
guy
here
figure.
named
before.
James, does have it
Yeah,
figured
you're
out. He
not
said.
gonna figure them out, bro. They've had this figured out for a long time. They've implemented all these certain people at a certain time, which just right now Trump is implemented at a certain time.
Alex
This
Jones vibes.
you're not going to actually don't you can't you're not
Cardano.
going to beat them, bro. You can join them and figure out the tax laws and how to benefit your family. You're not going to beat them. They've been doing this for a long time. Don't think Trump, Elon Musk, and all them are your saviors. They're going to come over in here and for the last couple of years and take over and fix everything that's been
Well,
going on for all
Gunner,
these years.
this
That's all I'm
stage,
saying, bro.
this
Quit
stage
being
is
so gullible.
predominantly Christian and Catholic and Jewish,
It
and
that
so
has
our
nothing to do with
no,
that.
no,
They've
no.
created
Listen to
all
me.
those
Listen to me.
scenarios to make you
Listen to
think
me.
that.
Listen to me. Trump will never be my Lord and Savior because Jesus is my Lord and Savior. I don't care what country I live in. If you're going to kill me, you're going to kill me over my faith in God and Christ. That's it. So we might be Republicans, but we decided that this shit, this evil shit was better than the democratic liberal shit. That's it. These people aren't our gods, right? We can't do. They're evil people in this world. War is going to happen. Blood is going to be shed. People are going to lose their fucking mind, and the Lord has prepared us for this. That's all. I'm just letting you know we do
First
not
told
think.
about when you're first told about COVID, miss, what did you do? Did you
I
think it was
laughed.
true?
Never took the shot. Thought it was complete bullshit.
Okay, I respect that. All right.
I'm a pure blood. I don't believe in any of that. I'm very well aware that people are test rats. I don't do birth control. I don't do any of that because that's not what God
And
says.
Trump
It's
was in
not
office when all
natural.
that kicked off, right? He was.
And you know what? Look it. He was never given a chance. He told people that they didn't have to take the shot. Do you remember that?
Do you actually think Trump? Listening to the way he actually is, his
So you're
personality.
saying that we think Trump is Jesus, but then when we say Trump's not perfect and we say he's not Jesus, you then try to provide examples of why he should be
No,
Jesus. I'm
I'm
just
saying
confused.
Trump is on the same team as Biden, and you're being fooled.
And guess what? Trump is in Trump. Trump and I'm going to start swinging at Trump if he tries to
Trump
put a
plays golf
jab in
with
my
Biden.
arm. But
Trump plays
listen,
golf with Biden. He needs to enter and lunch with Biden.
It's
listen,
mind tricks. Be
listen.
very
Somebody come knock
careful.
at my door and try to
Mind
put a
tricks.
tattoo on me or inject me with something, I'm going to die swinging, sir. That's my point. Trump is not my God, but he is my president, and this is my country. And the best thing that I can do is be involved in local politics, stop the transing of my children, crash out with these liberal fucking crazy white women, okay? And prepare my family to succeed in this world, vaccinated free, whore free, abortion free, slut free, and filled with God. That's all I can do. And I can go to heaven and I can look at the Lord and I can say, I pray that I am worthy to enter the gates of heaven and I did the best that I can. And I can mean that from the bottom of my heart. Everything else, it's just a fucking, it's an experience. I don't even know if this is real.
Yeah,
That's all I can say.
Trump don't give a shit about you. So if you go to heaven thinking Trump believes in you, then
I don't think Trump believes in anybody but his family. So I'm
no, Trump don't
confused.
believe in nothing about the
Hunter,
Almighty
I
dog.
gotta ask you though, where do you draw your opinion from? Like what fact that
Dude, I've
Trump
already told you
about?
if you're that
No,
fucking slow,
no, you
I've been
really
following
didn't.
this.
You
I've been
didn't say
following.
anything. You just give a. Hold on, Gunner.
Hey
You just
Joe,
give
you're probably the same
a.
guy 20 years ago. Tell me I was a conspiracy theorist when I was telling you the
Uh,
truth.
you haven't really said nothing actually, because you
Well,
don't support.
you're
You
like I
don't.
said, you're the same guy that was telling me I
I,
was a conspiracy theorist 20 years ago when I was
I,
telling you the truth. I would have told you 20 years ago that the vaccine was.
Gunner, when people are trying to talk, let them speak. I had to put you down because you're rather rude. We can have a conversation in here, but I was trying to ask you to support your thoughts with some evidence of some
He left
sort
the
other
room.
than just repeating it over and over. Okay, we can move on then. I'll pass the mic.
Yeah, I mean, there's clearly, like I said, Digger, I already know these types. They run around, obviously. And Joe, you probably know too that they're in the crypto space.
What do you mean by these types? What does that mean?
The people that are just
The 13
libertarians.
families, the world is
Yeah, that believe in all
controlled by
that
the
and
Jewish cabal bank sort of
controlling the
thing.
whole
It's
thing.
it's
Small hat.
Whoa. Okay, I do not prescribe. Can
well,
we
neither do
stop?
I. We're just simply
Small
telling you the
hats.
type of people, right? You asked what type of people, and I'm explaining to you
Okay,
the
and
ideology of these people.
okay, with all due respect, the reason why made a statement is because, like, I obviously do not agree, and maybe should step back and say, like, why were we talking about what you said? I don't want to repeat it.
Small
Is he
hats.
being
Pussy.
serious right now?
Honestly, David, you are a fucking pussy. You sound like a little. I can't even believe what I just heard.
Best way to describe them.
David,
They're
you
gonna
don't have
come
to
cancel
respond
your
to that.
credit if you say it, huh? What we were saying is that the ideology is ridiculous. To think that 13 families control the
Okay,
country.
it sounds like you're being anti-Semitic. Okay,
Yeah, oh my gosh. You're a left winger. Please stop. Please stop. I'm gonna throw up all over my phone.
James is Jewish. I wasn't being anti Semitic. I was sharing with you the
you
insane
can be
mindset
Jewish and be
and the story
anti-Semitic, and
She
it
was
of
sounds like
saying
you
that
what
the
you're saying is
anti-Semitic
being
theory that
dear
Jews
God.
control
anti-Semitic.
the fucking country with 13 families is stupid. So
This is
please.
okay. Like this is insane. So you're very sensitive and you're unable to hear the insanity or the complete thought of an insane person. So we'll go ahead and respect your sensitivity. Is that okay, David? Is that what you would like? Would you like to be babied?
You can do whatever you want.
And I can tell you that that's how that man felt.
I am not a victim, I am a victor, unlike you, David.
Anyways, Matthew, back to what we were saying. I enjoy having people that are that I don't know, so far into their thinking because I want to sort of like understand how they get sucked in so far. Do you know what I mean? That's why I was like, okay,
That's the sucked in for me.
walk me through this. But yeah.
Just ramblings of a madman is what we were listening to.
Well, I'm not sure why they even believe in the ideology, because then what's the goal then? Just give up and let them run us? There's nothing we can do. We should all just be slaves. Is that what he's arguing for?
No,
Because it's like,
no.
come on.
The reason why I was interjecting is
Not
because
you, the other guy, for fuck's sake.
David, we're not even talking about you. We're talking about the guy before you. Go ahead, James. I want to hear your thoughts more about it. You're right on.
I forgot what I was even saying. David threw me off there because
I'll help you. They're selling a message of black pill that, oh, the world is over. There's nothing you can do. You peasant class fucks. They're just cheating you.
yeah. That's what the guy was basically saying. Is like the 13 families run us, the Fed runs us. There's no way to win it. Trump doesn't care. Biden doesn't care. It
yeah,
doesn't matter to vote.
but
We
again,
might as well just pop ourselves in the head at nighttime then.
it's more complicated than that, though. Like, I don't know how you prescribe
But I
either.
don't know why you keep interjecting into this conversation, David, because it doesn't seem like you're even adding to it.
Or following along.
I don't even think David was in the room and experienced or witnessed what we just endured. So,
Yeah, we were talking to a left-wing anarchist who thinks the government is evil and that we should all just die and there's no way to win and that we're all just screwed.
I think Trump is actually doing a fantastic job.
I'm trying,
I wish,
James,
wait,
with all due
Hear from
respect,
Elijah. Hold on, David.
with all due
Hold
respect,
on.
I'm
Hold
trying
on,
to
David.
help you. I'm
We
trying
want to hear
to.
from David. Hold
Sorry,
on,
go ahead.
David. Hold on, Elijah. What's on your mind, man? Is
I was
Trump
saying,
putting America first?
I think he is, man. I think he's doing well so far. I personally wish that Elon Musk was a better orator, but outside of that, I think what they're doing is fantastic. They're exposing people. It's great. I got people in my family that are like losing their shit. I'm like, dude, they're like showing you niggas, bro. They're like blowing your bread. They're just blowing your bread, bro. They don't give a fuck.
Tell us more about what's happening with the people you're familiar with that are losing their mind over Trump. We want to
Yeah.
hear more about that.
Well, you have to understand also that he did something about like cutting off, federal assistance programs. Like a lot of single moms, you have to understand like 75% of the boys in the black community come from single parent households. It's a gynocracy basically. But no worry, the younger men really ain't doing with that shit, and that's why you saw, the largest sway of young black conservatives in this election. So like uh, it's a divide, but it's a cessation that is necessary, Like my granddad said, he was like, the niggas have to separate from the well-to-dos. We're the only group of people in the United States that allow their niggas to adopt the entire ethnic image of the group. Every other group got niggas. I live in Hawaii. I know plenty of niggas. There's Samoan niggas, there's Asian niggas, Korean niggas, there's all kind of niggas out here. They all do nigga shit. So I don't think it's a color, it's a mind thing. So the nigga shit, he's Donald Trump is putting to rest all this nigga shit, this federal welfare bullshit. You've been living off of the government for 2 3 generations. That shit is over. This man said 30 hours a minimum. Get up off your ass, I don't care what color you are, and get your motherfucking ass to work, straight up. Like I work in precast structure and structural engineering. Like, dude, like people be lazy as fuck. The young kids are lazy as fuck. I'm 29, but like my cohort is pretty fucking like
When,
uninspired.
let me ask you, when Elizabeth Warren said that Elon Musk is doing some gangster shit, what was she referring to?
I think it was just a matter of projection, something that she's been doing for how long? Like, come on, gangster ish. Come on, Congress is they're the biggest gangsters in this country. What do you mean?
Well, that's a fact. Congress is, and also
Oh,
the bureaucracy. They're the strong, they're the strong men of the politicians, and I think that's why they're
are you
losing
the
their shit.
president of one of these people?
You want to know something interesting about Donald Trump? Donald Trump's name, right? means Donald means the ruler of the world. Trump means wins. Trump's name literally means the ruler of the world wins. How insane is that? Is that not an insane fucking name for the president of the United States? God bless God. Amen.
I never heard that before. Thanks for sharing,
Me
James.
For
neither.
some reason, I'm the only person who's discovered that that's what his name means, and I was the only person who shared it. I looked it up. What does Donald mean in Gaelic? It means ruler of the world. Trump means to trump, to win. So his name very literally means the ruler of the world wins.
I wish we had that radical anarchist in here now. I'd love to hear his opinion after hearing what Donald Trump's name means.
He'd have probably spazzed out on everybody and said, "See, you voted for this zeitgeist fascist bastard."
Look, I'll tell you, I'll just be straight with you. I've been dreaming about the day that someone would get elected and fire 75% of the federal workforce. And dreams do come true. I mean, that's it. I'll retire from here on out. Whatever happens, I'm okay with. That's all I've ever wanted since I started following politics over 20 years ago.
You're right. My first wet dream, Carmen Electra walked in my room and she told me we just fired 80% of the federal workforce. And I just like became a man in that moment.
It's just not doing nothing. Same thing at Twitter. They were sitting around making lattes and shit all day. They weren't doing anything. They were just collecting a check. And again, this administration is not, they're like, dude, you're not about to sit around and just collect a check on our dime.
And you
No.
see how the media is doing their hit pieces. Like Huffington Post is literally lying, saying that critical information was released. We understand there's staff members being leaked and the budget. Mind you, you can find the budget on FedScope, and you can find the situation of the staff literally on intelligencecareers.gov. So it's not classified. This is literally public information. But they know that people on TikTok don't do none of their research, and people are just amped up and amplified and not doing their side research and figuring out, wait a minute. So we already knew what the budget was when it comes to the NRO? Yes, it's public information. So yeah, they already doing their hit pieces, man. They're trying to get everybody bent out of shape when it comes to Elon, man.
Yeah, so some of this we were talking about earlier, the Doge website, doge.gov, it got hacked earlier. Doge.gov is just a reflection, it's just mirroring what at Doge on X account, Twitter, formerly known as Twitter, what is put out on their Twitter account. It's for the boomers that don't use Twitter, or the leftards on Blue Sky or Threads or any of the other garbage social media apps. It's just it's just a website showing what Doge account on Twitter's tweeting. So there was no personal information that was lost. There was no private information that's been hacked or anything like that. Um, I don't know.
But,
I think
but
it's a
you got
wonderful thing.
fuckheads that don't like Elon, that claim that they voted for Trump, that I don't know, somehow, some way now the left wing media is telling the truth. I don't get how you can
Okay,
see through.
okay, hold on.
Let me finish.
Okay, I
Let
have
Hey,
me
an
let's let
finish.
issue.
you finish, David. I brought
Let
you
me
up in
finish.
time. Go ahead, Sean.
Like I
But
don't get it how
he said a fuckhead. He said a fuckhead, and people
man, you've been
that don't
drinking?
believe him.
Like
All
I
right, we
s-
have to go ahead, Sean. Sorry for the
like
interruption. My fault.
like I said, when it comes to everything, you got people that are literally claiming that the government has been taken over. Elon has this overreaching, over superior this is an advisory group. Like Judge Joe Brown said, this is an advisory board. Situation still has to get through the president and Congress when it comes to the finalization of everything. So I think a lot of people don't know how government works, and they're letting the media take advantage of. Oh, these fuckheads don't know how the government works. Let's just let's just make some sensationalism where Yes, 3,000 staff workers on the NRO, $73 billion in budget that they have. This is literally public information. Like people, I don't know, man. People are starting to get Musk derangement syndrome, MDS.
Yeah,
You
spot on.
deported me from the US, but no problem. I have come back to India and now I'm driving a truck, but I will come back to the US. I will come back one day and
Oh dear
I
God.
will come back with my truck.
This is a troll. I like it though. Keep it going. I want to hear more. Come on, Miyagi. That's a funny troll.
Next
I want to
time
hear.
I come to the US, I will come back with my truck. So now you will have an Indian and an Indian truck.
Fascinating.
Yeah, man. Like I said, Musk derangement syndrome, man.
Yeah,
Where
you're right, Sean. It's literally what we're dealing with is people don't really understand government. They weren't freaking out when John Kerry was the special envoy for global warming and putting together these climate change initiatives and all this garbage that they've been doing, just laundering tax dollars is ultimately what this is in advancing the leftist agenda, which is power and control. It's always been about
Hey,
that.
and we don't want to know how you looked in
You
2007. Can you
can't,
put up a recent picture?
Miyagi, you can't interrupt us. You're welcome to troll on.
I'm just asking Anne that we don't want to see how she
God
looked in
damn.
2007. We don't want to know how she looks in 2007. Put up
Okay, well, it was funny until it wasn't.
Yeah, man. That's the only thing I'm saying when it comes to situations. It's like, can't we focus on the scenario of where the money was being spent? Like, you can have an issue with Elon, but how are you not mad at the same time of where the money was being allocated, being spent? And remember, the military has a black budget, so there's situations that we may never be able to uncove when it comes to how much real spending that's literally went on. Because all the military people know about the black book. They talk about it all the time. Y'all been having too many trolls up here, man. It's, it's like we talk about Trump, the trolls come in.
Yeah, no, they like to get their opportunity. Uh, the left really doesn't have any ground right now. They're spinning their wheels. They're trying to find something that gives them some traction, but they're leaderless. They're rudderless. They have no direction. And they really don't know. They got caught flat-footed. They really don't know how to defend against this. So they're just throwing shit on the wall. And now that we have found out that the leftist media is literally state-run media through taxpayer dollars going to Politico and New York Times, it's all a fraud. It's all a fraud for their own. They're stealing our tax dollars to fund their agenda of power and dominion over us. That's what it is. They want dominion over us, the plebes.
Because I'm gonna say this, man. You know, after this election, I might not vote for anybody else because I don't trust no liberals, and I don't know who is gonna be the next Bush-controlled dynasty Republican that will come out. Because I feel that the establishment will place in their people where either scenario. Because I don't know about Greg Abbott respectfully, because he's counsel foreign relations. I don't know too much about JD Vance. I don't know the situation of Ron DeSantis. That's the Gitmo president. Who can be more establishment than him? So yeah, I think I'm gonna bow that one out for the next election.
It's a fair point. I understand your logic and where you're coming from, and it'll be pretty big shoes to fill. Trump has not only defeated the Republican establishment, he's defeated these major dynasties in politics and the Democrat Party. And this is completely changing the entire political dynamic in our country. And I don't think we should just so quickly believe things will be the same 4 years from now in our how we think of politics over the last 20 years, because there's going to be new power players that have to come up. The Democrat Party, they don't have a strong bench. So that party's going to have to change over. If anything, Father Time is going to get them. The Nancy Pelosi's. Um, I mean, they're all on the way outs. They're on the outs of this. So
Because Hillary done ate up the entire bench. You know, she the head bitch in charge, where she clean house and say nobody better not run,
that's right. That's
better
going to come
not
back
run.
to
Fuck
bite us.
around, you be suicided.
So I've seen this before, and every decade brings along different, power players. Except there have been some like the Pelosi's and the McConnells that have been in power for decades, but they're coming to the end. So I'm thinking like American politics in another 4 years, 6 years. It's really kind of hard to project because it's new blood in a new world, and Trump will completely change the entire chessboard by the end of his term. So we'll see, but it's big ass shoes to fill. I can understand. If Trump sets the bar as high as he is, if this continues at this pace and what he's doing, it'll be hard to ever, fill what this man's accomplished.
Because I like Greg Abbott when it comes to situation of border security, cool, but he's counsel foreign relations. Him and also Stacey Abrams are both counsel foreign relations. So it's like I don't trust you, I don't trust her. It's sort of like strange bedfellows. Politics bring very strange bedfellows where you start realizing that wait a minute, you're connected with him, connected with him, and Mitch McConnell smuggling cocaine and shit, and with J.P. Morgan, and you start realizing, whoa, 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 whoa. You know,
I do. Every name you named is someone that I would not vote for between the DeSantises and the Abbotts and stuff like that. Because for the Republican Party to be as strong as it is, it's been changing over the last 15 years. Trump is just, he's just another main character in this story over the last 15 years of the changing of the Republican Party. We need to continue to change it over. We need new blood. I think people that will be names that you see in the next election cycle will be people like Josh Hawley, you know. Um, yeah, I could see people like um, Akash Patel. Uh, I think you're going to see new names come up, not necessarily some of the older names. And I don't think DeSantis ever has a chance. The man doesn't have a personality.
because DeSantis already showed his hand. He fucked up by playing the sideline where Abbott has a better chance than DeSantis because Abbott was smart by just saying we're going to work with the president. We know the president want to go in, let him go in. DeSantis made his move. He got that money from Citadel CEO, uh, not Steve Schwartzman, Ken Griffin. Ken Griffin, he got that Citadel hedge fund money, and he thought he was ready to go, and he failed. So Jeb Bush will always try to pop his head in the Mitt Romneys of the world, which that's the old guard of, I guess you would say, the 2000s Republicans. But this situation right here, where more and more people are going to want some form of populism, situations of, I guess you would say, non-establishment candidates, where if the media likes you, a lot of people won't trust it, in my opinion. Where if the media all of a sudden likes you, where no hit pieces, you're just squeaky clean, yeah, that's where the Taylor Swift effect, where we keep seeing you, becomes an issue.
That no, that's a really really good point. I hadn't thought about that. That in the future there will be a large block of voters that are skeptical towards any politician that has the support of legacy media outlets. Great point, Sean. Hadn't thought of that.
Yeah, because me and my pops both long time Democrats, and he was done when Biden opened up the borders. He went from a life, mind you, he voted for George McGovern in '72 over Nixon. So if the Democrats then royally fucked up, where you had a lifetime Democrat literally said, "Man, I've been voting for y'all for the past 52 years. I'm not gonna do this shit no more. I'm done. I'm done." Then you have a scenario where you got a real serious problem, where you're going further and further left, and people that may not like Trump, where they just have a situation where they see Trump and they just go irrational, but they turn to the other side and they say, "Wait a minute, I don't fuck with you either." Where you got the person that either goes to independent, well, not independent, libertarian, Green Party, don't vote, or move out the country. I don't know. You got a segment where necessarily neither one can be able to win it. Because, mind you, Trump is a hate it or love it kind of person where you either going to like the man or you're just going to despise the man at this point, where most people got their mind made up when it comes to Donald Trump and the scenarios of the faction of, I guess you would say, the MAGA party. But you have that old guard, man, where the old guard say, nah, we gotta put our boy in, where we gotta rig it up. We gotta figure out what's the infrastructure to be able to get our people in play. Like, George W. Bush had Jeb Bush, so that was his infrastructure. So plus,
My
Supreme Court.
my guess is there's going to be just a radical amount of new blood that comes in to politics for this next decade, next 15 years. While Silicon Valley, in the terms of like, you know, the bankers and the oil companies, Silicon Valley would be considered new money for the billionaire club. And you're really going to see Silicon Valley now, rather than being the Democrat Party tried to control them, and I think you'll see them like Elon's already looking at buying a location to turn into a private club in Washington D.C. and for his agenda of expanding humanity to be planetary. He's going to end up trying to use this country as the launching pad for it. I mean, he's got so much investment in it already. It'd take, so it would set him back so far to go someplace else. So you're going to see Elon Musk and some of these other billionaires that are the new money billionaires, the tech billionaires. They're going to start driving the direction of this country rather than so much the bankers and the um, the oil companies, especially if crypto takes off and offers an alternative to the banking system. So you'll see. I mean, I don't think we can project it, really play it out that far, because Trump was such this historical figure that all the politics before Trump is the old politics. And now post Trump is going to be a whole new political landscape that we just don't know yet.
Because the old Republican guard, like Reaganism, would not work. Would not work in a new frontier in politics. Would not work. Nah.
Well, that was over 30. That's 35 years ago, though. So the people that are voting now and in power, you have to think 18-year-olds at 90 in 1990. They're nearly 60 years old. So um, people that came of most, like, we're getting to a point. Majority of the voting population, uh, we weren't voting. They weren't voting when Reagan was in power. So the old guard is already gone. Like, and Trump's done, and it's just in the McConnells, he's kind of the last grasp of that old corporate Republican Party. Um, so we'll see. I mean, they'll crop their heads back up, though. I think
Yes,
is what.
yes.
Yeah, no, it's not over. It'll be a never ending situation. But I don't believe that. Don't put it past the left now. They are some excellent liars. I got to give it to them. One thing they are very good at is
Oh yeah, they
lying.
spin kings.
Say it again.
They the spin kings. Yep, they know how to
Yeah.
spin something. Get people all hyperventilating, saying, "See, did you look at this? Did you look at this? Did you look at this?" And it's like you research around it. It's like, come on, man. Like, where is the substantial evidence? Where's the situation where the whistleblower then came out and say, "Yes, this did happen"? It's always a scenario where they got sources from anonymous sources. Then when we find out information on them, where a whistleblower is dead, Boeing, it's a big conspiracy theory.
All right, we'll switch gears here, James. I mean, the room's dying down. It's gotten slower, and it's just me and Sean talking politics. So go ahead, speak your thoughts. I want to hear this. What you got on gravity?
Oh, I don't mean that. It's just pretty cool that I got Dr. Michio Kaku to endorse my paper and publish it on the Cornell website, the Cornell University website. We do think that we conceptualized and created a new formula that defines what gravity is. It's groundbreaking stuff, Nobel Prize winning stuff that I've accomplished here. I can't wait to see where it goes.
That's awesome, man. Congratulations.
And I wouldn't publish the formula and put it in the chat if we didn't already put it on the website. It's already published. It's already put up there, copyrighted, time stamped. So I can put it in the chat here and share it to you guys now because it's not like I won't get credit at this point. I have been time stamped.
Yeah, can you tell it to me like I'm a 5-year-old though? What just in a simple what is gravity? Can you
Okay,
like
so the fabric of reality itself is actually growing and moving, right? So it's like with those old Hollywood movies, where they pretend to be running and the background of the movie is moving on rollers and it makes it look like they're running, but they're standing in the same spot. So matter works like that, and the background of reality works like that Hollywood roll, that tape as it moves. So matter isn't actually moving, gravity isn't actually happening, reality itself is moving away and around the matter, which gives the appearance that gravity is matter coalescing together, when in fact it is reality moving apart. And we run it through simulations. We do see that it works 100%. Singularities of general relativity, which has always been a paradox, seems to be eliminated. There is no singularity in this formula. It is a new concept. It's amazing stuff.
Well, you said 100%. Like, why 100%? There's no guarantee for 100%. So, like, I'm trying to figure it out.
I'm confused what you're saying.
He, he's he said it was 100%.
Well, damn.
Come on. If you're gonna say 100%, like, define 100%.
100% of what? What did I say that at? If I said it in a different way. I was saying like 100% did it.
David, are you high right now, bro?
Some good shit you chiefing on.
If you don't believe me, take my formula, give it to ChatGPT, tell it to run a simulation, and it will also confirm it. We have ran it through all the language models. We ran it through all the simulations that we can at the Cornell University. From what we can see, this formula functions and works. It is
Okay.
groundbreaking stuff.
Can can this help me
Okay,
on
so
my stock
you can't
options?
do it. That's fine.
Can this help me on my stock options? Can this help me on real estate when it comes to gravity?
It won't help you at all. It'll help me win a Nobel Prize and possibly $1 million prize money. But other than that, I mean, it may change the face of
Man,
physics itself, so that'll be pretty cool.
I'm glad
man.
you shared it with us, James. Congratulations. I'm rooting for
Albert
you, man.
Einstein may no longer be held up in regard. He may be seen as wrong if this comes through. So if this does work, again, I'm excited. Theories don't always work out. Formulas sometimes fail.
You got to
Man, you're
remember,
killing me,
Yeah, but
Schneider. You're killing
with
me,
all due
look,
Schneider.
respect, with
David,
Einstein, he's
hold on, David. David, hold on.
sorry. Go ahead.
James, you got to remember us, bro. When you're like the next Einstein, and we're all talking about James Snyder and how he proved gravity. You got to come back and say MAGA for us one time, bro. Just one
I
time.
will, because I will be the president of the United States. I plan to do greatness with this fucking brain that I've been given. It's going to be an amazing journey.
Oh, that's fantastic, man. I'm rooting for you. Look, new blood. Here we go. What I was saying, Sean. Don't put it past the people that want to save this country to have like a James Snyder rise up. And it's not going to be this old guard. Politics is what we've known it is just we're changing eras. Like we're going from one era of politics to this new era after Trump has defeated all of the political enemies in this era. You got to give it to the man, you know?
because he has to deal with the Bushes, the Cheneys, the Reaganites, the, the government
There's
bureaucracy
nothing wrong with the
people,
bushes. There's nothing wrong with the bushes, by the way.
government bureaucracies, the situations of the government staff.
Well, the
Because we got a
government
lot
is
of government staff.
complicated. The government is
Damn, David.
complicated.
Damn.
Yeah, I know. He would be cool if like we'd let him be drunk and high, but he's got to let people finish talking.
Man,
Sean,
it
go
must be
ahead.
that brown liquor, man. Must be that Jack Daniels. But like I said, um, we got a lot of bureaucracy people on this app, man. You know, white, black, Asian, they all sound the same. Where it sounds like NPR, where everything is demolition controlled, media controlled. No matter if it was watching CNN, Fox, MSNBC, or MSDNC, it's like, damn, man. You know, we don't have anybody that is in the bureaucracy that pushes back, or do they weed them out? Because we do need certain departments, but it's a situation where do we have anybody that's looking out for the little man in these departments? Because it seemed like they was tipping off a lot of the ICE raids here in Los Angeles, where Holman had to get on that ass and say, man, you was interfering with police work, where you're tipping off cities and mayors about situation of ICE raids, like you're aiding and literally assisting criminals that came across the border. Like my city in Los Angeles has been dismantled and destroyed by illegal immigration, unchained illegal immigration. We had literally bust a Chinese dude that was literally trying to move guns from Ontario, California to North Korea. See, that doesn't get brought up every 5 seconds. But I noticed a scenario where I'm looking at, we have a lot of splinters. And I hate to make it racial, but Joe, you got a lot of white people that love China. We got a lot of white people that love them some China, man. They look at Shin Yun. They go and do this and do that. They say, oh, the Chinese American got the blueprint that the white man Rube. They call y'all Rubes. I noticed they call you call y'all Rube hillbillies, and it's like, damn, where they're so globalist to a point where they're going to literally sabotage the United States from within. We got a lot of communist talk, where even my pop says a lot of this shit is communist talk. A lot of this shit is communist talk.
Yeah. No, I don't disagree. That we definitely have a lot of white folk that are wanting
Love
to
China.
control. Yeah, they want to control us. So ultimately they want to have dominion over us, and they want to wash out our voting power and replace us. I mean, we weren't wrong about they literally said before Biden got elected, he literally said that he was willing. This is a strategy to replace white folk. Um, so that was the whole like point of what the left was trying to do. You know,
The
it was
thing
Biden.
is, they're trying to replace overall Americans, where, if anything, illegal immigration was going to wipe out the black community before anything. We are 50 million in the population. White people are 197 million. Black people get wiped out first. Mind you, black people are siding with the communists, thinking that this is a gotcha moment where we got back at the white man. No. This situation will wipe out the black community within 5 to 10 years and wipe out the original, I guess you would say, the Aryan white man within 20 to 30 years. Simple as that.
Yeah, no, you're right. Ultimately, when it was put into effect, though, after they let in all these illegals, where did it affect? The areas the worst. It was actually where Americans that live in some of the larger cities populated that this illegal immigration has affected. That's why when I would hear people come on this app, one being Marshall Rankin, one of my nemesis on this app. I'm putting that out there. Okay, let everyone know that. He would say, "What are we going to do if we don't have our illegal immigrants here to pick schnozberries? Because the cost of schnozberries is going to go up." And he's one of those same ones that would just want to invite in illegals, even though the ones that do our farming only make up 1% of the amount of illegals in this country. Where the illegals ended up being put was in major cities and affected all Americans. You're right, Sean, all Americans.
Because, like I said, 18 million illegals, them having 3 to 5 children, that's a situation where 56 to 72 million. That means that waters down any kind of situations of the black community first. And mind you, 197 million white people. Within 30 years, that situation is going to be over 200 million. 200 million. And mind you, this situation is where essentially the white man and the black man is scenarily tethered together. At this point, they are tethered together. They're tethered together. They're tethered together. And this is a scenario where if we had a situation where we have an understanding, Joe, you can have your area, I have my area, you have your guns, I have my guns, you raise your family, I raise my family. But to allow an invasion to come into my neighborhood and your neighborhood would be insane. It'd be morbidly insane.
Yeah, that's how America was actually meant to be. Is liberty isn't just this unfettered freedom like the libertarians try to convince everyone. Liberty is the right to govern ourselves in our own locations. We can be king of our private property. And Sean, you can raise your family and have your pursuit of happiness, which it's your what you've scored over your years, whatever fancies you in the sense of the type of life you want to live and the type of legacy you want to leave. So that's how it's meant to be.
Because it's a situation where I believe we, if anything, to keep it situation where we're not as divided, we need to keep certain elements together. A man is a man, a woman is a woman. Our Second Amendment, a situation where we can have domestic manufacturing and warehousing, because NAFTA killed off a lot of jobs where the white man was affected, the black man was affected because warehousing was in inner cities, rural communities, and it was given away to China, given away to Mexico, Canada, all across the planet. Literally, globalism ushering out jobs and bringing unchained illegal immigration inside of these communities, where you got you got areas where Indiana, the Hoosier land, having a new influx of new demographics that a lot of people.
We might have lost you there, but I got a question for you, Sean, if you're still there. His phone must have died.
Globalism doesn't help us at all unless we are a multinational corporation. Simple as that. And most of us, we're just hardworking blue collar people.
Let me ask you a question, Sean. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, you had mentioned you and your dad being lifelong Democrat and stuff like that. You mentioned when he kind of drew the line was the illegal immigration under Biden, and I can understand. When did you draw the line? When it?
After 20, after I voted for Obama in the 2012 area, then I started realizing that, man, only thing this situation was creating was hopelessness, helplessness, where we can't we can't hold them accountable. It's a situation where I just felt that no, because in 2016 I voted for Gary Johnson, so I'm not even gonna hold you. So I voted for Gary Johnson. You know, I look
You were
at certain.
seeking different options. But that message wasn't resonant. Turned out to be kind of. You could tell it was kind of a lie or an agenda, right, from the
Yes,
Democrats.
yes, because I start seeing how everything is spinned around, where you start figuring out that wait a minute, this didn't happen like that they said it did. Where you realize that damn, Flint, Michigan is still dilapidated. Then I start looking at all these blue cities. It's like damn, all these blue cities can never get they fucking head out their ass. No matter if it was L.A., New York, Atlanta, Chicago, Los Angeles, San Francisco, especially San Francisco. Then once I realized that the biggest bigot that I was going to come across was a gay liberal white man that think that he knows what black people are supposed to be thinking about. Then that's when I stopped taking liberals serious and stopped giving them the benefit of the. So yeah,
That's a good point. Giving the liberal or the Democrat the benefit of the doubt. That probably is one of the largest things that has kept people voting Democrat, is just giving them the benefit of the doubt, right?
yeah, man, and they they usher out jobs and they say that either you're lazy or you need to get a new skill, but you ushered out the jobs. You ushered out the manufacturing, the logistics, the warehousing, or underinvested in the tech sector where you say, well, you're just a rube or I'm just a slow ass black boy. I would never get it. The rube redneck, he don't get it. Billy Bob Thornton, he don't get it. Uncle Jimbo, he don't get it. And just invest all their talent in international H-1B1 visas. And that's when I realized that okay, I'm a lot populist. Where I can't talk to certain friends where they say, "Oh, you sound like a nationalist." Well, we're here in America, right? So in a way, we're technically we are populist. I like to use the term populist. So yeah, we are populist because we want things domestic. We want our jobs to be domestic. We want a situation where we have national security. We want to have a scenario where we can actually have things built and made here in America. And that's when I start talking to these white yuppies in San Francisco, and I start realizing that man, y'all some commie pinko bastards at this point. And that's when I start separating myself. That's why really start separating myself because these people they take out the opportunity and say that you're not smart enough to catch on or to keep up. Well, you took the opportunities out, man. you know, that's when I stopped trusting a lot of these commies. I start realizing that certain conservatives I have an alignment with when it comes to at least economic policy.
Yeah, you're spot on. What got me thinking, it was like, wasn't it interesting how Trump was able to um, position himself on some of the most easiest concepts for people to resonate with? Um, being patriotic or being concerned about your nation or your nation's borders, uh, defending, women being allowed to have their own space for using the bathroom and sports and things like that. And I think it was almost gifted to him by a party that they just lost complete touch with the common person. Fedo, I saw were you raising your hand? Did you want to get in? Come on. What you got?
I, I just wanted to say hi first, and I just let me know if I can divert the topic a little bit and talk about external politics of Trump.
No,
So,
no, we just want to talk about American politics, bro. We're
yeah,
Americans.
that's American politics.
Yeah, America first. That's what
Domestic
we
based.
All right,
Domestic
no problem.
based.
you got something about America being first in the world? You got a problem with that?
No, I don't have a problem with that, but it's the effect of America first on countries like my country in the Middle East, for example.
Yeah, yeah. We might be on the same page here, where we don't want America fucking with the Middle East anymore. Is that cool? You like that?
Yeah, the best example I'd give is right. You said that America first would hurt the Middle East. If there's a Middle Eastern company that say wants to make shoes, who are they going to sell those shoes to be the successful shoe company they want to be? That is Americans. That is what America First means. That you put our customers first because they are the ones that will benefit your company. So America First is not beneficial to just America. It is beneficial to the entire globe.
We'd like to stay out of your politics over there, though. I mean, that's what Americans want that support Donald Trump is we want to stop fucking with the Middle East and playing games over there. You
Yeah,
on
the
board
world's
with it?
policeman thing is played out.
We're on the same page.
The
Yeah,
world's
but
policeman started being
so
played out.
yeah, at least you need to know what Trump supporters are wanting Trump to do, and we're going to hold him accountable. Is that we want America to get out of the politics of the Middle East? We don't want to be in any wars over there with y'all. We want y'all to live on your own and live your own life and handle your own business. We want to keep all the garbage that's been coming from America with all this DEI shit. We want to keep that out of your countries too. Yeah, that's a bunch of bullshit. We know the CIA is a bunch of bullshit. We know that our tax dollars has been getting spent to overthrow y'all's countries and y'all's leaderships. And the people that support Donald Trump want that to stop. That's why we elected Donald Trump.
And the situation at hand is the more domestic that America is, the less and less that you start seeing the puppeteering hands of the global world policeman. You know, that's where Poppy Bush in '89, when he went on stage of his, American address, stating that we are the world's policeman. Well, that time is over. That time is over. Where if it ain't the Middle East, it's the continent of Africa. America needs to say it in America. These countries, these continents, these areas need to focus on developing their own. The hidden hand of the globalism of the Clinton foundations needs to be gone. And scenarios of actually you cultivating your own economies based off of the natural resource that you have. But you notice that a lot of these globalists, Federal, they have a scenario where they want to be in your business, create coups, situation of fear mongering, twisting up media spins, and getting involved in your business. Then that's when they say, "Oh, America, you're always in our business. You're always in." No, the globalist is always in your business. You know, the nationalists, the domestic-based policies, the populists here in America, they don't want no business involved. Their business is here in America, and you could call it because the globalists like to call it isolationism, where you're just isolating yourself. This isolationist, protectionist policies, like watching Bloomberg every single day. They're talking about protectionism. But with Biden, and when it comes to any Democratic or Republican globalists, it's a situation of multilateralism, where you got to move laterally in coalitions with global groups and form coalitions and have situations of how can I say global theater, and that doesn't help anybody but the multinational corporations.
You like that, Feta? You can jam with Donald Trump. You like that?
It also undermines our independence, which we fought for in 1776. We fought to separate ourselves from the powers of Europe, for us to be subservient to the powers of Europe, and now take care of their failed empires and the former colonies that they once held. It's a pathetic thing that we have devolved ourselves into. We should restore the republic and re-find our independence once again.
See, I couldn't agree more with you guys. We in the Middle East, we like Trump a little bit more than Obama because I remember Obama, for some reason, I don't understand, he was trying to shove up Islamists everywhere. We had the revolution, and
Well, we
somehow
are
the
also not
information.
fans of Islamists, but hey, just keep your shit over
Yeah,
there and we don't really care.
yeah, exactly. We had the revolution in Egypt, and then for some reason Islamists came, and then we removed them. The minute we removed them, and this was to our surprise, we got sanctioned by Obama, and he stopped sending our army weapons and stuff to fight Islamists. We had ISIS. We were not fighting like cute Islamists. It was pure ISIS.
and they were sanctioning us for
What
fighting
are you
ISIS.
talking
And
about?
this
Like,
is
excuse me, Donald Trump actually put in a ban into place that I personally think that Donald Trump should be expanding, through his administration now, in that said ban of certain people from certain countries that again were celebrating through streets of planes flying into buildings. So again, at the end of the day, okay, I think that there needs to be a certain trajectory of keeping certain people off our U.S. soil. And, that also includes, Somalians and Sudanese.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
not
See,
talking about that. I'm talking about post 2014. We removed the Islamists from Egypt, and the minute we removed the Islamists, we got sanctioned, and we were not receiving spare parts for Apache to fight
Okay,
ISIS.
Fedo, you're
We were
not,
Adam,
you're,
fighting the
wait,
same side.
stop. Go ahead, Fido.
Yeah, so what I'm telling you, we hate Islamists as much as you do. Islamists killed more of us more than they've killed of any other one. And this is the thing that we hate them, we're trying to fight them, but for some reason, Obama was supporting a vision that we would hand over the entire area to a Muslim Brotherhood or like a pro Turkey regime that will just rule over the place. So we're in the same side. We want Middle Eastern to remain in the Middle East. The only thing I'm asking you is to hear our voice. I understand that you guys don't want illegal immigrants, everything, but what's happening right now, specifically with Egypt, is the exact thing. So Trump goes now, and then he says Egypt should take, I don't know, like a million people from Gaza, and this is something that can destroy us if US is not able, like, look, they don't like to have immigrants. It's the same for us. We don't want to have 1 million people that we don't know. Half of them are terrorists, half of them are trained and armed to the teeth, and then they enter our country, which is so poor. Just for you to put things into perspective, the average salary in Egypt is around $120 per month. All right, so it's a very poor country, and to dump like a million foreigner there while we have completely open border with Sudan and Libya. So this is what I'm telling you. We're supporting you guys. I get your vision, but hear our voice. This thing about forcing countries to take refugees is not going to work.
Yeah, no. So
Yeah,
let me hold on, and I'll go to you, Jamal. So let me offer some history here about, because maybe some people aren't aware. Yes, during the Muslim Spring, which was funded, and now we're finding out was funded and completely orchestrated by America, and America overthrew Mubarak in Egypt, and it was to offer the power to the Muslim Brotherhood in Egypt. Am I wrong, Feta? That's what you're talking about.
Yes, correct. Go ahead, Phil.
Yeah. So this did happen. And, with, Trump coming in, what Fedo is saying is now they don't want to take in well, we don't want to take the Palestinians in either, bro. So, cause they were talking about trying to send those people over here to us. And we're like, oh, hell no. We don't want that shit here either. So I get you.
Yeah, you don't
We're
want
on
them.
the
We don't
same
want
well,
them. So,
page.
but we're
let Brother
way
Jamal
weaker. Like
speak.
our country is fragile.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's
Can,
let Jamal jump in
can we
here.
let our Brother
Jamal.
Jamal speak?
Yeah.
Go
Yeah.
ahead,
well,
sir.
Yeah.
thanks, guys. I appreciate it. So, the concept of what Trump is really talking about, I don't think it really has much to do with Muslim or any of that. It doesn't. What he's doing is he's saying we've watched the land strip, and it's a small land strip. It's probably it's not even the size of what the island of New York. I don't think it's even that big. Is it big as Manhattan? I don't think it's even as big as Manhattan.
Oh,
Uh, or if it is, it's not that much bigger than the island itself of New York. So it's a strip of land that people are fighting over and have been fighting over for decades. And so what Trump is approaching it is he's approaching it outside the box and saying, look, this doesn't make any sense to keep returning this land back to the Palestinians, and the Palestinians are butt ass naked and broke. They
that's right.
can't they can't do anything with the property.
and it takes money to develop the shit. So what he's saying is America's going to go over there and we'll acquire it. Well, who are you going to acquire from? Well, there's nobody to directly buy the shit from. But since we're going to invest the money and develop this shit, which I don't know if this is the right way to do it or the wrong way to do it, but his mindset is we're going to put some money into this shit. We'll build it up, put some factories, some hotels, some work, develop homes and housing, and make it a place that's habitable. Right now, it's not habitable. If we gave you back the land, it's just rubble. It's all torn the fuck up, and somebody's got to come in with some money. So this is the way he's looking at it, just a common sense way of looking at shit. And that's all it is, and that can be twisted many ways. That can be twisted into imperialism or any words you want to put on it, us taking the property, but somebody's got to develop the shit to make it
Hey,
where it's habitable. And so
Jim.
then what he's saying is, he's saying, while we're building the shit, which is going to take about 15 years to get this shit up and beautiful and running again, where you can come back to it. They
Hey,
got to live
Jamal.
somewhere. And this is
Yeah.
just
No,
common sense shit. That's all it is.
Well,
I'll
hey,
land right
hey.
Joe,
there.
Jamal,
Hold on.
Jamal,
Couldn't
there's a
agree
Hold
little
on.
more.
bit more. There's a little bit more than just that common sense. There's, and I've been saying this in rooms. You guys need to read between some simple lines. We don't have a naval base in the Eastern Mediterranean, and we also have a reliance on Qatar and Turkey for our military bases in the Middle East. And this administration is not happy with Qatar. It's definitely not happy with Turkey. So if you look at it from a military strategic standpoint for the United States, it makes all the sense in the world to have a naval presence as well as a military presence in the region in the Eastern Mediterranean.
Hey,
Absolutely, an extension of of our country, just like the Philippines or Puerto Rico. It's a U.S. territory, basically, is what we would be acquiring it to be, as a U.S. territory, and so we would have a presence there in the Middle East, and so
uh,
all of it makes good common sense. But the
look.
reality of it is, people are not going to look at it. It's not a lot of people who have common sense, because common sense would tell you this will fix it. And then once we're over there, now we can have a play in the way things are run and the way people are run. Now the Palestinians, they, from another perspective, say, well, this is our land and you're developing our land. And okay, well, I mean, you don't have any money. So now, as far as the investment, there should be
Yeah.
some reparation or investment based on the fact that it was your land that we're developing to begin with. So there should
So
be
Why
something
this
that's
so
given.
hey Jamal.
this is very weird, Joe. Like, hold
Yeah.
on one second.
But
This is
we
very
lost track of
weird.
what the
Yeah,
we
it's
lost track of
Right,
what the question was.
and this I just want to point out the point that I was trying to make earlier as far as a deployment of Black America inserting themselves into this issue. Like, it's very fucking weird. Like,
yeah,
it's
this
very weird.
Okay,
What's
so
weird about it? It's just common
hold
I
on,
don't see a
sense.
fucking issue
Jamal,
with it.
Jamal, hold on. So okay, let's not lose track of what the question was. I think Abby has a really clever point, and Jamal, but the question is, what do you do with the Palestinians right now? Like, no one wants to take them in. Feddo's
well,
from Egypt. He said, hold on, I'm reframing where we're at in the conversation. Feddo's from Egypt. He's like, we don't want the Palestinians. Look, they were trying to put that stuff on us when the war started up, that they wanted America to take the Palestinians in. We don't want those people over here neither. So what do you do with the Palestinians? That's the question. Where do you
be,
put them?
be,
I
be
mean, the
clear,
bigger
Joe,
question
it's
is,
the
does
Gazans. It's
go ahead,
Gazans.
Jabby.
Be very clear. There's a difference between the people that live in Judea and Samaria, or what some call the West Bank, and the people that live in Gaza.
They're different. Their cultures are different. Um, and the Gazans have had wars before with the Egyptians, and the Egyptians have had issues with it. So you can see the pushback on why that border was sealed off from Egypt. But when you talk about them, they're Gazans.
But Abby, one of the things that
What do we
really
do with them?
pisses me off about this whole entire conversation is, again, why is it that certain said voices continue to insert themselves into this conversation? Does Black America have an anti-Semitism problem? Like, does Black America have an anti-Semitism problem where they can't help but get their itch off of inserting their fucking opinions into this conversation for their own grievances against some shit that they've been brainwashed to believe in fucking America? Because quite frankly, it's crazy to me to hear so many fucking voices that are not actually invested in this towards actual American interest.
I think we do
Well,
the same
when
thing
you're
that
looking at business,
that
when you're
you
looking
gotta
at business, and go, I'm gonna just say this: we're looking at you got to look at things from a square business perspective, and this is the way that he's approaching this. It's just common sense business. I mean, it has to something has to happen. As far as the 2 million people are concerned, they can be absorbed anywhere. They can be absorbed into the United States. We have the room for them if we
Oh
had to
hell
bring them
no!
here. But
Oh
but
hell
but
no!
the
We don't keep.
reality. But here's the thing. Here's the reality of it. The reality is here in this country, it's racist. And so, do they really want to be here? We know that they're racist here in this country. We're dealing with racist white people all over the United States right now. So maybe that's not the best place for them to be absorbed into a region around them and countries around them. That probably is a better move. And the reality of it is to do the construction work, they're going to have to be absorbed somewhere, and I'm sure it's
Yeah,
going to be within those 3 or 4
yeah,
states around them, and
but
that's what
Jamal,
it is.
Jamal.
Because we're dealing
Yeah,
with
no,
white
no, hold on.
racists right
Take a
here in
breath. Hold on.
America,
We're
and
having
I'll land right
conversation.
there.
Yo, calm down,
We're
calm
having
down.
Hey,
conversation.
this
can I
is
get a
Hold
from
on.
an
word in?
African
Fe-
Son
American
of a
black
bitch!
queen.
hold on. Look,
Son of a
Fedo
bitch!
though he's from Egypt, and he says we don't want the Palestinians either. Okay, so what do we do with them? Where do we
Bro,
put them?
we put them in an oven.
Damn straight.
I don't know. Do some arm
Can I
twisting.
add
Get Jordan to
something,
do it.
guys?
Can
Get Jordan to do it or
Yo, she
something.
said put them in the oven. That
I
was
just
really low.
Can we
okay?
get Jordan to do this?
Like,
Hey, put them in the oven, bro, just like they did
Cause
to the
this
Native
is
Saying that,
Americans.
who's saying that needs to like leave?
Yeah. He can get the
that
fuck
was fucking
out.
disgusting. Yeah, whoever said that,
He
put them
can
in the
literally
oven.
get the fuck out.
All right, yo, calm down,
Blocked.
party
okay.
mouth. All right.
I have
Get that
a
fucking guy out of here, man.
You're a
honest.
piece of shit. You're
I
literally
just
a
want
piece of
to
Yeah,
shit.
what
in
a
the
piece of shit. They got
room.
so
All
much.
right, go ahead. Let Queen speak. New voices. Come on. Go ahead, Queen.
Hello.
All right.
So, I've been listening. Is very entertaining, and honestly, I just wanted to say this. I feel as if even on both sides, when it comes to what we're gonna do with them, or where America responsibility stands. Obviously, at the end of the day, it's all full of shit and it's all alliance. What we're gonna do with them, I feel like we've already been doing what's been happening. We're not focusing on these are the immigration threats like the Mexicans or whatever. They're already over here. They already have a lot of support because if it was that tiny, regardless, just like Hawaii or Puerto Rico or New Orleans or anything, the new LA, with the LA fires, wherever you're trying to repopulate it, a lot of people are going to say, this land is my land. And, that, continuous battle going to go back and forth. But they already have a land, regardless of who own it. It depends on how much support they have, and they definitely have a lot of people who's gonna do more than a GoFundMe. I just think it's all of alliance.
Thank you, Queen. Appreciate it. I know, Peter, you've been trying to get in. Can you go ahead? Go ahead, Peter. At least you said you wanted to. I don't know if you want to do it now, but yeah.
Yeah, I don't really have much to add anymore, but
I've been just listening, and it's been pretty good hearing everyone's opinions on this.
So what's
So
the
why don't you
what,
historically somebody pull this up and talk about displaced people over history, cultures or countries, or this is not a country. This is, and in terms of the depth or the history of these people, under that title, so far goes back to Arafat. But the question is, where did the people who lived in Dresden go after the war? And, there have been areas that have been destroyed by war, and where do those people go till their area gets rebuilt? And where did the people from Hiroshima go? Um, it's not the first time there's a displaced community from war um, that the world has to deal with.
Well, I'll just say what my opinion is on the matter. I don't mind where they go, except coming here to America. I want a moratorium on immigration. I think we need to stop it at least for 5 to 10 years and encourage domestic growth, our domestic population growth. I'm quite happy with all y'all as my neighbors here in this country. I don't have any, reg, negative thoughts about any of y'all here that are talking with me. That, Ann's, the Matts, Adams, Jamal's, Sean's, Abby's. Really happy y'all are my neighbors. I just don't want them to be my neighbor. That's all
but
right,
what if they
right?
came illegally, not illegally? Couldn't they come in
I want to
legally?
say
I
I want
want
to
a
say something
moratorium on legal
after Sean
immigration
is
too.
done.
I like all of us. We don't need to add people from the rest of the world. That's just how I feel. Nothing about that. Because I want us. I feel like it's going to help our ability to gain wealth better if we don't have more people here. That's ultimately what it is. I think it'll all make us richer.
I mean, are you saying that we shouldn't have people, even if they're like Europeans or Italians? Couldn't they come
Correct.
like
Yeah, I don't
legally?
want Europeans to come here neither. Hell no.
Good.
But
I
we sent,
I want let me
America
tell you
like sent.
what, out of all the people that I don't want the most coming to the country are white Europeans. Those people are leftist radical commies. They want
Well,
they want
they
to
want more.
Are you sure about that?
They
Are
have
you sure all
trade point.
Europeans are?
I gotta chime in real quick. All right, so me myself right now, my occupation, I've had many in my 50 years, but right now I'm an over the road truck driver, and so
Ten
I have
four.
actually and 10-4, and I've traversed coast to coast on this United States land. And the reality is, and this is real true reality, we have physical land that is uninhabited. And I'm talking about states worth of land. I'm talking big areas, swaths of land, either in Mexico, New Mexico, we have it in Wyoming, we have it in South Dakota, North Dakota. We have land, I'm talking about in the middle of the country, just open. So we do have places to absorb. A 2 million wouldn't be shit. We could build a whole nother city, and it wouldn't affect any of you at all. And you could do manufacturing, distribution. It's nothing. We have the land mass to absorb 200 people, 2 million people, like it wasn't shit. It wouldn't affect anybody. And so when you say you don't want them as your neighbors, they would be as much your neighbor as a guy from South Dakota is your neighbor, or North Dakota,
I, I,
or
I, I
or
Would
yeah,
you
I
be
agree with
would
or
you
that.
be
Utah.
cool with
I
would
agree.
you
I
be
agree with
cool
that,
with
Jamal.
those 2 million and Sharia law in that area? Like,
But
are you cool
they're
with that?
that's
I
that.
mean, I mean, Sharia law affects me as much as Catholic law does. It
Really?
just doesn't affect me. It
I mean,
doesn't
like,
affect me.
Okay, the thing about
Okay.
immigration, if I can ask a question, is like, okay, without it being like a racist thing, um, if we're so patriotic and let's take care of our neighbors, and I feel like those are the ones who are here already. Let's just say we put a deadline to it. Can we, before we open up any more support, or regardless of where they came from, can if we have all this open land, regardless of where it's at, if it's like that? fuck bringing in new people. Can we take care of these people who literally
I'm
have nowhere to go?
I'm into that. I'm into and so for I want to call out Joe to take care of how many black men and women is he helping on a daily basis? That and how many Mexican men and women is he helping on a daily basis? Because those are your neighbors as well, Joe, right? Like these we have as Americans, we're all American, and so we can all reach out a little more. We can all say, hey, how's everyone doing in this country? Maybe some people aren't feeling great at the moment, but we can reach out.
85% of my state is federal land, except that there's no water. So good idea, except you try to go develop some of this land and get water and get water rights, and it's not so simple. And you also have to vet these people, and you have a government that's a terrorist organization. So how do you vet? Just like we dealt with what came in from Venezuela, how do you know who's coming in? How do you know their propensities or their background? Because you don't have a government that's giving you a criminal file on them. You know
So
nothing about them.
how about we take
The
we
funny thing about
how
it
about we
is we
take
took in 1 million or so Ukrainians. They're here in the United
Oh my
States right
god,
now,
dude.
We shouldn't have
blending
done
in.
that neither. We shouldn't have
We
done
have
But
that
I'm saying,
neither.
Interpol. We
They
have
but
be helping
why don't
Interpol
Venezuela.
but
with
they're
why don't we
they're
Ukraine.
just
white,
take
just
Venezuela
white,
Volunteer
then?
money.
blending in with other whites
Right, but we have
because we
Interpol.
live in a.
You didn't hear what I said. We have an Interpol relationship. We have a relationship with Ukraine that we
They're
know who
Caucasian.
is.
We need to
You're
stop
missing.
fucking
You
sending
missed
Hey,
them
what
but
I
money.
y'all
said.
heard
You're not
Joe.
hearing
Joe
me.
don't necessarily want
We
them
have a
here.
That's it.
relationship with
So my
that
question
Hey
is, why don't we
country
y'all,
take
that
We need to
we
The
why don't we
only
stop
know.
take
fucking
them?
relationship
sending so
you
much
have
Do you
with
goddamn
them
money.
is
understand
they're
what vetting
Caucasian.
is? Do you
Let's be
understand what
nice. Let's be
vetting
nice.
is? Do
Fuck.
you get what
They're
happened with Venezuela?
Caucasian. That's it.
Oh man,
There's
he
no
doesn't get it.
vetting.
No, no, no,
Listen,
no,
I
they're
Jamal.
get it.
also
I get
they're
it.
take the free
also
No, you
world.
don't.
Hold
No, you
on.
they're
We
don't.
got to
also
do one
modern.
mic at
They're also
one
not just
mic.
they're modern. They're not
Can I say
traditional.
something?
Like Palestinian people
It's
are
why we have the problem
they're
with
traditional.
Venezuela because we couldn't get intel on who was coming in from Venezuela. We
We
knew
need
who
more
was coming
modern.
in from the Ukraine because we have a diplomatic relationship and we were able to get that intelligence and that information. We cannot get that
That's
information
straight
from
up
Hamas.
bullshit.
No,
You
And
don't
she
so
has
know
a
who
point.
those
we
white people were.
Don't you
They
tell
were
her
just
she
white.
bullshit.
known terrorist,
The
designated
only
terrorist
thing different
organization.
is they were
It's more
Caucasian.
Boy,
complicated than
No,
boy.
that,
that's not
bro.
the
Brother
only
Jamal,
Motherfucker.
reason.
brother
She has
You know
a
Jamal.
what I
It's more
point.
think?
complicated.
You know what I think?
Alright,
We need to
didn't
stop spending so much money on Ukraine and start fucking helping out homeless people in our own country. So I think we
And
should
we
start
need
doing
the
that.
Catholics, the
okay?
Christians
Didn't
need to step up and start helping our brothers. If you're Christian.
I wanted to speak on the Venezuelan behalf because if I had to do
Girl,
all
them
this,
Venezuela.
no, only because like
Hey, we got to
if
do
there's
one
something,
mic.
There's
We
Oh
can't
no
dear
hear.
God,
intel
here
with
comes the
Let
king.
Venezuela.
Queen
Are you
let
guys
Queen
like
finish.
not hearing
if
it?
some,
This is
if
why
something
we
Let
was
her
have
Who is
talk.
Let's
Gunner
be
in
nice. Let's
here?
be
Let
kind
her
to each
it's
other.
talk.
murderers that came in and we had no clue that they were murderers because we don't have a diplomatic relationship. Do you not understand that part? You have to
okay, so
have the
That's why we have to send them
intel.
back.
You
no,
can't vet them at the border. You can't absorb people coming in. If they're coming in legally, you need to know and have a relationship with the country they're coming from in order to know the criminal history. Now
she's
tell
not
me how you're
lying.
going to have that with a designated terrorist organization. Tell me how you're going to do that with Hamas.
Fucking homeless.
I
Guys,
just want to
guys,
Wow,
I
wow,
just would
wow.
like to
Listen,
add
honestly,
something.
I'm just so glad they brought President Trump back. It could have been somebody else, but somebody needed to clean these streets up because it
Damn
don't make
fucking
no damn
straight.
sense.
Damn
How
right.
many Venezuelan people
Damn
running
right.
around New York?
Fucking
Shit,
goddamn
just
right.
imagine LA out here, nigga.
Well said.
But then
So I just wanted to go back on the Venezuelan thing. If you did whatever it took to risk your life to get here, only because you literally know the law more than Americans who know about the Venezuelans who
And you
had the
broke the
law
law coming in
from
here illegally.
no,
When
they
you come
didn't
here
break the law.
without,
So
if you, it
Oh
hold
is
dear
on,
you
God.
did
hold
break the
on. Let
law
me
if you
hold on.
came here
Listen,
illegally.
hold on. I just want to
let's
say
see if it,
because there's a difference when there's like a treaty deal, or if you make it to America and they ask where you came from. When it come to Venezuela, when Trump made that big ordeal, it really was to bring attention on what happened in Venezuela. And so when they came over here, they were promised. And Google it if I'm lying. when it came to they breaking into the houses, it was actually a mandated that whoever signed it, but it was a law where you couldn't take them to jail. So if there was an abandoned property, nobody's living there because they looking at it like you can actually, instead of living on the streets, go ahead, we can store you. That was a law. You couldn't call the cops on them and say, hey, there's somebody living here in this abandoned property because that law that was given to them, they came over here. None of them broke the law. They came over here under the law that
They broke
America
the law
made for
coming into
them,
the country. The
Coming into the
according to
sanctuary
country
sta-
you.
legally, they
the state
broke
and
it.
the sanctuary states chose not to uphold the federal law by
Thank you.
taking them into
Nope.
Thank you.
custody.
Thank
Not
you.
no
Thank
What
you.
fucking
law
Thank
Them
they
you.
break?
being
Putting it in
here
I have
is
context.
illegal.
You're
I have
putting
no
this
A
shit
fucking
in
Mexican
context.
who has no type of boundaries when they get over here, or somebody, or like even with Ukraine, that's why it's like you can't really speak on the people who made it
fuck
on
you.
that airplane.
Oh
But
dear
when it came
God.
to
Oh
anybody who
boy.
made it over, if it's in the law, you can
Yeah,
only.
why don't you cite the law? Why don't you cite it?
Oh
Cite the
my
law.
I think
God.
we should let them fucking rot over there.
Yeah, there was
We need
no
to get
law
these
saying
convicts
I
and
mean,
Venezuelans
there's
broke.
no
criminals
law
out of the
that says
country.
love your neighbor as yourself, but we still should treat people with the same
Joe,
dignity
we're
that we
doomed.
expect from our neighbors.
Joe, we're
I
doomed.
know. I
We're fucking
know.
Motherfuckers
doomed.
know illegals this
I
shit.
know. You
We're
just have to
doomed.
sit back and laugh, Sean. That's all you can do.
Doomed.
Need to get rid of
It's
all these
like it's not a hard
convicts.
concept. Like I like everyone that's here in America. That's here. We were we're natives. We were all born here. We grew up here together. I like y'all. I just don't want more people to come in here. This is our special place, right? This is our
I get what
country.
you're saying.
We don't
This is
we
the
don't need to
Okay,
let
playground.
in all
Chuck,
these
Chuck,
other
Chuck,
fucks
keep
into
talking.
our
I just
Sean,
have
country.
one
Come
more
on.
thing to say
Sean,
for
why don't you
Chuck,
everybody.
look
I
let
just
at
have one more
why
somebody
not
else
thing.
go, all
wait,
right?
why don't you
Let
look
her
at what the
talk. Let her
law
talk.
is?
No,
Because
I
what
just
the law no, hold on. What our law says is that you come here legally in
I don't
as
know.
long as you can show that you are not a burden on the US economy. That's
I
what the
agree.
law says.
Damn
So if
straight.
you want to come into the United States legally, you get a sponsor. A sponsor then will sign an affidavit and a document that they will sponsor you, and you will not burden the economy of the U.S., that you will have enough resources that you can sustain yourself in the United States without the United States having to be burdened. That's our law coming in legally.
okay. I
That
just
has
want to
been our,
sum up
no,
Go
both
through
no,
the
no,
proper
hold on,
channels.
sweetie. That's been our
because
law.
if you was
Hey,
the
let
one
Because
Abby
talking about
talk.
oh
African
my
Yo,
God,
Americans,
let
I
Abby
give up.
talk.
I give up. That's been our law.
oh,
So for those who come in legally that are sponsored or can show that they economically will not burden our country, more power to them. We have a lot of people that come in with unique skills that we don't have Americans that have those specific skills, and they should be able to come in if they can meet our legal standards. But we have legal standards. We have laws specifically about immigrating or getting a green card or being able to work in the United States. As
Damn straight.
long as our laws are followed, then you should support them. But what you're talking
okay.
about
I want a
is
moratorium.
our law.
Look, no, but
All
I
right.
want a
So what?
moratorium,
Hold
Abby.
on.
Hold
Please.
on. Abby's
Yo,
Abby's
Queen's
giving to
already
me
popped
here.
off. I think
A-
still has some more.
I
Abby, I
think
want a
I understand
moratorium.
both sides of the party because I
Ho-
really
ho-
have to speak it to whoever. I don't know if it was Abby,
Here,
but
guys.
that's what
Somebody
really
else.
made me
Yeah,
want to
yeah,
say
yeah.
Got
it.
I'll
some
pass it
more.
right over
Yes, it
to
was
you.
Abby.
Let me just respond to Abby. Abby, I just want a moratorium on it. Like, can we just pause the immigration for a little bit
Okay,
till we
so let
get
me
our
answer
house
you.
in?
All
Some
right.
road
Hold
So
on.
let
Let me
me.
taking.
Let
finish my
me.
I'm going
thought.
to
I
answer
have
Till
you.
an
we get our
answer.
house in. Hold on,
I have
Abby.
a solution.
No,
Abby
hold
Till
don't
on.
we
have
get
Let
it.
our
let
house
me
in
Joe.
order.
Let me
That's it.
Joe. Let me guys
We have like
quiet.
20
Let me
million
respond to
illegals
you,
Okay.
here.
Joe. Joe,
All
no,
right. I have a
quiet. No,
solution.
Why is
no,
that
I'm
our
not
I
fault?
responding.
You guys can't
I
be
have a
Listen,
illegals.
Gunner, shut
solution.
your
Joe.
Hold
ass.
on, Queen. Hold on.
I
Can we
Joe,
have a
let Abby
Joe.
finish?
solution, and
No,
I
but
just
you can
think.
wait on your
Let's hear
solution
your
and let me
solution.
respond to
I
him.
want
Joe,
All right,
solutions.
when
Abby.
Abby,
This really goes back
no,
to
no, no, no,
everything
no,
you're
no,
saying.
Queen,
Listen to
we
how
need
much.
solutions.
Hold on,
Joe,
Abby.
We're gonna let
Joe,
Abby finish.
to
Abby,
answer
go
you,
ahead and finish, man, and
we
then you
have
can go,
like where
Queen.
I live, we have performers that work. I'll give you an example, like for Cirque du Soleil, we have several shows here, and we have performers that are here on green cards because they have unique skills and they're acrobatic and they're performers, and we have a lot of people that come in under that visa program because they have those unique skills. We actually don't have Americans that can do those, so we bring in a lot of them are gymnastic, a lot of Eastern Europeans come in. So I would argue with you, when you have a unique skill and you can show that it is unique and it's needed in the country, then you should be allowed. So not a full moratorium.
So
All
would
right,
That would
we?
all
be
right,
my
hold on,
Okay,
argument.
hold on,
Now,
thank
hold on.
you.
Me,
And no,
hey,
Joe, what do
listen.
you
Me
think?
and Abby
Come
are
on,
talking
guys.
for
Can
a
we
second.
chill out?
Just
it's
hold
not
on.
an
I want to.
argument.
Shut
No,
up.
no, I want me and Abby are just let us cook for like 2 minutes, and we'll pass it right over to y'all. Okay, look, Abby. Here's the issue that I have is this birthright citizenship. And Trump's already put up an executive order that will probably be overturned. But the whole idea is those, circus workers that bring some skill that many Americans don't have, they're going to have children here and raise a family. And the moment they have a child here, now we got to let them in. Oh, and all their family members from whatever country they are from too. So before you know it, you have the whole family here, not just the circus workers that came to perform that job. Point I'm making here is our immigration system is broken, and we let one in, and it's like a leak where the water, it starts bringing more and more and more into our country. And until we have our house in order, until we have our immigration policy sound, because yes, I get your point. I've heard this argument. Obviously, I know where you're coming from, but you got to admit that our immigration system is broken. Everyone's admitting it, so why would we want to continue to allow it while it's broken?
Because there's a rule of law, and I would argue that I would respect the law that exists right now. And if you can meet those standards, and the standards are very specific, then I think we should be open to those that aren't a burden on our economy or have a unique skill. I don't disagree with that law, but I think people have to meet those standards, and those standards have been lax. So I don't disagree with you that it's broken. I think it's really broken, and I think it should be tightened up, really tightened up. But there are situations, whether you're someone teaching at a university or you have those unique skills, that we need for whatever purpose that they're coming in. And again, the other point I was making, they have to be vetted. We had so many people on our terrorist watch list that walked over the border, and that has to be tightly vetted. And so I'm not disagreeing with you, Joe. I just think you can't 100% lock it up. There's got to be some leeway within the boundaries of the law, as long as the law is being enforced.
I pass the mic. I gave Abby the last word on this.
Okay.
Go
Go
ahead, go ahead, Queen.
ahead, Green.
Okay. Oh my God, because I'm listen, this is the thing. Um, Queen keep being bypassed, and I have to let you guys talk to be, But listen, I have a solution. Oh my God, even so when it comes to like what Abby was saying, like they have to be vetted. Um, even with Joe, I guess. When it comes to both of you guys, let's stop immigration. The ones who are here, even if they snuck over or whatever, kick them out if they have somewhere else to go or whatever, they're complaining. My solution, what I wanted to say, when it comes to the law, this is actually the Constitution. This goes back to, like she said, the ones who are being vetted, the ones who are
The
experienced,
Constitution only
the
applies to U.S.
ones
citizens.
the ones who been here already. Guess what? Can we just start with what we promised the ones who are already here, who have
We didn't
not
promise
committed
them
any
anything.
crime? Hold on, it's not a promise, it's the law. I'm going off what Evie's saying, and I'm going off what Joe's saying.
One of you do.
Let's focus on the ones who are already here, who never snuck in, who actually are kind of educated, never been to jail, the laws that are promised to them.
We don't
Instead
need
of
low
worrying
wage. We
about,
don't need. We
we're
don't need low
already
wage
here. The
workers.
solution is the same
Send
way
them
whenever the
back.
war happened, when
Deport
that
the
war
whole
happened,
family.
hold on. So listen, when that war happened, I'm talking about the ones who's already here. So
How'd they get here?
when
How'd
when
they
the
get
war
here?
happened,
How'd they
right?
get here? How'd they get here?
Illegally. illegally.
Well,
illegally.
okay.
Illegally?
So
Mute
Illegally.
up a little,
Fuck out of
bro.
here. Get him a
Illegally,
one way
they
ticket.
pay
Fuck
employees.
out of here.
hold on, was it? But I don't know. Okay, so when it comes to that question, how do they get here? So when the same way when they say go back to where you came from. So when it came to how do we get here, that can be divisive as far as were we here? Because some of us were Indian, some of us came with
Okay.
you,
You talking about a long
some
time
of
ago. We're
us we
talking
did
about
not
now.
volunteer. But however, you guys, they've been here. We've been here.
No.
A lot of
No.
people have been here,
They're
and they
fucking
did not
lost.
voluntarily. There, some people have no place to go back to. So
But
when
So
it
that's
my
not
comes
our
to who's
problem.
already
problem.
here,
That's
They have
not
to
my
go
so when it
home
comes
and
problem.
build
to
But
something.
Problem.
listen, if
hold
we
on.
go
So
to
the
another
fact that
country,
no
Not my tax
Venezuelans get to
dollars.
come over.
so if we go to
Venezuelans get the
India,
same
if you
treaty.
and me, Queen, if you and me go to another country and we overstay our visa, they're gonna arrest. They have the right to arrest us based on their legal procedure, based on their laws that they have in their country. So if we go to Russia or we go to China or we go to India, we can't stay longer than our visa application. They're gonna arrest us because they have a right to arrest us. That's in the law. Every country has the same law.
But I'm just saying, as far as like, say you don't want to go nowhere,
Well, that's not
where?
how it's
So
that's
when
not
you
how it
can't go nowhere, we're
works.
just talking about we just can't go to the liquor store
Do you have
or
a
we can't go to
passport? I don't
McDonald's.
think you have a
Hold on, I'm
passport,
just
do
saying.
you? No way you
No,
have
I'm
a
just saying
passport.
as far no, I'm just
I know
saying
you
as
don't have a
No
far
way
as
she
passport.
has it.
within our states. So I hear one person saying, "Hey, we gotta make sure our neighbors. You're our neighbor. Like you guys should fight with us." I feel like we've proven that. In every single war, I feel like we've done that. We help out all these other countries after we've been enslaved. I don't know how we got here, who was where, whatever, but I just know we've been here and we've been helping out everybody else down to Venezuela, Ukraine, whatever country. We're not immigrants. We don't have nowhere else to go back to. We are here. We did proven
That's
over
true.
and over and
Well,
over how
Listen,
I'll tell
resourceful
you.
we
Bro,
are
y'all
to
been
this
fucking
country.
what are
I
you
All
know.
I'm
talking
I
about?
saying
think
Shut
is,
your
I
dumb
think she
ass
forgot
up,
that she
Gunner.
was
That's
an
true for
American.
the,
What is she
but
talking
Somewhere
about?
along the
that's true
lines,
for
I
black
really think
people.
you
That's
don't
true
know
for a
that
lot
you're
of
an
people in
All
this
American.
right,
country.
one
Gutter, shut the
voice.
fuck up.
One voice. Let's go to somebody new. I think Keep. You've been trying to jump in there. Go ahead and say something. Go ahead.
No, I just don't think she remembered that she was an American. I think she just kind of
Yeah,
forgot
this is
something
definitely a
somewhere
fact.
along the line.
Wait,
Or
she's
Because
listen,
not
how
an
we
R.
how do
It's
we
really
get
not
here?
our issue there. You guys don't have a place to go.
Like
But
respectfully,
like,
how do we
if there
get
are
here?
21
We're
million
all
people, they're illegal,
naturalized
illegally
citizens
here.
here.
I think she's trying to relate back to an era before she was born. That's I don't
Well,
know.
we're talking about 2021. The illegals
I
that
mean, I
came
think
here in
she's talking about
2021 that
pre-Civil
border
War
hopped.
era, like pre-Civil War, 1812 kind of thing.
But that is protected under the
I,
law. Like the birthright citizenship that Trump is talking about is 2021, the future years. Like why we're going to a backdated situation when that was not what the president interpreted. We're talking about
the
2021.
Okay, the president interpreted and what he's going back off of, and it's still in the Constitution down of today, when they made that Northwest Territory, and they
No,
made that
we're talking about a
whoever gets that
time
land first
period.
knows, because no, if you look at all those flags, 1776, MAGA,
You done went
Make
8
America
generations
Great
back,
Again.
You know
Negro.
there
Hold
used to
on,
be
no,
13
I'm just saying
colonies,
whatever.
right?
No, no,
Uh,
no.
I'll
Regardless
try
of
and
whatever.
offer.
No, hold on. Whatever era you want to go back to, I'm just saying, as far as taking care of the immigrants, let's take care of the people who's willing to fight. We have nowhere to go. This is our property. Let's take care of our home. Like you are my
No,
name.
no, no.
That's
Oh,
why
We're
I
no,
was
not gonna
saying
take
if
care of
they
your
My
both
people.
go
We
family
gotta
back.
go
So
came
if
back
we
in
home.
compare
legally.
the
sorry,
law
y'all
and
My
you
don't
my
family
neighbor.
my family came in generations ago legally. They came in through Ellis Island and they came in legally. There's a big
And guess
difference.
what?
These
My
people are
family
not
did too.
here
My
legally.
family was
They
here
broke
before the country.
federal law.
So
They
I
broke
made America.
federal law. Are you not understanding that point?
Are
There
you
are
This
understanding?
is
no,
Are you
no,
America.
no, you
understanding?
don't.
Hold on, no, no, no. Are
They
you
broke
understanding? No.
our
The reason
law.
why I know what I'm saying, the reason
No,
why I
you
know what I'm
don't.
saying
You don't.
is because no, my family came here legally too, boo boo. And so we came here, we were not slaves. And that's why when it comes to like educating,
So
it's
what's
not
your
about,
point
hold on,
about the people that
illegally.
came over in the
My
last
point
4 years?
Yeah, but
What's your
my
you
point
point
can't
about
say
is,
that
the
about
my
black
influx in
point
the
people.
last?
is,
Hey, why don't you black
my,
moms
I
shut
spoke
my
up?
up
Man,
enough.
can
point
we move
Keep
on
is,
to
going.
RJ, my brother RJ in the room, because he will never get a chance to speak.
Yeah, let
Brother
RJ
RJ,
talk.
you here?
Yes, sir.
What's
Yeah, I
up,
What's
want
your
to hear.
Angelo?
take on it,
Yeah.
big homie?
I want to hear
So
RJ. Go
Good
ahead,
talk. I'm
RJ.
sick of hearing Queen and fucking Abby.
Man. Yeah, I think, like I said, I think Trump is doing the Lord's work,
Damn
and
straight.
we should all get down with the program, get that bread. You know what I
Amen.
mean? And stop being
Amen.
so scary, man. Like I support anybody that's going out looking
Just
for the
another
money. I mean,
manipulated ass pussy.
the, well, yeah, yeah, and
Yo,
Yeah,
Gunner.
Gunner,
the
Yo,
you say
Gunner,
Democrats
that
shut
you
the
asked
fuck
fuck
Yeah,
with
three
up.
Gunner,
years
Israel.
ago.
motherfucker. I
You fucking
guarantee you, who
nutty.
Yeah,
keeps saying
Gunner,
Gunner?
Gunner, Gunner, Gunner,
If you
Gunner,
want to keep
Gunner, Gunner,
talking
Gunner,
shit,
you're not
Tom,
Gunner.
allowed
Drop
near
the
elementary
location.
schools, buddy.
I'm gonna send you some
Yo,
chewing
Gunner.
gum. Drop
Yeah,
the
keep
Gunner
fucking
location.
can't be
leaving. You
So
keep
check this
within
fucking
out.
100 feet
pussy.
of the park.
You keep
Yeah,
fucking
yeah, yeah,
leaving. I'll
yeah.
put
So,
J-tips
so,
in
so
your fucking
I'm gonna make
chest,
it real
bitch.
quick, guys. Yeah, yeah, I got you. I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna make it real quick, guys. I think that it's honorable for any president or any politician or government official to go out and do an audit of people that have been losing trillions of dollars for decades. And if they want to cut wasteful spending, roll back programs that aren't efficient, and actually doing what they say that they're going to do, and saving us money and exchanging income tax for tariff tax and mutually taxing other countries and coming up with creative solutions outside of war to come to the table with negotiating skills that brings in new manufacturing goods and services and promoting American products first around the world, because we do make a lot of PPE and dental equipment and things like that that the world actually fucking needs. You know what I mean? And we have a lot of resources here at home to make us nepotist. But because we've been so reliant on other countries and enduring their tariff taxes while giving them a free pass for anything under $800, the de minimis rule 201, I think it's a fair cooperation. And guys, don't get mad at me. As far as the Palestinian thing, him owning that, it sounds like a great business plan too. Because obviously those two countries can't come to terms, and he's saying, "Hey, we'll negotiate peace and ease you guys out of the whole situation. America's going to own it because we've already invested into, destroying it under the last administration. So guys, go over here. We'll put you up while, we built this shit up. We built this shit up. You can come back. Nobody's going to keep you from coming back. But Israel, you're not going to give them a fair run. And you guys, you don't want to let Israel be there. So we'll just take it over. And then maybe you can buy it back for us in the future." I think everything that he's done is very comprehensive. It's exactly what he said that he would do, and I can do nothing but respect it. He's on track to be the best president in my generation that I've ever
Damn
seen. I'm
straight.
44,
God
so
fucking damn right.
salute to
Yep.
that. Not too much on Teflon Donnie out there, guys.
Good shit,
Donnie
man.
J.
Why didn't we let Cypher talk earlier?
Yeah, I like
Come on,
hearing
The
bro.
more
only fear
cipher.
I have is that there's too much money going to the rich, like a lot of rich people, Sam Altman, other people who have a lot of money invested. So that's one thing that worries me. Yeah, like
Try, brother.
But let me ask Brandy. Brandy, more so than the billions of dollars that we have has just been revealed that has been getting laundered to non-governmental organizations to advance the Democrats and the leftist agenda
Yes.
here in America and throughout the world. So you're more concerned about Sam Altman getting a publicly, told to us that we're going to get behind this AI race, but you're not more concerned about in the night that they were laundering billions of dollars out
I
of our
don't think it's
country.
either or. I don't think it's
Exactly.
either or question. I think that
Are
the
you worried
taxpayers
about that then?
the
What about the
taxpayers didn't
billion
pay
dollars we're
for
sending to Ukraine for no fucking reason?
subsidizing
For them
that.
to get
We
their
didn't pay
shit,
for
bro.
Yeah,
that's
Brandy, are you worried about the billions of dollars of corruption being, wasted and
that's not my
laundered?
question. Like my question is, are
No,
you
I'm
worried
I'm the
about
one asking the
giving more
question,
money
Brandy.
to people who don't
Yo,
Maybe you don't
Brandy.
understand what I'm
Yo,
saying.
Brandy.
Brandy,
Yo, Brandy, shut the fuck up.
I'm asking you the question. Are you concerned with the billions of dollars that the Democrats have been laundering and Republicans have been laundering out of our country and stealing our tax dollars? Does that concern you?
I'm concerned with the uniparty, the idea that there's one party,
Oh my
and that
god.
they can
This is
just
fucking baloney.
send money to USAID, USAID, which was exposed by WikiLeaks for counter disinformation and trying to advance the CIA's agenda across overseas, trying to manipulate the foreign governments through USAID and these other democratic institutions. We call them democratic, but they're really not, right? Yes, I'm concerned about these things that have been
Are
happening.
you really concerned?
Absolutely, but I think the question is, for every concern, we have to find a solution. So we can't just always talk about the problem. We have to actually address it by advancing our own path forward. And I think that's something that Elon is advancing, is solutions on that level. So I'm not here to discuss that necessarily, but yeah. What do you guys?
Honestly, they were
Well, let
trying
me
to restrict your freedom of speech. They've been trying to do it for a long time. You ought to be glad they brought President Trump back.
Damn straight. Hallelujah.
okay. Okay. So listen, I really do. It's not a solution. I'm just speaking off of some anger that I feel. So whoever was speaking about like the non-government organizations, which is like anybody can go down to the city clerk office and fill out an application and bam, you got a backpack drive. And now for somebody who really actually care, right? When I actually did my research and they said no, the government will not feder is non-federal is not regulated.
All right, nice one, sir.
Federal government is not regulating it. And so when I also did my research, that's what's so confusing because and that's why it may seem like I'm on both sides, but when it comes to like, oh, I got an idea or a solution, it seemed very like biased or whatever. It's more concern. If
Queen, do you get
this
federal
person,
money? Queen,
when
do
it
you get
comes to
federal
like,
money?
I'm sorry, what was it?
Do you get federal money? Because that's what, when I say non-government organizations, these are organizations that are getting federal money given to them to advance their agenda. Their agenda to,
Correct.
so, lack of better terms, to have dominion over all of us. They want to control us. Like Keep said, control our speech. So that, that's what has been going on. Do you have they been paying you? Because they've been paying off Americans
No,
for
no,
their support.
no, not at all. If anything, like, I believe in karma and God outside of everything. My main concern is I don't. I know about it and I'm like, oh, this a lot of this stuff seem like a scam. And this is an honest question as far as when it comes to somebody who supported, how do you support what's really going on? It's like, yeah, go do that, fight for your rights and do your law thing. But then it's like, okay, you're not doing that because, like, that shit is taking off. Anybody can go down there. And I'm not per se at all. I do know a lot of situations where I'm seeing flyers. And then when I learn about it, when it comes to like senior citizens and a lot of people who can't get support, if I was to get money from the government to help out, it will be for like the elderly citizens. But as far as like, I'm not in that field right now. But Trump do I'm not just saying him, but there's a lot of um things out there that's available where you can obviously scam the system. And if somebody who's saying this is the way to do it, scam the system and fuck just know the law, you can get away with anything. How do you know is what side is right?
I mean, use your
because
moral
it's in the
compass.
law.
I don't know.
Idiot.
It's
Fuck. Somebody else.
it's in the
Somebody else.
law
Talk.
and it's transparent. If
Yeah,
it's
somebody else.
legal, you
Second
can
queen.
do it.
Actually.
I
Yeah,
mean, just
that's why
use
we
your
look at
moral
the
compass.
Black's
I
Law
mean, it's all about
Dictionary.
morality at the end of the day, because
Man,
just
that's why I
because you're a
love
capitalist,
Trump.
just because you're
I
like
love
a
Trump.
capitalist doesn't mean you're a good human being.
I can barely hear your mic,
We could
love.
barely
You're
hear
Oh,
you're
you.
very
sorry.
low.
Like I was saying, it all comes down to your moral standing at the end of the day, because you could be a capitalist and still be an immoral human being, or you could be a
Yeah, I
communist
think the
and
moral argument is like obsolete. We live in a capitalist
not quite.
society. America has not been the most moral of anything, but when it comes to this administration and what they're doing, I believe it's morally correct to be transparent and have open source accountability and auditing mechanisms with um, with bilateral influence. So you have the contrarians to Elon Musk's Doge on his subcommittee looking at open source auditing and effectively and efficiently restructuring government to run like a well-oiled engine. Governments usually don't run for efficiency and effectiveness for their constituents, or not constituents, but for their people. What they're trying to do is lead the world as a demonstration how to remodel governments to where it actually does what it says it's going to do, and not having to outspend and overspend and have wasteful spending and bureaucracy going on, back end deals, money laundering, all kinds of nefarious activities are now having oversight by government efficiency and open source money. Like, I mean, you could track this stuff, and
Yeah,
So
he's telling you
so
this is
wait,
how
wait,
to
wait.
play the
Let's
rules.
take a
right.
step back here and
Yeah,
let's
yeah.
just
If
really
I like to
let's
finish just
break
really
down
quickly.
what you
Yeah,
said.
yeah. I like to finish what I was saying
Yeah, yeah.
really
Keep.
quickly.
You'll come after. I want to hear more side.
The
Go
last
ahead.
part, the last portion of that is also the fact that he's even telling you how to play the game. So even in terms of, oh, we're not going to gatekeep the rules. We want you to follow the rules and take advantage of these things. That's empowerment, right? And it's America first. Like my business model with my companies are American products first, right? I have no shame in that, right? So if we are true Americans, I could do nothing but celebrate a guy that's a real politician. This man is qualified as fuck because we saw what his last administration did, and we weren't in the shithole that we were the last 4 or 5 years. He has a better pathway for it. He knows he's working on borrowed time because he has 2 years to work with before the climate changes in the houses, in the Senate, in the House of Representatives. He's only going to probably have this last term to get it right. So he's not fucking around with people. And I think that we should have put more respect on that man's name and have more appreciation for what he's doing and sit back and watch. He hasn't been in office 30 days yet. Let's sit
Very,
back and watch what he does.
very true,
Hey,
RJ. Good
Cypher,
point.
thank you for buying American products. That's a very cool
Yeah,
thing
that is
that you
pretty
I think we
said.
good.
also we
Thank you
have to
for that.
respect the other
I,
Americans
I
that
think
Free
Keep,
that
speech,
the
Cypher.
blue,
Keep
you
was
know,
next. Hold on, Brandy. Hold on, Keep. Go ahead, and then Brandy. And then I want to go after Brandy, but go ahead, Keep.
Well, I'll say this, as an auditor, that the audits can't be automatic. But what we have to do is we have to look at where the transactions are going. And in a normal world, stopping a transaction would require many steps after the audit is done. Think that Doge is just kind of eliminating that audit step, that assessment step, and just completely shutting it down, which I completely agree with.
Go ahead, Brandy.
yeah. I mean, I like your idea. I like what you're saying, but some Americans, Democrats, would say that there need to be some mechanisms, and I know a lot of conservatives don't like the idea of any mechanisms in government, and they want a different kind of way to run this country. But I think we should have the American flag. I think we should have schools that have the American flag, kind of educating people about American history. And I do think that Black history should be taught also because Black people are Americans, obviously. And
I agree.
I do think we should teach efficiency in our schools. We should teach governmental efficiency in all levels, right? In every level of society. Like we should teach and I think that we just need better leaders, great leaders. Like whether you're Republican or Democrat, we need to stop bickering between each other, because that's how we divide each other, you know. And China or whoever gets ahead because we're not working together. We're not making the plan that we need to make our country effective at all levels. At all levels, we need the best of the best at every level of government, just like Elon Musk. You know, somebody who has obvious competence, and I'm not sure about character, but at least he's competent, right? Which is a good thing in government because there's so many bureaucrats that have zero competence, right? These days, you know. So I'm just I'm ready to see how we can actually become more competent as a nation, and
I mean, I'm just looking here at one of these items that were found, that being the Associated Press, the AP. Does anybody think they should be getting $52 million? I mean, that's the AP. Aren't they supposed to be like pretty much neutral, not any kind of
you know, one side or, any kind of propaganda arm for anybody. I mean, why is the government paying $52 million to the AP?
I mean, it turns out they are a propaganda arm, as it says that they're being paid for disinformation services for the federal government. So these are called PSYOP operations, propaganda campaigns that our own government has been waging on its own population for, as we know, since Vietnam era and after
I
and ever since.
I hear what
So
you're saying, but there's one party that's been covering this up, though. It wasn't the Republican Party, right? I
absolutely it
mean,
was because you see the likes of Mitch McConnell, you see ever since Watergate and the '60s scandals and so forth, Republicans have been in bed with the same military-industrial complex.
I get the military part, maybe, but just focus quite a bit on this, Brandy. I mean, the only reason why we know this is because Republicans did this, right?
To be
Well, some
fair,
Republicans, I mean,
look,
Elon Musk
look,
is here right.
Brandy, I think what Matt's saying here is the bureaucracy that was built in America over the last 10, 15 years largely comes from the Obama administration.
I think Obama attempted to streamline, what he saw as the government, that he thought it could be, instead of just hampered, we could actually streamline government, and this is what Democrats believe.
So no,
That
we could say Obama was just a good guy who did what they wanted him to do.
Most
what
of
do
the things
Even though he
Obama was the
targeted
worst president of all
Republican,
time.
targeted Republican entities with the IRS, but he's a good guy, right?
I mean, he also raised the morale of our nation to
He didn't
extreme
raise the
heights.
morale of our
He did.
nation. He actually, there's a lot of
Obama was one of the worst presidents of all time.
horrible, horrible, and
He
probably
raised
caused
our
the
country to new
race issues
heights
that we have.
because he was a black man,
A
right?
lot of
Because
issues.
Now,
I
I
mean,
there are
could
all
I
care.
these
mean,
I
you
various
mean, he
fucking
could be a purple
retard.
man.
The
It's
morale.
irrelevant.
Oh my God, play the race
It's,
card, you
it's
fucking idiot.
nothing.
No,
Yeah.
I think
Randy,
it's
So
because
go.
he
going
was.
after conservative organizations with the IRS, you think that's okay? You think that's
I think
you
every
justifying that?
organization should be audited. I think whether you're Democrat, Republican,
Okay,
every
but so
organization.
you're okay with what Obama did? That he
That's
targeted
called
conservative
transparency,
or
right? If I
you're
don't know
okay
too
with
much
that?
about the
Are you a
details about
Brandy?
that.
Just yes or no? Yes or no
I
question. Are
don't know
you
the
cool with
details, so
that?
you can send me the
You think the
details
guy's
about.
infallible? He
Man,
didn't
she's
do
talking
anything
like a
wrong?
politician. It's talking like a politician. Respectfully, it's not giving
Hey,
any direct. It's not.
I
Brandy,
think
hold
one of them.
from
on, I get back
so
You
in.
from
can
what
tell.
from what she's saying is that under the Obama administration, a lot of businesses, probably dealt with a
So
lot
many
of
presidents.
constraints and a lot of regulations that his administration put out.
Oh
You got
no,
to
no, no. I don't
understand
know.
that a
Let
lot
me
of
tell you. Let me tell you who Obama benefited when he was in office. Now here's the funny thing. He extended the unemployment for like fucking 4 years. Cause I remember I had a job and I got laid off and the unemployment extensions just kept coming. Now now like if you were unemployed and you were an underachiever, like that's probably like the only thing that he did and shit. Yeah, I mean, because I got comfortable. So other than that, he was just fucking well spoken. Listen, I was a guy that voted Democrat for 20 fucking years before I learned anything about politics. Now I know that currently, the key word currently, Democrats are like full of shit. So salute to the fucking
Thank
room.
you.
What's up with y'all? You know what I
Let
mean?
me
I'm
let
gonna
me
let
add
y'all
this
go
I
in.
brother.
mean,
say
they
that.
are
You say
American.
that
Let
Like,
me
against
so
add
the
this
this
brother right
idea
Democrats.
that
here.
they're full of shit, but we're not.
And the
Okay.
Democrats are the
Thank
original
you.
racists.
Can I say
Wait,
this
wait,
They're
wait,
the
real
wait.
quick?
original racist,
Can I
and they
get
don't give a fuck about black people at all.
say
Can I
that
say
shit
this
again?
real
Well,
quick, Bree?
you
Hey,
think
hey,
Republicans?
hey, hold on, real quick. I want to jump in here.
Done.
Look, and then I want to pass it over to Sean. Sean, you
All right.
made just a little sidebar here. Sean made the comment earlier that in the future, people will not trust politicians that are propped up by the media. Well,
Yeah.
as I was like, oh man, that's right. We're at that point. But now that I'm listening to Brandy, it's the same thing. I'm not going to trust people that speak like Brandy's because you can just tell they're just lying to us now to prop up this agenda.
They
Well,
20
what's your
million
agenda,
short,
Joe?
dog. They
I
20.
want to know
They,
if you
they,
could share
they
your
20
agenda.
million short. Hold on, I didn't mean to cut nobody off, but listen, I just got in the room. They 20 million short. All right, so this like the media got they base of people that they gonna indoctrinate. That's already stamped. So you got black people, you got white leftists, you got black leftists, all of that shit. These motherfuckers is short 20 million. They need 20 million fucking people.
Yeah,
That's why they fucking lost. They short
that
20
is
million.
funny as hell. You said they got a base of Negroes that that they got locked in already. Then they got
Dog,
the white
you
left.
can't listen. Black people vote Democrat, and you
This is
that's all
sad.
they fucking listen. And it's I remember how I used to vote. Like when I ain't know nothing about politics, I literally went in the booth and just like was pulling by name, like just like name recognition. And if I didn't know the person name, I picked the better name. Like if somebody had a weird name, I just picked like Richard over a weird name. Like this is how like people freaked up.
Oh my God. Now, can I say this real quick? When it comes to this unscrupulous activities of the Obama administration, this motherfucker funded Boko Haram and literally used U.S. aid money under the Buhari administration in Nigeria, where Doge then confirmed that the Obama Biden administration literally used U.S. aid to sponsor ISIS, Boko Haram, Al Qaeda, and the Taliban, and more terrorist groups with taxpayer money, $1 billion annually. So you're telling me that the situation of the war on terror that was extended with the Obama Biden administration was literally used $1 billion, where it trampled the continent of Africa, trampled the situation in the Middle East, and literally destroyed a lot of lives. $1 billion annually. This is why I say if the media likes this guy, I don't like the guy. Instantaneously, media say, "Oh, obey," or "You better like this motherfucker," or "You got your grandmama, your baby." That's why I appreciate my pops at age 77. He was a Vietnam veteran of the Tet Offensive and the Cambodian Offensive as well in Vietnam. Literally said that, man, I done got off the Democratic train. I don't trust these motherfuckers. When I look at the news, I know it's a spin. I'm, most more than anything, he just smoking his weed and just biding his time and raising his grandkids and his kids because he knows that the Democratic Party will probably. He said to me, they'll probably never win federally. They'll probably never win federally.
Okay, so
Hey, salute to your
realistically,
dad,
So
man. Salute to your dad in the service,
thank
bro.
you. Thank you,
right.
man. And this
Salute
is
to
a
them.
dude that's been voting for Democrats since 50 years. He voted for George McGovern when he got obliterated by Nixon in 72.
See,
So,
my
I
parents
don't
are
think they
just
can win. I don't think they can
Why
win
did
moving
Obama
forward.
win federally?
no.
my parents are some of the most hardworking people, the most American people that you can think of. They're not highly educated people. They're just people that get up and go to work. And I think that they've noticed the cost of living increase over such short period of time that for them it was only made sense to, vote for former President Trump.
I'm telling you, man, like my pops, he was a diehard Democrat where he didn't like, well, I wouldn't say a diehard Democrat. He was more conservative than he really carried on because he didn't like none of the agendas, the pronouns. He didn't care for open borders. He didn't care for that. When he started making even more money, he started realizing that, wait a minute, I'm voting against my best interests. What? Bring them capital gains taxes down. uh, Figure out what's going on when it comes to the bonus depreciation, when it comes to the equipment that I write off. Then he realized and read some of the Trump Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, realized that, wait a minute, this helps my real estate operation. Hold on. Let me look at it a little more closely. Then, when the situation of Joe botching the situation of Afghanistan, as ex military, he said this is unacceptable. Within 8 months of Biden's term, he realized that, man, I done fucked up. 6 to 8 months, he didn't realize, man, I done fucked up. Who the fuck is this dude? Then he realized that the media was just covering Joe Biden weekend at Bernie's, covering for Biden, not showing him closely, maybe show maybe one or two words before he starts stumbling and fumbling. Then realize that, wait a minute, this is a damn scam.
Yeah, I think Biden really just really let a lot of people down. It was
Where you couldn't
They didn't
bang Joe
have
Biden
nobody
tough.
else.
Like, you
So
see how we
how
bang
that dude
Trump
was allowed
tough?
to fucking
They
run
don't
for
have
president?
nobody else. They don't have nobody else. Like that they had to use Biden because Biden was associated with Obama. That's it.
Mm.
They like, I mean, I'm not even being biased, yo. They really don't fucking have nobody. Not
But the
nobody
Right.
on a large
but the
scale.
thing is, they couldn't
Right.
bang Biden. Like you couldn't have nobody irrationally say, "Yeah, I fuck with Joe Biden," but you got people say, "Man, I fuck with Donald Trump."
But you
Okay.
and
You
when you
couldn't really
look
bang
at
Biden
what
tough.
they did to President Trump when he left office,
I mean, people
it
said
was
that about Bush.
unprecedented, in
Can I
modern
can I ask a
times.
question?
It was really the main reason so many people wanted to see him through this because, you know, I don't think that that's how things are supposed to work.
Okay. My
You
question
got
is,
people
if
defending
you
failed departments, man.
and especially if they cancel, but
It,
if you
it,
have
it-
nowhere to go
what the
and you
Atlanta woman did was a reach. Or even
and
on her
so
bed. I don't even know how it stayed in their court system that long. They have a very interesting court system.
okay, so now that we know Obama wasn't shit, let's just say 90% of Americans feel that way, black or whatever. Okay, whoop de fucking do. Like, okay, we get it. Biden, whoop de doo. We can still talk about Kamala. We just gonna skip past what Trump did, but he's here now. And we're saying, hey, buddy, we're on your team. How can we really prove with a legit resume and a legit credit score? How can we really prove even being in the room with politics, even being in the room? Now, how can we be like, we're on your side? We understand. He got the manual and we're trying to follow it. And it's not even selfishly for me, us, or whoever, but how can we switch that? Okay, without it being like, I know you voted for Obama back in 2008. It's about to be 20 years from now. Like, can we get over that?
Well,
Because
we can't
nobody
get
talks
over the
about Bush
fact that a
no more.
billion dollars was given to the Taliban. How we
We,
not we
I
can't just
mean,
dry over that.
Obama
No,
was
we
just.
we can't. But what we
No,
did
no,
do
no,
was
no, no.
action.
That's funding
What we did
terrorism.
do was action. Right now, who the fuck? I will be hella offended. You still talking about the X? Now you allow the XX dude to come back, so let's get over it. Now you got a solution. He's
But
our
if we
solution.
find out recently that the money was given $1 billion to the Taliban, Boko Haram, Little League, Al Qaeda,
Mhm.
what we should be quiet. If we be quiet, then we're essentially siding with the media machine that wants us to focus on. Well, Elon is
Focus.
dismantling departments,
So
even
we
none of these
ignore,
departments it
we
has been
ignore.
efficient. That has necessarily worked in our best interest. Matter of fact, most of these departments has literally just been people just collecting a check, sitting their job, not don't even care about if they do it correctly. We just care about our job essentially being in these departments. This situation right here is sickening. This comes from somebody that literally cares about what's going on in the continent of Africa.
But
And you're
how
telling
about?
me that Obama,
I agree.
a Kenyan
I'm
American
not saying
president,
nothing about Obama.
No,
literally
American, right? Let's
well,
just.
We gotta get rid. We
let
gotta
me
let
finish my
go of
point.
that
Let me finish my
Obama.
point. Let me finish my point. Let me finish my point. When it
Make
comes
it
to this
without Obama.
situation, you're funding terrorism with our taxpayer dollars. We literally
But you're
went from
blaming a
9/11
Democrat for
to the
funding it
Bush
when
era
it
to a
wasn't so.
situation finding out that wait a minute. So it was an inside job. This is literally what it's telling me that okay, the situation 9/11 was an inside job because we're funding all these terrorist groups $1 billion annually for the past 8 to 12 years from
That's our
Whatever
'07 to
government.
that's
literally
not.
That's our government.
2020.
That's
What
our
the fuck?
government. That's not we the people. That is the unelected
Brandy,
Somebody
leaders.
needs
Brandy,
to
you
get
must work
indicted.
for the DNC. You must really work for the DNC because every time I have something to say about being critical about the situation, you always throw the subversion tactic of let's throw it back at you.
Okay,
Go
well,
ahead.
hold on. You got to
I'm
answer my question before you get back to her. Because my question, let's just say I do, and I'm a plant, and I'm just really just pretending that
It's
I
how you
No, I
talk.
really
don't
We
want
think
to
got
you're a
go
plant.
along with you.
Queen.
I just
So
think that you're misinformed.
my
Queen,
question
hold on.
was,
Let's get something real clear here. The way you talk is very genuine. You're talking. You're having a genuine conversation with us up here.
and I just
Brandy,
want some answers
Brandy
because I'm
speaks
just,
in a subversive way, where she tries to
I'm not
trick us.
subverting anyone,
it's
Joe.
not
She's trying to
tricking.
trick
The
us.
thing is, I can
Queen,
hold
Queen,
up
go ahead.
whatever it says in the court of law. So let's just say we just going off paperwork. So when I ask a question, you can't be like, oh, I think she's You can't be like, oh no, come on, let's just focus on the questions.
Let's have
And
you say.
I haven't got my answer yet.
Well, you didn't ask it.
Yeah, go
Okay.
ahead.
So when it comes to, all right, even if you didn't vote for Obama, a lot of black people didn't vote for Obama. They didn't even vote. A lot of black people have not been involved, or just the minority. I think this has been like a big election where a lot of people really got involved, and so I really feel like it was the first time it wasn't about Republican or Democrat. I don't think nobody can really wake up and be like, especially with everything that's going on, to be put in the category like you don't know shit about politics, but to be like, well, I'm black, I'm in that. No, I don't think a lot of people are like that. Depending on your location, you probably had no choice. Like your vote don't count. They're gonna go that way anyway. That's how I've been seeing it. Yes, it
Wait,
was great to see him, but I just don't understand why is Obama still to blame for everything when Trump already had it? And even if he was to blame, Trump is here now.
and
I
we're
don't
uncovering a
understand
lot
why
of the
we got to
bullshit.
focus on, like I'm saying, like the solutions. We can't be like, well, we got to be mad at everybody who voted for Obama way back then
I'm
because we
not
got to
mad
go
at
through
people
all
that
the
voted
other presidents.
Obama. You see, you wasn't here earlier when I said that I voted for Obama. We're not mad at the
And you
people that
probably
voted for
don't.
Obama. We're
Yeah.
talking
I'm
about
mad
the
at
people in the administration. Do you work for the administration? What was your department that you worked for the administration if that was the case? Like I said, I'm not
So
mad at everybody that voted for Obama. My
who do
thing
you voted
is
for
we're
last time? Fuck Obama. Who you voted for last time? This
2016 I
election.
voted Gary Johnson. 2016 I
2020,
voted Gary Johnson. 2020 I voted for Donald Trump.
2024.
Donald Trump. Now, can I
Okay, so
finish my point?
why are you
Can,
kicking yourself in the ass for
because
voting for
because
Obama?
I'm not kicking
Are
nobody in
you
the
to
ass.
blame?
Oh dear Christ. Dear
No, I
no,
don't
no,
Christ.
hold on.
understand the
Look,
Dear
animosity.
Christ.
Queen. Look, I think
Why this hate?
what hold on. What I think you missed was the earlier conversation that led into this, where no, we don't blame Obama voters. It's the ones that work for the government that people have been getting paid off to try and prop up this money laundering scheme that's been going on with our tax dollars. So, like, we don't blame you for getting,
No,
suckered by them.
But who created
no.
that
I
scheme?
just
That's
feel
what
My
like he
main
has
I've been
to.
trying to put it back
let me
on.
let me move this one
It was our
forward. Let me just
government.
move this one forward. So like I said, I'm more angry at the situation of both the Biden, because I'm gonna call it O'Biden, both Obama and O'Biden terms, because literally looking at from I don't know if anybody looking at Sean Ryan, but he has a very good interview recently where he interviewed an ex-Democrat that literally said that Jill Biden literally was the president, and the situation of this was Obama's third term that we literally came off of, where you had
Look,
situations of John Kerry, people like John Kirby, John Kirby,
But this is
John Kerry,
democracy.
moving forward, what is your
Brian.
plan?
So what's your solution?
So my solution is to get involved in the oil field. See, I'm doing the freight brokering situation. I got tax deeds involved. If I had to give everybody a solution, get your business credit, get your LLC or C corporation, and actually build up your personal credit, so you can get those trucks, you can get those land lots, you can actually
You
start
have a
building.
you have a
And if you want to build domestically, you can do it here in the United States. My plan is
The
situation
schools
for
are teaching
everybody
the
to get
kids the
involved.
wrong
Can I
shit.
finish? Can I finish? Can I finish? Dear Christ, can I finish? I just want people to be more business minded, because it seems like we have a lot of people that will be lost in the sidelines, where this administration is the most transparent, where every single person that has a scenario where they're involved in real estate, trucking, the oil field, mineral rights, they're going to win the most. People that's in manufacturing, they're going to win the most. People that's in logistics, we can finally have a scenario where we're going to unleash oil drilling,
So you happy
625
right now?
million acres of oil
There is no
drilling.
solution because it's already here, is what you're saying. So you're but there's no, I'm saying not like there's no progress, but as far as like, okay. And I think that's my whole point. And I'm not trying to like even be a smart ass, but basically you saying finally we are here. Because I'm not hearing that response as it's not one of those type of wins where it's like, haha, we showed y'all like, look, we got it. It's still more like, Can you believe that bitch would have got that fucking office? Or can you believe what Obama did? I'm not hearing what he's doing right now. And when it comes to Chattanooga, Tennessee property that's owned out there by my family, yeah, they're kind of lightweight going through it, and they hella mad that they voted. And I'm like, yo, this is moving forward. That's all we can do. There's no time to be like, oh, y'all voted for him. Hey, it's like, oh, well, he didn't tell us that this was like, and it's not even to be. It's embarrassing if you voted for Kamala, and it's embarrassing if you voted for Trump, depending on what it is. I don't think you can go into a courtroom or any type of like government run where it says on paper what's right. Feelings ain't got shit to do with it. When it comes to look, I'll do anything to keep my sister alive, and it means me giving her a kidney it certain things, but now my medical certain things, that's what I have to deal with. I can't blame it on anybody. I just when I kept hearing you saying Obama, like we've been got over him like hella long ago.
Okay, can I finish my point
Let me
now?
let
Like
me
I said, my solution for everybody is to read the executive orders for yourself. Use whatever AI tool that you use, but please read the executive orders and figure out how can I align myself where I can benefit from this administration. Like I used to do YouTube, and I was literally laughing at the people that voted for Joe Biden but didn't know none of the policies that he was actually going to do. Where I was looking at electric vehicle stocks that were a dollar, shot up to $55. Yeah, it went back down to $1 to damn near to zero. But I had to make sure that I was going to benefit in the Biden years because it seemed like the Biden years was like overwhelming, where you had housing prices that were 185,000. That was in Houston, Texas, that shot up to 350,000. 375,000. You have the West Coast leaving their $1 million property that's in San Francisco for 1.2 going to somewhere down south, fucking up for a neighborhood of people that's literally on the sidelines waiting for a real estate crash that never happened or waiting for a situation of them saving up a down payment that wind up being $50,000 down payment when it was around 185,000, 200,000 to now being 350. Now they need to bring in 80,000 where I saw so much pain. And in the last year of Biden, 18% homelessness went up nationwide. And that's where I say that, yes, voting has consequences. That's what I'm always going to say. Voting has consequences, especially when you're not looking at, okay, you put this motherfucker in office. Can you benefit from this motherfucking office?
What
That's
have
my
you
main
benefited?
is
thing
that
that I
what we
say
should
to
be
any and
asking?
everybody, no matter if
What
you're a
have you
Democrat
personally
or you're a
benefited?
Republican. Can you benefit from the situation? Can you interpret what executive order, what policy positions, what Congress is doing,
I
both
think we have to
local,
ask:
state,
Should our
federal?
nation can our nation
Can I
benefit?
finish? Can I finish?
It's
Can I
not just
finish? Can,
about
I'm
us;
trying to
it's
give an
about our
actionable
nation.
solution.
Because you did say you had a solution, and then you're throwing out Biden years, and that's what I'm saying. Like when you date somebody and
But
you're
I
trying to move
gave.
forward, shout
Oh
out
my
to Happy
God.
Valentine's Day. But when you
I'm
move
done.
forward, it's
I'm
like,
done.
bro, I'm with you
I'm
because I
done.
don't want to hear about what
I'm
my
done.
ex did. What are you doing
I'm done.
tomorrow?
I'm done.
I don't
I
want to.
told you what
No,
I
no,
was doing today.
no,
I
no.
told
You
you what I was doing today.
okay? I
Tax
asked
deed
you a question.
investing in Michigan, Alabama, Chicago. Tax deed investment
Alabama,
in
Chicago.
Tennessee.
Okay, okay.
What are you doing
I'm
to help
okay.
your
I'm
fellow
listening. No, because
citizens?
but no, hold on. Because I heard you did the whole truck driving, and that's when I mentioned like the
Freight
farm.
brokering. Yes.
Okay, so when I say like as far as because it seemed like you're trying to like yeah, this is what people should do. When it comes to you as a personal benefit, when it came to you and because Trump already had his chance, right? He had his little thing, and we couldn't go back after Trump did his presidency. We can't say Obama, especially when you got it again. And according to some people, he already had it this whole time. But as far as like right now, can you literally say, guess what? We did this shit, motherfuckers. And because you know, whether you voted or not, Trump is the man, and I got this to prove. Without this is what this motherfucker is doing for me personally. Fuck what everybody did
Yes.
to
Yes.
you.
Yes. I told you what he's doing for me. And I'm
Right. What
telling
was
you
that?
what
I'm
you can be
sorry.
able to
I missed
position
it.
yourself as well. So I put the business
I
credit
missed
template
it.
in the chat.
I missed it.
I put the
Let
I,
business
me
credit template in the chat. This is a situation where you can file and create your entity and get it funded. Dear Christ.
a doc,
I
Google
gave y'all a
Doc.
solution. For the people that understand what I'm talking about, thank you for understanding what the hell I'm talking about.
But no,
Dear
I
God,
understand.
I don't talk like
It's
this, but
hard.
I drunk a whole
It's hard work.
fifth of
It's hard
Jack
And
work.
you
Daniels.
shouldn't let your emotions get into it.
Yeah, I understand where you're coming from,
Dear
Sean.
God.
I
Yo,
know, right?
just stress that man
But
out.
No,
Damn.
he don't gotta be stressed out. He gotta be able to hold his own when it
I
comes
did
to
hold
like
my
a
own.
situation.
I'm trying to make sure
You
that nobody don't
did.
get
You
cussed the
showed it
fuck
in the
out and
comment.
people
You
can
showed
still
it in
learn.
the comment. And I'm trying to learn. I'm trying to understand where you're coming from. And so I did just see a Google document template.
he,
Pass
what he's
that
Um,
trying
shit
to
around like a
say,
Philly
Queen,
blunt in my Eddie Griffin
I
voice. Pass that
am.
bitch
I'm
around like a
trying.
Queen,
Philly blunt.
Hey, it should come with a
Queen.
business card because I can pass out some. I'm just saying, if you're gonna
The
promote it,
solution.
let's promote it because I need
Hey,
solutions.
hey,
If that's
Queen,
the whole
hey,
reason why
Queen,
we're
hey,
here.
Queen. He gave you the solution. Look, the solution is inside you.
Finally,
What,
a
what, what,
Google template.
what skills do you bring to better your life?
Y'all seen the Super Bowl?
No, no. What?
99%
Good.
of us came
Listen.
like that, and it's a
You're not
skill and
like
it's
that.
legal and you can't kill us. And
God.
as
Queen,
far as
what
moving
skill?
forward, hold on.
What
When I say
skill
my
do you
resume,
bring?
I need to smoke some weed.
when it come to my
Who
resume,
won the Super Bowl? Go ahead.
hold on.
Say it
When it
again.
come to
So you're
I
not
need
resume,
like
some
that.
damn
hold
weed.
on. No, okay, listen. I'm only going off of like everything. I'm not gonna put any names, but it was like two people. One started with an A. It sounded like she was a white woman, and one started off with a white boy. Started with a J. Now this little African dude, I don't know who he is. He just but as far as I listened to the conversation, it was like solution, solution. And it was like, okay, if this is what we're settling for, adapting, we don't have to show our cards, but we do have to educate. And even if we're on the same team, I thought it was fucking dope where it was like, hey, board this shit up, Squid Games, let's get our shit together. Whatever happened, it happened. When you get into a new situation, especially coming from an XX, you gotta come through. So whatever promise you came, don't tell me nothing about what my last nigga done did. Moving
Tell me what
forward,
you're gonna do. This one's gonna do for me.
right now. So listen, I honestly, regardless, independently, I just focus on my little four walls. But when it comes to what we're doing, moving shit forward as a nation, I didn't vote for Trump. But only thing I can do, I'm not complaining. I'm adapting. So when I'm hearing like, oh shit, that's actually fucking dope. Like Trump is entertaining, but the best entertainment is fucking knowledge. And when you can put that shit together, shout out to my Hamilton. You feel me? I'm not gonna waste my shot. Let's go.
So
Let's
can I ask you a question, Queen?
hell yeah.
Yeah. Do you think that maybe you can communicate your sentiments in a way that's more palatable with less urban language?
Sure. So when it comes to anything, when it comes to like solutions, I love to hear them. It's like you guys are like the calculator.
Yeah,
I
but I
just don't
mean,
want.
like, do you understand like
Do
using
you
such?
understand that person? I just want to make sure we're on the same page. If I'm
I
talking
gave a
urban or not.
solution. I gave
Yeah,
y'all the
yeah,
keys to all
and
success.
I totally feel like the solution is to communicate your sentiment, which you definitely communicated in a way that's awesome. But do you feel like, America could benefit from people regurgitating this same sentiment without such a toxic urban language?
Okay. Now this
Does that
is
make sense?
yes, and I really appreciate you speaking on this, and I hope everybody listening because a lot of the people that I know who are very intellectually in tune. This is the most time when it comes to politics. Now we got every other field taken care of, but as far as like career success in politics, no, there's not that much as far as the foundation and where I grew up in my environment. And so, no. And that's what's kind of frustrating is like I know, speaking for myself, without spelling out my resume, I know I can get whatever A or whatever job, or I can don't ever put me toe to toe in an open room where, this is recorded and shit, just get your point across. Over here, yeah, it might be a little because I'm not a professional. But I'm saying if there's people who's willing to be your neighbor and we already here and we have the same people that we're vetting to come in and make America great again, if we're already here, why not put those resources into us that can build us up? For how many years that we were told we couldn't read, so we learning hella shit.
40 acres and a
So yeah, this like me talking like in an unurban form. How many of us is non-urban,
No,
but
but
we're
I'm
family in the room?
so
We just don't.
I'd hear where you're coming from, but as far as a universal language towards productivity, there are several thousand words in the English dictionary other than nigga, bitches, and all these other, terms that are colloquially used that take away from Americans to be able to drive their point across because people are inherently turned off. You see what I'm saying?
Outside of all of that, I have not mentioned nigga or bitch when I asked a question. You asked me a question. I thought I gave you an answer with a, hey, you're right. I don't have the tools or the information, but instead of
No, but
investing
you
in
do.
somebody,
Queen, queen,
no,
queen.
no, listen,
No, no, hold on, hold on. You do have the tools. You have the tools in
I'm
being able
telling
to
you,
understand the thesaurus and the English dictionary without
no,
having to
okay.
use. Go ahead.
So were you offended when my little Jasmine said bleach blonde, bad built body?
I'm not a bleach blonde
You
white
mean Miss
woman with a
Crockett?
bad built body. So, I mean,
No,
for
hold on,
me,
but
that's
were
not going
you
to offend me. But
so?
I,
with a
But did
bad
she
built
get her
body.
point across?
well, I mean,
Regardless of
do,
how it come off, because it's new to
do,
you, the same way this
do,
lingo is new to me. But
do
at the
you,
same time, if a judge say, "Hey, it's on the paper, 1 + 1 = 2," regardless
Queen,
of how
we
you say
drinking
it, I
white.
so
get
We drinking
so
white liquor or
so
dark
so
liquor.
so so I mean, we're not doing that. So
anything.
it's not a moan room, it's not a shoot your shot room. We're not doing that. So going back to the political conversation at hand, when
I'm
I
not shooting no
heard
shot though.
Jasmine,
Go ahead,
so
Adams.
when I heard Jasmine Crockett using that certain type of terminology and looking at a beautiful black woman that actually puts herself together very well, to me, it devalued her character and the message that she was trying to deploy in just engaging in this hood, ratchet, repugnant type of affect. And I don't think that people fully understand how offsetting that is when it comes to terms of negotiating business and understanding how to get
Thank
to
you.
the crux of certain issues.
Okay, so
Without,
okay, thank
go
you.
ahead.
Happy. Oh yes, yeah. I had to cut you off because I just want to make it very clear. Happy Valentine's Day. You guys got to get over your emotions because if we can walk into, like I said, whatever. Hold on. The same way Trump can say, "Grab her by the
But what
pussy."
emotions?
Hold on, no, no. The same way you feel like, "Oh my God, she said that." Did the point or question get across? Yes or no? It doesn't matter how it
No,
got
it didn't because she
addressed.
didn't deploy it as an educated black woman in
Yes, she
common
did.
American English. No, she
She
didn't. She
what
wasn't
she
even
did.
speaking
Hold on.
English.
She asked a question the
I think it was
same way.
funny.
She
I don't
asked a
think it was
question.
insulting. I think it was
I think it was sad
She
and
asked a
pathetic.
question. She asked a question. And that was after the fact that a lot of times what she was saying and Miss Atlanta or whatever, she wanna keep pushing shit to the side. Everybody keeps sweeping up everything she's saying. Very unurban. I can't even call it urban. I don't know what language a lot of them talk, but it's not appropriate. But
African American
because
vernacular English.
okay, but you guys taught us English. So whatever language that we
Who's
know,
you
if you want to
guys?
say, hold on, I'm just saying, as far as America goes, we are only going off of, hey, we wasn't even able to read. You know what I'm saying? So I know it's brand new. Like, oh my God, this person can be president. Okay, we
Wait a
didn't
minute.
do
Are
that.
you basically saying that black people can't read?
No,
no. I
I'm
think
saying
she's saying
because
like before 1812. That's why I was saying like
Okay, but we're
previous.
in
Why is you
2020.
pontificating about
Hold
this?
hold hold on. We're in 2025 because I'm pontificating about this because I want people to be able to speak proper English.
they're eating the dogs, motherfucker.
Okay, so I
Why is we
mean,
giving? We
like
went
what
from me
what are we
giving
doing?
solutions to this.
But
So
this is
I
a solution. This is
It's
a
not.
solution.
We
This is a
all
pathway.
the
It's
thing
This
is
provocative and it's
this
English.
it's
Guess
this
what?
going.
this is a
Guess what?
path. Hold on. This is a pathway towards Americans that engage in an urbanized
Y'all
vernacular English
legalize. Okay,
that
you
is
guys
also,
legal.
hold on,
All
that
right,
is also complaining as far as said opportunities not being
no
afforded to
one's
them
complaining. No
based
one's
on
complaining.
certain aspects of meritocracy.
It's
Again,
a question.
again,
You gotta.
again,
I'm
again.
gonna only cut you off when I feel like,
Man,
hey,
y'all
let's
got another
address
five
one
minutes
thing
on
at
this.
one time. Hold on, you gotta address one thing at one time, and then that's.
Right. So this is also part of the problem in learning said English and learning rules of engagement. There's a certain type of proficiency in etiquette, right? So when people are speaking, allow the person to finish speaking, right? So again, the conversation that I'm having at hand is what type of tools, what type of solutions do certain segments of America that cry the loudest not have available to them and otherwise do have available to them that they're not taking advantage of. Now, the English language following the words on the page is something very simple. It's something very rudimentary in our school system. So it's crazy to me how people want to pretend like, I'm speaking French and bringing up the fact that this urbanized culture and this way of speaking is inherently tied to people's grievances and them not being able to attain certain economic opportunities, given the fact that Trump is now laying down the hand and pushing meritocracy. If you can't speak fucking basic English, what makes you think that you have a right to a job in America next to the next person who knows how to speak grammatically correct?
I mean, if this is a
I have an
meritocracy,
answer. I
if
have an
this is a
answer, and that's a great. You see how you ask the question? Let me answer.
Oh my
If you're
god.
gonna focus on one thing, which is language, you get paid double if you know Espanol. It doesn't matter when it comes to, okay, that was everything in high school. If you getting it for a grade, yeah, you better know what you're doing. But when it comes to filling out a complaint or a domestic violence report or any type of report, anything government official, it doesn't matter what language. Two plus two, and let's take away all the verbs and whatever subject you want to go into there, whatever language. Who cares if you're uncomfortable? Like I said, it can look one way or it can be perceived one way, but the English is not, sorry, is not the number one spoken
Matt, are you hearing
language.
this? This is
Yes.
crazy.
No, that was my
My head
answer.
hurts.
You can still get whatever job you want and you can outsource without knowing punctuation. So when somebody's saying, hey, you know what? We don't know how to communicate. And that's
No,
why we're
You're
and
here.
preaching
We're
and
trying to
and
ignorance.
communicate.
and
And guess
and
what?
when you're
Your
making a
president,
hundred
not,
thousand dollars less than the next white person next to you because you can't speak proper English, don't
but
complain.
that's not correct. That's not correct. I've never once got
No,
on here and
that's
said,
that's
I know a
that's
lot of us who are
listen,
broke. What only thing I've
listen.
been going on, hold on. No, you got to pay attention.
Listen, the world that
And
Man,
we
my
can go on
we've now
for
entered
hours.
into, it doesn't fucking matter if it's correct or not. That's a reality of the world that we're now living in. Time is up.
what's
And
your
Time is
Can
up.
I
what's your
and,
play
income?
it?
I think you
and
want to
did you
ask
want to
what's
talk? Go
clearing.
ahead.
What's your
Yep.
current like
Yeah, should I play
salary?
it, Matt?
Oh, go ahead if you want. Yeah, sure. A little
Okay.
intermission.
So after listening to Queen talk, I just thought of this clip that I saw, and I have to play it for you.
oh no.
Hold on. All right. Okay. On my first day in office, we are going to dedicate all our funds to figuring out how to get the spaghetti sauce out of Tupperware. Okay? And that is going to reduce American expenses on Tupperware, okay? And that's going to put the money back into what we are calling an opportunity economy, okay? Because we are not going back. We are not. And this former president would like you all to spend money on glass Pyrex. I remember growing up with my mother. There was a small business, and they served everything in these little takeout containers. And we would go home, okay, as you do. And we would use them, we would reuse them, okay? That's the America I grew up in. I was not given $1 million baby formula in a golden chalice that was heated by holding it between the thighs of a manservant. Okay? And I did not file for bankruptcy 6 times.
We're not going back.
We're not going
I,
back.
I just want to say I want a 100K in real estate. I want $5,000 by the end of the week. We're gonna rebuild Pakistan, okay, and we're gonna make Pakistan better. Okay, I'm going to Dubai. I'm gonna go get married in Dubai. We're gonna have a baby in Dubai. Like what like
I mean,
Get an
if
Arab
do,
money.
do,
Dubai
do
has
y'all not understand exactly how crazy some of y'all sound?
I
And
just
that's
want to
why
say
y'all
thank
should
you
let me
for
We
that
will
finish.
be
vocab, and you
unburdened by
guys
what
proved my
has
point.
been.
still to
I want
come.
Sadly.
100K to do real
So,
estate.
so listen, thank you. You guys are 100% right. No, I'm just saying, like that's what's so hard. We
Oh
can
my
really,
god.
really be like, hey, guess what? We got that too because we learned how to do the code and all that punctuation don't mean shit. So when he's talking that, that's what I'm trying to school people on. Like, yo,
Oh
we
my
better learn how to know these codes because all these black people taking over. And I love it. And it's not about black or white. It's
It's the
about you better know how
culture.
to protect yourself. So shout
god.
out
It's
to
the
who sent
culture,
that
though. It's the culture.
video.
My
Thank
head
you.
hurt. My head fucking hurts. Oh
We
my
we don't
god,
have.
my temple.
Listen, we no matter it doesn't matter if you're Republican, Democrat. Black people are integral to America, to the economy, to the culture. That's not going to change anytime in the near
We
future.
we we never said
That
nothing like
that's
that. We know. We know. Like I
But it
said,
also white people. That doesn't mean that white people do not play an important role, and that Mexican people and whatever all these different diversity is still important.
like I said, DEI is dead. The
But
meritocracy is in. You got to build your own shit. Nobody's not gonna give you no free shit. Nobody not. That's why I put the LLC how to be able to set up the shit correctly, where you can actually get thoroughly funded. I gave the master lenders
I
list.
understand that. But you're not gonna turn
But this is direct
business.
solution. This is something that help people Monday morning. We talk all the time, but do we have solutions for Monday morning? Most
How
of
are
the
you gonna get a
times
man an
we talk
LLC?
very. Let me finish. We talk very surface level where I literally talked about situation of opportunities in this administration. If you're a person where you say, "Well, Sean, I'm a trader," well, you could trade gold. You could invest in GDXJ. Or if you're a person where you're very political and you want to figure out what these politicians are doing, you could do capital trades, figure out what Nancy Pelosi is getting involved in. Nancy Pelosi, for the past 20 years, has literally got an average of 32% annually if you want to trade options. Or another situation is Quiver Quantitative. I'll put the links in the chat because I'm giving out real solutions.
But bro, why?
I'm
Why?
giving out real solutions
Those are not
because
solutions.
people
Those are
in the
lazy.
chat
I
needs to hear
Google your
this.
LLC, bro,
People
and
need
you,
the chat.
ooh,
Those are not
I
People
hella
Oh,
need
now,
to
Google.
now,
listen.
now they want to dox you because they don't
People,
agree, Sean. Cook your shit, Sean.
No,
10,
so
10 minutes on
Sean, I'm
Sean.
saying I
so
10,
agree. I'm only speaking because I look at what
oh
you're
my
telling
fucking
me.
god.
10 minutes on Sean. Go
I
ahead,
hope
Like
that
10.
I
your
Go
said,
ahead.
LLC is the
like I
build.
said, I'm gonna put the link in the Quiver Quantitative, where you can look at the government contracts. You can figure out which politicians involved. People need solutions to figure out. Okay, I voted him in. I didn't vote for him in. What is going to be your next play? Is it going to be crying and complaining because the motherfucker's in office, or is it a situation where you have actual solutions where I could figure out where's the money going? Because you got politicians that are literally making 30, 40% moves. And this situation right here is going to be an opportunity for people to be able to look and see where things are going. So I gave the LLC, so that's both business trade lines, personal trade lines, your 1-800 number, situation of your management. This situation is literally a scenario where you could be able to take at least more actionable opportunity for yourself.
Thank you
So
for
I gave you the
providing.
master lenders list. That's one.
Okay,
I gave you the
I
link in the
Google
chat.
it. I'm about to call
I,
you. I'm about to call this 1-800 number if you saying it's a 1-800 number. I don't
what do
know
you
why
mean
you
one
get
eight? What do you mean
irritated
one
by
eight hundred
somebody.
number? I don't have
You
my
just
shit.
said
That the link in the chat is literally a template where you can be able to get a 1-800
yes.
number, where you
Yes,
can
sir.
get a business
But
address, where you can be
Yes,
able to get the
sir.
business trade lines, you can get your DUNS number, where you can be
You
able
got
to
a
figure out what's the
willing
underwriting,
customer.
and
look,
you can
You
running a
have
be
a
able.
business
will.
is not that easy. It's not like you
It's
just
not
have.
easy, and that's where I put it in the
Right.
chat. Like I
And that's
said,
why
man,
I went ahead and
y'all a
Googled
bunch of
it.
either y'all a bunch of
No,
agents or y'all a bunch of fat
no.
heads.
That's
I'm
what
I'm
you're
I'm
gonna
gonna, I'm
do
gonna
for
You're
just
not
keep it.
somebody.
I'm gonna keep
fake.
it
You're
Hold
real.
fake.
on.
Like
Either
This is how
you
you make money. Because
No,
you
no,
said
no.
let's follow
You're
where the
not gonna
money
let me
going.
finish. You're not
Hold on.
even letting me finish.
I'm saying
You're
I
not even letting
Google
me
your
finish. We let you
information. You don't
rant
want
for
to know
30
what I.
minutes about nothing. 30
You don't
minutes
want to
about
know what I
nothing.
Google. I'm trying to promote your business that you're saying, and you don't want to
Ma'am,
know about it.
ma'am,
You
please
don't want
let
to
me
know about it.
finish. Let me
All right.
finish. Where's the moderators? Where's the moderators? Moderator, like I said, man.
Yeah, I'm listening. Let Sean finish, please.
Damn,
One mic.
damn, damn, damn. But like I said, my solution is for people to focus on what your politicians invested in. Quiver Quant link in the chat. That situation right there, you can be able to focus on which politicians investing in what. Then you have a scenario of both the master lenders list, business credit template, and I'll also give you hedge fund investor buyers if you're involving in real estate for all my realtors out there.
I'm
I
alert.
know that there's realtors in the chat, so give me 1 second. I'm gonna put the hedge fund buyers list because this is important. Where most of the money is going to be shifted, where people that are involved in finance, involved in transportation, involved in some forms of a general service based business could be able to take advantage of. We got the most baby boomers that are literally retiring and selling their business. You can acquire those businesses by leveraging the equipment of their business to fund the down payment of an owner finance transaction. So if the company is worth 3 million, they have 600 to 700,000 in equipment. You can be able to get an asset-based lender to be able to leverage the equipment to finance a down payment, get access to that business, have a situation of unnecessary cash flow to be able to get involved. You can either do owner financing, you can either do tax deed investing where you're involved in either buying land lots that are in specific states. Here in Chicago, well, in Chicago, 'cause I'm not in Chicago, but in Chicago, I've literally saw an Italian paisan literally defaulted on 812 properties. And she's been delinquent from the city of Chicago for 10 years, $15 million in fines. Those taxes is $400 to $500 that you can pay. You can pay the back taxes to get access to the property, develop the property, rent it out, and take advantage of the Obama Museum that's running through Chicago that's literally eating up 800 properties altogether. So, my solution is for people, please get your credit right. If you're a person that don't believe in credit, you say fuck credit, Sean, cool. Get to the land, buy some land, get involved in situations of networking with your local commerce, get involved when it comes to scenarios of oil, fracking, please. Because this is a situation where if you're not involved in business, you're going to miss out on these 4 years. If you're not involved in some kind of specialized career that benefits from this administration, you're going to be left out. And that's the only thing I'm saying. I gave the links to the chat where you got hedge fund buyers because of me now. You got the ability to track every single politician when it comes to your stock market. You have business credit, and you have a scenario where you can be able to leverage certain things. Now, when it comes to baseball card, you can't leverage the assets of a company that you want to buy. Before that, you buy it and you use the daily equity contributions for the new transaction. You can do it after to replenish it back on the equity you bought on the table. So, owner financing can be done several ways. You can either do a situation where you use the business credit to be able to use as a down payment, or you can leverage the equipment, like in trucking. You can leverage the trucks to be able to finance the down payment due to the fact that it's an asset based business, it's very labor intensive.
So
You can be able to leverage that.
my question is, are you
So,
going to teach us like how to manage a firm, how to manage ourselves, how to manage our lives, how to lead? Can you teach us the soft skills that we need to operate on a day-to-day basis so that
so
we
the
can
soft skills would
after
be a situation of how to be able to negotiate, how to be able to organize certain opportunities in business where you can generate business. How I generate business in real estate is if I see somebody that's in bankruptcy, chapter 7, chapter 11, or chapter 13, I would like the situation of cash for keys, situations where I can help them avoid being in default, or people that's in list pendants, pre foreclosures. I can be able to provide a cash down payment. I can be able to either take over the mortgage by a wraparound loan or a situation of a down payment. So, when it comes to metrics of the soft skills, you would have to learn how to negotiate.
Well, bank card, please come up then.
Absolutely, but
Because bank
no.
card, you need to understand that you know that people buy businesses by leveraging the incoming business equipment. This is something that's been done. You have a
But is
purchase
it
sales
realistic
agreement. You
from
can
a
be able
soft
to get a lease on. You can be able to focus on multiple ways of buying that business.
right? But it
You
might
can
not
do
be
several
feasible.
ways of owner financing is my main point.
Yeah, but I
Because
mean, it
owner
might not.
financing can be
It's like
done
buying the
based
New
off your
York
seller
Jets.
terms.
It's like buying like Mark Cuban, LeBron.
Brandy, we can barely hear you at this
Yeah,
But I'm
point.
saying
Brandy,
that it's
Brandy, your
like
mic
buying
has been really
it's
quiet.
like
You've been very
when you buy
quiet
the
on
New
the
York
mic.
Jets or you buy a football team. I mean, you're switching owner to owner, so you're technically buying a net asset. But when you buy net assets, you have to make sure that deal is good, and you have to make sure everyone involved is getting a fair share of the, is getting what they need in that
Yes, that's why you have the
situation
balance
equation.
sheets. That's why you have your
Absolutely, balance
financial
sheets.
advisor and
You
have
need
your balance
economic
sheets.
yeah. So that's what I'm saying.
Brandy, matter
Businesses
of fact,
are
you gonna tell
hard.
tell me how to be able to acquire business. Tell me now. Tell me how
Sean,
to acquire
Sean,
business.
you still
Tell me
have
how to
not,
acquire business.
Sean, you still have not told
You
us how
fucking
you're
butch.
personally benefiting.
Good gracious. Really? She's all of
I'm just
that? Just really?
Nah, this motherfucker has literally been a pain in the ass for a whole hour.
He's
Dear
trolling.
Christ, Sheila, I have love for you, Miss Sheila. I love you, Sheila. But you haven't been here for the whole extent of this whole shit.
I guess not, because I'm like, damn, really?
Hey,
I'm
hey,
like, wow,
Dear
hey,
okay.
hey,
God,
boss lady. Good evening. How are you?
He's
I
been
love
like,
Miss
what the
Sheila.
hell if I walked into the bitch is already out as
No, I
soon
didn't
as I
call her
get
bitch.
there
She
right
a
away?
butch, butch, Butch Cassidy, not bitch,
We're just
Butch,
saying
That ain't
it's
right,
just about
Sean.
it's
That
just
ain't
about
right. That ain't
Butch.
right.
realistic funder expectations. If you're having someone funding
And
your
I gave you
operation,
the underwriting criteria to how to get funded. You can do it multiple ways. I told you tax deed investing. You didn't
Yeah,
even.
yeah. Don't
but that's
don't let
not
it
the
get you
first
worked
question
up,
I'm gonna
Sean.
have in business, bro.
Randy's been trying to subvert this stage for
That is not
hours.
the first question. No, I haven't. That is
Because
actually
I've
absolutely
literally talked
false.
about business credit funding. I talked about tax deed investing. Baseball, you still need to come your white ass up. Go
Randy's
ahead.
one of them that
Not the
wants to have
yes.
dominion over us. They think we're just some dumb and Americans that
That is not absolutely not true, and that's putting
Randy
words in
can
my mouth. That's
She
control.
talked like a
deception.
damn politician. He or she talks like a politician.
Yeah, yeah. It's one of them, bro. Are
I am
you
not a
taking DEI
politician.
money,
I'm not a
Randy?
politician.
Are you taking DEI money?
Are you
Be
taking
honest.
You
U.S.
talk
aid?
like a
Are you?
damn
I want to know
politician
if
where
Joe
everything
is
has a
taking
rebuttal.
U.S. aid. What kind of money is Joe taking?
I just
Well,
realized, did you know
Can we allow Miss Sheila? Because Miss
Brandy
Sheila
has
is a
0
respected
followers?
businesswoman.
yeah.
She's
I
pretty
don't
new.
know what you're talking about to be able to either say yay or no. I'm just
You
listening.
don't have to agree with me or not. Just please give some solutions to what you've seen in these 4 years. Because most people are just reacting where they don't even have a sensual plan how to benefit from these 4 years.
Solutions on what though? What do you just? Well, I mean, what you want me to say? Eat a good meal in the morning and make sure you defecate every day to
Miss
eliminate
Sheila, at
some.
this point, yes,
What? I'm
yes,
like,
yes, yes,
okay, well,
yes,
eat a good breakfast and defecate at least once a day to
yes,
eliminate.
yes.
There you
Because
go. So what's the solution?
I
I
find
see
the
when
tone
corporate tax cuts
disrespectful.
come around, I see a lot of people complaining. I see a lot of people complaining about the rich when they could have got a C corporation themselves, could have got the business credit funding from credit unions like PNC Bank, Truist Bank, Alliant Bank.
Yeah, because I am a business owner, and again, I all of those things I've done, and that's how I've grown my business. So I
Thank
don't know
you.
really what you're talking about, but I have I've grown my business exponentially, and I've only been on Clubhouse. I won't be on Clubhouse a year until the end of May. And the whole reason I'm on Clubhouse is my business mentor told me that I have to start doing this social media thing. And when I the first got on here, I was like, what the hell did he want me to come into this madness for? But I finally figured it out, and I've been able to actually find quite a few really great connections on Clubhouse to do business with. So it has worked out very, very well. But yeah, I'm one of these people. I don't care who's in the office. Um, I'm going to prosper. It just may be faster or slower. Maybe I need to do more steps here than more steps over here. So
Mm,
anybody that you're allowing to help to stop you to do something, that's on you. All people are self-made. It's only the successful ones want to admit it.
I agree. I agree. But when you're in the oil and gas business, you need a Republican in office every single time.
But I mean, we're not all oil and
Well,
gas
it makes
people.
it
That's what I'm
easier,
saying.
yeah.
But
Yes,
we're
because
not all
the
oil and gas.
fracking component was literally harpened when it came to the Biden Harris administration. Had people that I knew that was literally involved in oil and gas literally said that things is running good, but it could have been running faster. You know, we got all these green climate communist climate hawks that want to stop all type of, you know, fossil fuels. We got to save the planet. We got to save the planet. My Al Gore voice, but you know, at the end of the day, I just want people to benefit from these 4 years, regardless if they voted for the man or not, because we have a lot of people, Sheila, that are hyperventilating, complaining. Actually, you're in a lot of these rooms where they're complaining. They don't know what to do. They don't know what to do. They're running like a chicken with their head cut off, and that's not a
I
good
went
thing.
to the inauguration, so I thought it was magnificent, and I'm modded up in a very liberal room.
I don't
And
see
so
how.
yeah,
I don't see how you tolerate it.
because being a black woman, hello, 99.9, well, I won't say 90, I'd say 92, 93% of the people I know are going to be Democrats. Hello, let's think about
I
this.
don't believe that number
So
fully, but okay.
well, but that's what I'm saying. Well, hello, just till recently, and of course, all of us being across the United States, we don't really get to talk to each other a lot. So therefore, a lot of times you feel like you're a unicorn. So until I came on to Clubhouse, I didn't know there was actually this many more black uh, Republicans, let
The,
alone conservatives. So
the
I've
times
always,
are changing,
Be
yeah,
right?
careful,
The
Joe.
times
He's
are
black.
changing.
Oh,
Joe does not
Queen,
like.
thank you, because I really appreciate it because we are new to this, and I just feel like you mentioned some business, and I'm interested in that because for the ones who ask questions, we don't want to be like, "Oh, fuck you, go somewhere else. You should have known better, motherfucker. I don't want your money." Like, be more educated and be more, you know, empathetic for the ones who's trying to learn.
Can I say this really quick? Baseball, my apologies, man. I didn't smoke my weed. I was supposed to have my weedies today. I didn't smoke my weed. See, I didn't got all crabby and shit. My bad, baseball. We definitely, hopefully we still cool, man. We hopefully we still cool, man. I didn't mean to
Yeah,
call you a white
baseball
man.
will do, man. Yeah.
You know, and shout out to my white men in the room, man. You know, I have no beef towards y'all.
Yeah, not too much on the crackers. Not too much.
There's
You-
enough money to go around for all of us to make it this next 4 years. So I hope you're successful, Sean, and keep you know
Thank you.
keep, yeah, keep seeking your what do they call it? Your pursuit of happiness, bro.
Yes, because prosperity's around the corner, my friend. So I always have. Thank God she left. Thank God she motherfucking left. It left. Mother-
Not gonna
Boy, we.
lie, Joe. I do think these people are getting paid from all this money that we've been discovering around here. It's crazy.
You can tell how they talk.
I
They're
know.
so fake. They're not real, are they?
It's NPCs.
Damn drone. A damn drone. But yes, happy times is here again. Finally, she's gone. The witch is gone. The witch is gone. Ah,
Boss lady, I want to ask you a question. From a tactical perspective, just so we know what we're dealing with over in this house. How many big bags y'all got up over there in the Kamala house?
about five to
what
10.
are you talking about?
Five.
Really? Really? Wow. First of all, I'm not looking for them. Second of all, did you really just say that? You are insane, mister. But no, that's wow. First of all, it's not the Kamala house anymore. He took the name off of there.
Wait, what do he call it?
It's the new and improved Democratic Party.
The new and improved Big Backs.
Dirty, sexy communism.
I'd
Well,
like to know who the leader is of this new Democrat Party.
it just actually it again it just sharpens my skills. So I love, but also I do a lot of my own rooms these days too. But I like going into PhD's room because it sharpens my skills, and that way I get to argue all day long. So I love it.
To be honest, PhD would be a better leader than Biden. So that's just let you know.
Do
PhD.
he even got a PhD? Respectfully,
I'm ready for his leadership. It's fine.
do he even have a degree? Because mind you, I went to trade school right after high school, so and I seem way more diligent. It seems like he just
Well, you're fading out, Sean.
Yo, I heard him ordering one night over at McDonald's. I'm telling you, he's the expert of something. So,
the
at
expert.
the end of the day, leave PhD alone. He's
His
good people.
diligence is on point.
So
He's good
He,
people. He has
He
flaws,
is.
but
He's
yes,
cool.
he does have a PhD. I really, truly,
what?
but the problem is he's truly caught up in liberalism, which means his PhD is nullified by the fact that he follows idiots. That's the real problem.
Listen, boss lady, I
Okay.
guarantee you, if he did the Adams boot camp, okay, for at least 6 weeks and saw some results, I guarantee you he would think differently.
That is funny. You gonna put his ass to training camp. You gonna put his ass to
You
work.
you you damn motherfucking right.
Put his ass to work. Well, I respect Sheila because the fact that she never ostracized me for my beliefs. That's because I guess we have the same political beliefs. But every time I go in there, I always get jumped. I always get jumped. It's like,
But
damn.
when I first started going in there, because I was the original conservative over there. There's a few more over there now, but when I first, I mean, it was me against the entire room, and that's the one thing I don't know how many people know what I do for a living, but I'm an executive career coach, and one of the things I'm constantly trying to get people to understand is it doesn't matter what your competition looks like. It's the difference that you bring in a sea of turmoil. So even in a completely liberal room, PhD, I was able to show the fact that I added value to him adding me as a mod in his room. There were
Yeah,
no
but
conservatives in that room.
you don't believe to some degree it matters what you look like as far as leadership. You see what I'm saying? Like people be over talking that man, people be disrespecting his rooms, like moving people out. It's kind of one of those things like when Donald Trump ran for president the first time, he asked the question of Carly Fiorina, is that the face of a president? The woman drops out the race the next day. So I mean, it's kind of one of those things, boss lady. Like I mean, listen, there's a certain structure when it comes to people taking certain people seriously.
that's true. The thing
So
is,
But
he
the
gonna gain his
problem
way
is
PhD,
back
you
narrative.
usually
PhD
get
has a
your
good
feelings hurt.
charisma. He
Sorry.
has great charisma. His messaging is just off, but if he were to get on the right note, he would actually be a powerful force. But I get what Adams is saying too. There's a little bit of a presentation that needs to be perfected too.
Damn.
No, he just has no idea what he's doing with, because I mean, you really must admit the man can bring together a crowd of people. He
Yeah,
just can't. He has no idea what to do with it.
totally.
But
He be
he
needing goat's help.
absolutely, if he had an actual clue as to, because I'm doing business right now with two people that I met in his room, and a huge deal from two
Yeah, but
people I
he's
met
drawn
in
in
his room.
people with low hanging fruit. You see what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, I know how he does it because of the debauchery he talks about. But again,
Right.
the only
You got
thing
a
I
bunch of
can do,
criminals, sex workers, and
yeah,
trollops up in there. I
yeah,
mean, it's
And he
that's
need
just
goat's help, I noticed. Anytime when it's something political, when we had a debate stage, He said, "Goat, I needed your help. When they was
Yeah,
talking
Oh, and
policies,
I
that's
and
the
hate
I
goat.
just."
I
lifeline. You
hate
don't want goat as your lifeline. Come on now, you guys gotta stand on
and
your
I
own.
hate. Well, that's the reason why I'm the reason goat no longer goes in his room.
Exactly, boss.
You there that day?
I was there when you had
Uh
your epic
oh.
showdown with
Tell
goat.
me
Oh,
what happened that day.
I love hearing stories about Douglas. So go ahead, please share it with us. Why?
Oh, that's his name,
Mr.
And
Wait,
Douglas.
wait, wait. Are you talking about Mr. Clean and Uncle Ben's love child?
Oh my
Oh
God, he
shit.
just
oh
added me.
Lord,
What the fuck? Douglas, that's his first name.
Uh oh.
Let me
That was
unadd this nigga then, because I didn't know
no,
that was him.
no, we think that's a fake profile. Don't. But that's him.
Douglas A. Jones.
Yeah, that's his name, but that's not a real
It
profile.
looked like
Joe
Mr.
don't look like a real profile either. Like,
do
what the
you
fuck kind of
really
picture is
mean
that
that
with
goat's
Joe?
last name is the same as mine? Really, it is.
Oh no.
Me
What's
and
that
Oh,
profile
Mrs.
with Joe picture?
Oh
Mrs.
I'm
Lord.
sorry, boss
Jones,
Jones.
Mrs.
Joe looks fake as
Jones,
fuck
Mrs.
too.
Jones, Mrs. Jones.
Let me get this nigga up out of here, man. I don't rock with Goat, man. He still owe me money from the damn election. I told him that he was gonna lose Wisconsin and Michigan. He didn't believe me. He
He's
This
didn't
got
Well,
a
believe
but
me.
watch out,
yeah,
boss lady.
thing
but because goat is, and here's what
going
happened.
on.
And the thing is, all I
Dr.
said
Adams is a little
was because
bitch
nobody,
too.
because goat is not used to being laughed at. But he said something
Uh
one
oh.
day that he was excoriating
Dr. Adams a
somebody,
bitch and Joe
and
Hero's a bitch.
all I said to the man was, why is it that you have to constantly, I said, you're supposed to be so intelligent. Why do you feel the need to absolutely make other people feel as though they're not even human? Why are you so mean all the time? And that's all I
Yeah,
said.
exactly.
And
Like what?
ever since then,
Because I work
he
out
left
and take care of my
PhD.
body. I
No,
don't
no,
need
wait, wait,
Dr.
wait. Hold
Adams
on,
or
boss lady.
Joe.
I don't mean to cut you off. Hold on. Ginger Spice
Oh,
wants to say
you're fine.
something. What up, Spice Girl? What do you want to say?
Don't
Tell me
worry
what you
about it,
want. What you really,
doctor.
really want. Tell me
Doctor,
what
you're
you want.
fat. You act like you're a doctor, but you're
You wanna,
overweight,
you
bro.
wanna, you wanna, you wanna, you wanna, you
You're
wanna go to the
overweight,
goo?
bro.
Yep. Okay. Exactly. Go ahead, boss lady.
Oh, I'm fine. Like I said, I just P
That got him out the room.
not PhD. Go has a goat has a very fragile ego, and anytime that anybody challenges him, he likes to actually the part he can't stand about me is he can't intimidate me. And also, he likes to bring. If he's got a machete, I'm bringing a bazooka. So again, if you, I don't like doing things like this with people. I would rather have this good conversation. But if you want to act a fool, I can act a fool with you. I tell people this all the time. Don't let the stupidity fool you. I can act a fool.
Well, Sheila, he thinks every Republican is like a special kind of dumbass. So, it's good that you stomped his heart out. I wish I was there
Boss
because
lady, that's
I,
oh, go ahead, Sean.
my,
Go
my
ahead.
apologies, Joe. You got it. You got it.
No, no, I thought you were just. I heard you take a breath. But boss lady, I the same read I get from him, and I can fill in the blank because he's a professor,
Mhm.
and no one challenges a professor in his classroom. So when he's faced with people that give him pushback, he's not used to it in his day to day life. He deals with people half of his age, his students. You know.
Well, whatever. I'm going to
Well,
challenge you because you don't get to just dictate to me. My husband's a professor as well. He used to teach engineering economic analysis. So my husband's kind of smart. But I also, if I can talk to him, I can talk to anybody's professor. My husband's a retired colonel from the Air Force. So he's actually also, he's a doctor, he's a retired colonel, and he's a nurse. So I call him Colonel Doctor Nurse all the time, and it makes him mad. But so Goat is no smarter than the man I'm married to. And if you don't think I can converse with you, go sit down somewhere, Goat. Because
well,
Goat absolutely is one of these people who has to shut down conversation because he can't hold his own when challenged.
because Goat always challenges me when it comes to school choice. When it came to school choice, he challenged me there. When it came to situation of the platinum plan and the scenario of church compete, that's when it led to, I guess, our last argument that I possibly could tolerate. But shout out to you, Sheila, because the motherfucker is a prick. He reminds me of Bill Maher. I really thought he was. I thought he was Billy Crystal. I really thought he was Billy Crystal. Cause I called him an old Billy Crystal ass motherfucker. Cause I thought he was a Caucasian man. I said, who is this? I hate to say it like this. Who is this gay ass Billy Crystal, pretentious white liberal? Then I realized that he's black.
I've been blessed. I haven't had to speak to him since the day he left because he's only in Patty's room now, and I never go in Patty's room.
I have the privilege of
What,
being
Patty's
on.
too much for you?
I have the privilege of being on Goat's block list. Believe it or not, he does not like me at all because I call his bullshit right out, and I know more about him than he likes people to know about him. But his expertise is in the performance arts, and when you start to call it out, that he's just you know a master in performance, and it's a show is what you're listening to when he's talking politics. That's really the secret he doesn't want to get out.
Sheila, so
And
you
is
can't deal
his
with
last
Patty?
name really is Jones? He
Yes.
really is a Jones.
Yes, he's a
Okay, well, see,
Jones.
I might have to find Mr. Jones.
Well,
Interesting.
well, you can't deal with Patty?
I know where he works.
She, Sheila,
Interesting.
Sheila, you can't deal with Patty?
Oh
He
no,
got
I don't have a problem with Patty. I don't have a problem with
he
Patty at all. I just have I don't need my life is too magnificent to actually quarrel with them every day. They're kind of so I'm like, they're okay.
he got very
I don't have a
offended
problem with Patty.
when I asked him if he supported his colleague's position on white genocide, and at that moment, I was on the block list forever, because he works with someone that supported white genocide.
I remember that exchange. That was the one that sealed the deal, right, Joe?
Uh-oh.
That was it. Yeah, that was it. That I hit a little too close to home when I started talking about his beliefs in white genocide and if he supports it. Now I don't think he's ever taken a public position on that, but he doesn't like to be called out about it.
Huh. Well, can I ask this to Sheila? Sheila, what is up with certain people in the DMV? Because they're a different kind of breed. I'm here in the
Yeah,
West
they are.
Coast. I'm here in the West Coast where we don't really have this government bureaucracy people. We have like the Hollywood liberal agenda kind of people, but that's like a different kind of underbelly. That's some deep state type shit. I just got to deal with the wacko liberal.
Yeah, I used to live in California, so there's plenty of nut cases in California. But like I
Like the
said, my life is too magnificent to constantly be even thinking about goat. But if I ever do run into him again, that'd be magnificent to have all this little ammunition
you
because I
know
will
like
use it.
like the time that me and Michael Bay got in an argument because he was like, "You as a black person supporting Donald Trump." Well, I told him that you support Mark Wahlberg and he supports Trump. That's not besides the point. That's beside the point. I said you supported The
And Mark
Rock,
Wahlberg was an absolute racist for many years.
then he supported The Rock, and The Rock he voted for Donald Trump this time. That's the word in campfire from the L.A. streets. So I'm like, I said, then that's when I realized that I got to stop talking to these damn liberals. I truly do. I truly do. These people try to reprimand me on where should I go, left or right or in the middle. And that's when I realized that LA is just it's too much, man. Where you got communists left and right. They can't deal with middle America white people. That's for sure.
Do you guys ever go into X spaces?
Yes.
I mean, for me, since election season, being on this app, there really is no purpose. Listening to a lot of Black America, it just makes me continue to be more frustrated, disappointment, and saddened and disgusted by the way that they look at the results of this election cycle, the finger pointing, the blame shifting, the Jew hate. It's kind of come to a point where it's like, I've looked into other ecosystems to kind of, you know, match my sense of entertainment when I'm commuting or, when I have downtime, especially in the morning, when you're starting your day. I don't want to start my day listening to a bunch of, angry freaking people on Clubhouse. I want to listen to my day listening to the Punch Bowl or listening to when two or more are gathered, over on X Spaces. So I mean, I personally encourage a lot of you to broaden your horizons. Social media does not just, stop on this app as far as social audio. There's definitely other options where you have more of a higher level of intelligence that exists in other spaces.
Well, they're gonna be crying for the next what 1,300 days while Trump is still in office. So,
Sean, it's a much different conversation on Twitter. As far as the liberals and even the black liberals on Twitter, they're more focused on different things than they are on this app. They're actually more focused on immigration, and it's very interesting to hear their intake, their insight on that.
well, what's their insight? Leave him here, or get him out.
I mean, if you thought that the Trump campaign was,
Cause see that
if you thought that the Trump campaign was bad, as far as setting a certain type of
these are my
rhetoric towards immigration, you should definitely listen to a lot of black people on Twitter.
good.
So they are. So how would you categorize them, since they're not necessarily Trump people, but they're anti-immigration? Is this the FBA crowd? Is that Tariq's people?
No, not necessarily
Yvette
Tariq's people. I
Carnell's
mean, it's
people?
no. I mean, a lot of the community is kind of blend, but at the same time, listening to the things that they're talking about, they have some very, very, very consistent talking points between the things that Republicans discuss on this app and Black people are actually discussing over on Twitter.
So they're just disillusioned Negroes then.
Disillusion how if they're agreeing with us?
But they don't fuck with the whole clique. Like, it's either you in or you not in. Cause these same niggas be the main ones crying and complaining about Trump, but talking about, oh, we need to get him out of here.
I mean, in their sights, as far as their immediate goals, I haven't heard one complaint against Trump since he's been elected over on that app.
Okay, okay, got you. Cause every time I look on Instagram, man, yes, I look at the Instagram models and I be looking at the comments of what's going on in the shade room. I'm like, y'all bitches don't know what the fuck going on, huh? y'all pretty much just in the loop. Got you.
Well, I mean, the shade room that's been overrun by a bunch of Africans and Caribbeans. So, it leans towards a certain agenda, and a lot of people that look like certain people that we're used to in America that have a certain type of vested interest in their said household members facing deportation. That's why people should have been very careful through the election cycle of seeing PTRs, listening to people talk about, oh, pro black Pan Africanism. There's an agenda there.
Well, I know a couple of Africans that don't necessarily fuck with illegal immigration. They voted for Trump too. So yeah, I guess. Mm, I don't know, man. These years is gonna be very interesting. Most definitely very interesting.
Yeah, Matt, did you see that link that I sent you earlier this morning or yesterday morning over on Twitter? Yeah, it was pretty crazy. It was Laura Loomer and Myron Gaines. in the same room, and they were basically hashing out, you know, a lot of nuance issues and the changes that Trump is making. It was very interesting.
All right, Pito, what do you got?
Yes, hello.
Yes, my
Can you
Nigerian
hear me,
brother.
please?
Yes, my Nigerian brother.
I call. Yes, I call Peter Galwak from Republic of South Sudan, but
Okay.
currently I'm in Ethiopia now. Yes, I like the trick because it's very simple. It is saying that President Trump really want to put American interest first. Yes, it is correct, but let it be transparent for the American people, not just the United States of America. Let it be other continent. You have a Canada, you have United States of America, you have a South America. If President Trump can manage to suit the interests of the all citizen of America will be great. But not let President Trump use his word or his logo or his slogan, to suit his base, his supporters. Because what will happen? I know if you are in love with politically with President Trump, you will label me like just I'm just offending you. But in the reality, uh, American people they know what they want, but also they can give you a chance when you come forward and tell them what you want to offer on the table. But tomorrow, if you stand out, you put your interest first, you end up as a manipulator. They can tell you go home. But Trump is a dangerous politician. You can cause another civil war, a bloody one. It will be a too danger to the world, to the international community. I'm not going to talk too much, but I want to be honest to you. The man who is speaking to you, I've been around this world. Yo hablo español. I've been in Cuba. I trained in Cuba during the Liberation War. I know the definition of socialism and imperialism. I've been in US since 1984 until 2008. All of us were dancing the same song during the night. But during the daytime, we lie. We say that we are different people. Trump himself told us the truth. He said, when you cut somebody's blood, the blood is red. Doesn't matter you are white, you are black, you are Muslim, you are Christian, non-believer. He assured us that we are one people. But what Trump tried to do now, you want to divide the world using few people who vote for him to let uh, his political strategy, which is the ego of the powers, to blackmail the entire world. So now let us think carefully. 21st century, anything can happen bad to us. Now, Ukraine war, and Russia, you will never know anybody can get a dirty weapon because the two superpower often arm market, including the dirty bombs. You don't know what American group they are doing. You don't know what Russian are doing. So now, if anything happen stupidly, all of us will pay the prices. So don't support President Trump because you vote for him. You advise him accordingly. Now he's crossing the red line. We know America is belong to Red Indian. All the folks,
Peter,
everybody come from
Peter,
nowhere. You come
Peter, Peter,
from,
Peter,
you
Peter.
immigrate there in America. Why is too special?
Peter.
Yes, please.
Yeah, Peter, what state are you in?
He said he's from Ethiopia. He's in Ethiopia right now.
Okay, are you an American citizen, Peter?
I think he said he came here in the 2000s.
Are you his spokesperson, or can he answer for himself?
Well, respectfully, he's long-winded, so I'd rather speak for him.
Peter, can you hear the question that I'm asking you?
Okay, he was about to take us to an hour tirade.
Yeah, he can go back down to the audience.
He should be thankful that Trump doesn't want no business in the continent. It seemed like he needed some of that aid money too.
What's up, Casey?
Yeah, I'll speak up for somebody that's long-winded because that brother was about to take us all around town. Wait, y'all went to bed or something?
No, hello.
See, that's why I need to get me a wife and some shit. If I had a wife, I'd be clapping some cheeks right now. I wouldn't be on the phone with y'all niggas.
Hold on. And that's perfect timing. I'm off in like 4 minutes, and I would definitely get the
That's
phone
what a
call
wife
and
is
let me
for, really, Sean? Really?
Yes, yes. When it's like 2 West Coast time, and I'm like, damn, I'm too busy on the phone with y'all.
I have a feeling you'd be sleeping on the couch if you said something that crazy.
What? Boy, get me a wife. She ain't got to work.
Ain't nobody gonna take you out on no Valentine's Day. That's you better step it up.
Well, have an absolutely wonderful day. Have a great Saturday, everyone. I've got a meeting I've got to get to. So I appreciate you, love everybody. And I hope that tomorrow blessings rain down upon your heads like buckets of water from heaven. Peace out. Good night.
Thank you, Miss Sheila. Mrs. Sheila, thank you.
Matt, you want to close it up?
Yep, it's a wrap. Let's wrap it up.
Time to hit the old dusty trail.
Mm-hmm. All right, y'all. Y'all have a good night. Right, Adams? Oh, he's gone already.
Y'all got lucky. I'll catch y'all next time.
You bet. We'll be on later in the morning here soon.
Oh, thank you.
Good night, all.